What's up, y'all? We're gonna get right into it. We are going to get right into it because ooh. Yes, that's fine. Games are starting up in 50 minutes. So yep. Who you rooting for? Whoever in the quickest, you know what I'm saying? Whoever want to win first, I'm all in, bro. Happy Halloween, Sprite. Happy Halloween. What's going on, Death Ray? What's going on, Cupcake? What's going on, Ward? How's y'all's night been? I had HLE on my pick'ems, so I don't have a horse in this race. Who shall we play as? I think I want the Prestige. They about to have the Powerpuff Girls over there. I was the Powerpuff Girls with my roommates, and we went out to a Hollywood parade, and everybody was like, the Powerpuff Girls. It was so funny. Finally crawled out of the pits of iron. I am so proud of you. Oh my gosh, last night's game. Saint. Legendary. Just legendary all around. Let's poke him down. Oh my gosh, mod 0714. Thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. I ate a lot of candy that was leftover, usually never left over. Why sad? You think Carrier was MVP of those matches? I do. In the last game, I definitely think it was Guma and Faker though. Last game, Guma and Faker definitely carried. Oh, is the music loud? Can't believe we got Mel. We got Seraphine. We got Jinx. And there was one more. Oh, Lulu. Oh, we had a night. We had a night. It was so good. I was supposed to be at the Genji watch party, but plans have changed last minute, so we just rolling with the punches. Thank you, Death Ray. Hopefully we pop off here. Hopefully the games are good tonight. I did not get enough sleep, I don't think, because I'm already tired. And we went out before Worlds, and I have to catch a flight immediately after the games end tonight. So it's just, there's so much going on, man. There's so much going on. I am going to Atlanta. All right, let's lock in. So this is the real one because she's applying the passive. Oh, JK. I lied.
First blood. An enemy has been slain.
Lock in, lock in. Let's get a quick dub before Worlds. Ow, that really hurted. I still see that. Thank you, Death Ray. I will not be at Worlds Finals, no. Are you going? Lord have mercy, girl. Give it up. Just throwing anything. Oh, I love that I missed all three of those. Just plans change, Soul. What's the score? Hopefully it's a 3-0. I really hope it's a 3-0 tonight. I really need to get sleep. I really do. Girl, what? What was that root? She must just be having fun with the... Oh. Okay, we all a little bit low. We all a little bit low. I wonder if I can call for a moo. I'm so sad Nico lives with 2 HP, bro.
Shut down.
2 HP. Yeah, she's actually taking damage, Serini. Really hoping for some good games tonight. Really hoping for some good ones. I am so cold. Look at my jungler's name. Hello from DreamHack. Hello, Ronnie. I will be there tomorrow. How was it today? Was it fun? Was it good? Like, what's the best part of DreamHack so far? Well, I'm pretty low. Oh, nice. Dancing in the middle of the club. When she goes into clone form, it's so very obvious that she is running at me. It's what she always does. Can I get a plate maybe? All right, that's all I wanted. Marvel Rivals Grand Finals for sure, but I'm working the bring your own computer area, so I could argue that's the best part. Sounds like it is. Sounds like the life of the party, honestly. So it's been fun so far. Are there a lot of cosplays? A lot of good cosplays? I mean, today was Halloween. There better have been.
An enemy has been slain.
Reagan, I told you yesterday I was struggling. I struggled staying up for games. I stayed up until game 4 last night, fell asleep because I lost faith. I woke up to T1 winning. Did you see? Oh my gosh, dude. Game 5 was so freaking phenom. So freaking phenom. Carnival. There's a Nico somewhere. Oh. Now, girl. He's so freaking for real. Okay. That's good. Nice. Huge. At least I got the assist for it.
An enemy has been slain.
Mel Def help. I really do think that if Faker didn't steal Otacon, I do think that anyone's Legends would have won low key. I feel like it would have been a lot harder. Anyways, girl. Anyways, girl, because I don't know what the frick you thought you were doing. Crazy work. She was like, watch this. Girl, watch you go back to base. Okay, like. What's up, 13? Hello, Sanjeev. Thank you, Mulch. Oh, I lost vision of her. I could have ulted, but I didn't want to tank under turret. The T1 games were phenomenal last night. I co-stream all the games. Oh, man. Ooh, I'm Dang it. They mad. Hey, stop playing with that girl. All right, I'm backing. Do you think we will get a game 5 tonight? I pray to God we don't. I really need to go to sleep quickly tonight. Like, so quickly. So I am really praying for... Who was it that did the quick 3-0? It was KT, right?
An enemy has been
Yeah, I need KT to pull another 3-0. I really do. I need them to pull the biggest, quickest 3-0 we done ever seen in our lives.
has been slain.
Ooh,
Shut down.
tell him, Sanjeev. Yeah, I do think T1 has a little bit of plot armor in their favor. They mad. Hello, Dark. Chovy finally getting his ring. Cap. Oh, I'm dead. Wow, she took the kill too? Crazy. Anyone should not have won game 5. The fact that they got every single objective in that game. Why do you think they shouldn't have won it? Oh my gosh, Saint, I'm not ready. All we're gonna hear is Chobi, 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 Chobi. As if Ruler don't be putting it down in the bot lane, man. I'm not ready. Why is my cam locked? Thank you. Okay, that's going ult.
Turret plating will fall soon. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
I'm just taking dragon damage, man, just passively.
Rampage.
Nice.
Has destroyed a turret.
AL was 16 kills and T1 was 10 kills and overall team kills for the last 2 dragons, and Tabarin was the nail in AL's coffin. I think that T1 was ahead early and then they threw a little bit in mid lane, like when they were fighting like right here. But I also think that, hold on. Okay. I also think that T1 had amazing objective control. Yeah, I mean, like, they know they're on a timer with freaking Jinx on the enemy team. She was definitely scaling up. It was definitely getting to a point where it was about to get pretty scary. Yeah, T1's objective control was really good. I think both teams fought really well. What gave you more heart attacks? T1 versus AL yesterday or T1 versus BLG last year? I really feel like T1 versus AL this year was so competitive. Like, it was so scary. Like, you didn't know who was going to win until they won yesterday. But T1 versus BLG, I feel like we knew once Faker was popping off in the last game. Well, no, it was a really close. It was a really close series. But yeah. Like, we did not know who was going to win until the very last moment yesterday. I'm dead. Unless. Holy moly, I'm so freaking good at League of Legends, bro. Disgusting individual. Disgusting player. I am a disgusting League of Legends player. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me just take this turret. Amumu said, and you know what? And I'ma just... I feel like he should have taken it like top or bot, maybe.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fearless Draft gotta be one of the best things that Riot implemented in hard agree. Hard agree. Like, I feel like game 5 showed why Fearless Draft is so freaking amazing, because we got so many fun picks. Oh, it was divine. I'm a troll. Why do they hate me? Oh, nice knockup. Wow, that's... Yeah, so I personally don't think that Viego is balanced. What's going on, DJ? How are you doing? I really wish we got an AL exit interview, but I could see why they wouldn't. They seemed very distraught. For Halloween, I dressed up with my roommates as the Powerpuff Girls, and then we went to a little Halloween parade carnival. It was a pretty chill night. Oh, it's my Thrashy. I'm so sad.
Enemy killing spree.
We could possibly get a male skin. I feel like there's a world. Say you want me, say you want me, yeah. I think that's Nico. Yeah, that's Nico.
Enemy rampage.
Do this here, don't you do that. All right. I think it's giving they're fed out of their mind. Yo, I'm just now noticing it was Viego mid. I thought it was like this, but no, it's like this. Crazy. CP from Macaulay. Hold on, ho. Hold on, ho. Set up so I likely don't get engaged on. Anybody got a sweeper? Jeez. What? No, genuinely, what? No, like, actually, what? Girl, what are you doing playing Kate? Aren't you tired of her after Worlds? Well, I always liked playing Kate, but Caitlyn's OP, fam. I know it doesn't look like it. I know I definitely make her look balanced right now, but Shawty is OP. Hey. Okay, both objectives are up in 2 minutes. But Otacon is up now. This Nico is very bold though. Can I not die in your place? All right, it's given FF. It's giving FF. What's going on, Maria? How are you doing? Yeah, whenever Jinx is OP, I play her so poorly. And I've been playing her very poorly recently. Well, they're gonna be getting Otacon. Oh, whoa, what? I need her to take damage from Otacon. Hey, I take those. I take those. Steal it, babes. You're not even within. Oh, they don't have smite. Ah. Who are you rooting for to win finals? T1. Now that HLE and CFO are out, only person I want to win now is T1. So I need them to lock all the way down. Daddy Faker gotta get his free heat. Hey guys, drag is up. I just don't know how I feel about this dragon. Okay, they don't see me. Sorry. So like, what are we what are we gonna do? Easy. Yeah, about that.
enemy is legendary.
You think he knows where I'm at? Okay, I don't think he does. That's mad tough. Zoned out completely. Vel'Koz's getting caught there really, I feel like as a team, maybe.
Your turret has been destroyed.
My man said I can't go forward if y'all stay so far back. I can't go forward. Like, I will die. Right, Tiny. Right. No, for sure.
Ally has been slain.
There's an Akali. No freaking way she used her clone.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
There's Gwen behind us. Oh, this just sucks so bad. Whoa. Nice like this.
Has been slain.
Nice. Holy moly, she does so much damage. Why does this man keep talking? Holy moly! I can't live! I can't live. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm only playing one game tonight. Because this is insane. My gosh. These people act like they've never won a game before. They're winning this one game and they are milking it, baby. I was, but things have changed. And so I'm streaming from home. I did explode. Okay. So these two have no flash. The fact that she did not kill me immediately is crazy. The ignite killed me. I would FF if we would have more time for another game, but I think I should just honestly play it out since we still gotta do something for the next 20 minutes.
Is legendary.
My word. They're so freaking fed, it's ridiculous. I don't know if there's a world that we win this. Halloween was fun. I'm very tired, very sleepy. But really hoping for a 3-0 tonight. The Ignite? Will they ever just let me live? Okay, good. Glad he died there. I really hope KT wins though. Extended for another 20 minutes, then it's winnable. Okay, okay, okay. Sheesh. Mm-mm-mm. Oh boy. Like she just one shots. Just 100% absolute one shot. What can I buy for magic resist? Cause like this is insane. He does so much damage. Do you speak any language other than English? Fluently? No. I do not. Yeah, I'm glad T1 was yesterday, and I really hope tonight is a 3-0. Like, I really want KT to do what they did to CFO to Genji tonight. Like, if they could just, like, 20-minute games, max 30. Oh my gosh, I'd be so grateful. I'd be eternally grateful. Okay. You're flying out Sunday to go to China? Yeah, I'm really hoping to be able to sleep early. Because, so here's my schedule for the next 48 hours or so. So we're watching the games tonight, right? So I expect those will last maybe until 3 o'clock. I have a flight to catch at 9 a.m. and I will be arriving in Atlanta around 4. Okay. Yeah, get me out of here. I'll be arriving in Atlanta at 4. And then I'll be going to DreamHack. And then I'm going to DreamHack probably until like 8, maybe 9. And then I'm going to go home and then co-stream T1 versus Top Esports. And then I will go to sleep for approximately 5 hours, then wake up, go back to DreamHack. Like, it's you know, going back to my house to get the junk people to throw away and get carpet done since I moved last week. Oh, I see. DreamHack is a con that is thrown in Atlanta, Georgia, as well as Dallas, Texas, but it's in Georgia for this time. Ooh, my brain, I must admit, what the frick am I doing, bro? My brain, I must admit, is operating on a solid 3%, so do bear with me today, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know from the jump. I am just letting y'all know from the jump. Alright, Abby. Turn this on.
성적들이 뭐 저를 더 좋게 만들어주는 원동력이 될 수도 있겠지만
Yeah, I really have one brain cell going for me right now.
그리고 뭐 당연히 저도 이번 대회에서 좋은 성적을 거두고 싶고 우승까지 바라보고 싶은데 개인적으로는
Also, pineapple.
현재
fresco.
경기력적인 부분에서 저
Sounds
자신에게 의심이
delicious.
들지는 않아서 멘탈적인 부분만 안 흔들린다면 계속 좋은 모습 보일 것 같아요.
Champion's mindset, of course. 인터뷰는 감사합니다. Thank you so much. And Jisun, thank you so much as well.
We're waiting. Is this the year that he's gonna win?
This is the year. This is Chovi's year.
No, it's not.
I feel like the devout members of the Church of Choji, they will be celebrating this year.
No, they won't.
Because he has a super team assembled around him. Keen in the top lane, a superstar. I think the best top laner at the entire tournament. He has Canyon, a superstar, the jungle goat over next to him. And then, of course, Ruler literally deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He came home to Genji to end his career here at home.
Exactly, but y'all over here, Chovy.
He has turned into superstar value pickup in just one short year on Genji.
And I think the Duro one is especially impressive
Yeah.
because Canyon is the guy who will just play for himself. You have to bear
The
such a
Chovy
big
Glaze,
burden. You don't get to be a
1.3 seconds in.
passenger
Is that
in
not
this lineup of
crazy? Is
superstars
that not
when you're
crazy,
Duro.
Saint?
He had to step up to the plate, and he absolutely has.
Is
There's
that
a
not
reason that when
crazy,
we talk
Saint?
about this team, all 5 of the players are in contested for top.
I
in
turn
the
on the
world.
broadcast for 0.5
Duro's
seconds.
been such a pleasant surprise.
Chovy.
I also wanna return to
Chovy.
Chovy and something he said in this interview, right, where he said he's like been taught how to be mentally
Oh, you know
strong. I
what?
also feel
You know what I want to do with y'all? I want to do the unboxing with y'all.
When he was chovying
I
or
wanna do the
tracking
unboxing.
CS, right? Like he was still amazing, but I felt like his maturity around the map wasn't as good. Now he is such a well-rounded player. So it also just comes back to him as one of, if not the best mid laners in the world.
Yes, indeed. And this might be the run, but as long as it doesn't
Don't
happen,
look at my-
it's still a
my
what if,
dinner.
and I think for me that's the biggest what if probably alongside
look at my
Losing
dinner.
Candy and some of those in League of Legends
Okay.
history. So
Yeah, I mean, there's this seed of doubt, right?
Look at
Because it
this
feels like
right
Chovy's been the
game
best player in the world,
spots.
and he keeps adding new things. But he's
Okay,
been
I
the
gotta
best.
move
He's
this out
pushing
the
himself
way.
further
It
and
does
further,
not
and yet
look
it's never
cute.
materialized into lifting the world's trophy. So as good as they are, as much of a sure thing as it feels like, there's still that bit of doubt, I think, in the back of everybody's mind.
yes, but perhaps not for the mid jungle themselves, and that is our featured matchup presented
How
by
dare
Mercedes
she
Benz
take care of her
Cuz and BDD
hunger.
versus Canyon and Chovy.
All right, guys.
In today's
Let's
featured
open
matchup presented by
the
Mercedes-Benz,
Riftbound
it's
box.
Korea's finest mid-jungle duos, Canyon and Chovy versus Cuz and BDD. Back in 2017, Cuz and BDD also went flawless in groups with Longzhu, only to
So
be
this was the
swept
card
aside by Ruler's
that they
team.
sent me.
And now, 8 years later, they face him again and have the chance to finally rewrite
Okay.
that ending.
Now we will do a pack unboxing. Focus.
KT
Focus.
already overcame Genji once to qualify for Worlds. But since then,
Thank you.
the champions have struck back, not
Ooh.
once, but twice.
Okay. And then this is the Proving Grounds. I kind of want to see what's in here before we do the unboxing thing. So this is the
Tonight
Proving
decides
Grounds.
it
It
all.
comes with
Can
4
KT
sets of
finally conquer
cards,
the best duo in the
which
world,
is
or will
Master
Canyon and
Yi,
Chovy prove
Lux,
untouchable once
Garen,
again?
and Annie. I'm going to turn the broadcast down.
It's crazy to see
Okay.
the parallels between that Longzhu team because now I'd argue that it's Canyon and Chovy that are in that spot.
So in
Despite
this,
the undefeated, like you have to take that out, but
it
this
has a
Chovy
how
team
to
is so
play
much about this mid-jungle. And because of that, because they're too good,
whole thing. So it
I pulled some
literally
plays
teaches you like,
from, their
oh, those
history
are so
just
cute.
to take a walk down
So it
memory
says the
lane.
goal of the
This was
game,
actually
and then
the
it tells you how to set up the
jungle
game,
to kill in LCK.
and yada
It's
yada
not
yada
his
yada.
in Italy. It's not his most
So this is like a
impressive,
full-blown
mechanical
tutorial,
play, but there was
and
such a
then
massive moment on one of his
it also
biggest
has like
He does
a
hit
way
so
for
many
you to
snares.
like
They're almost
set
forcing
up
back here, and he dodges key
your
abilities as well.
own
Showmaker blocking here
board.
for him. His old
So like this is like a baby board, like a board with like training wheels, and it has it for each set. So there's an Annie set, the Master Yi set. Who are these people on the bottom? They look like they're from Zon. Is Annie from Zon?
This is a career-long level of performance for both these guys.
Yeah, and
This is Garen, ill.
Lee Sin kick that I feel like, you know,
The graphics are like really nice though.
is just feeding their face off. This is
And then
something
for the Gorals,
is this play.
for the Gorals, of course, you already know who it is. Yeah, girl.
Have you ever done that, Kobe?
Lux. And as you can see, it says right here, like how to start your turn, when do you score, when it's your turn, what should you do, yada, yada, yada. Oh my gosh, wait, there's actual like little goodies in here. Hold on. This is so cute. Okay, so this is the Annie deck. This is what it looks like on the back. Focus for me. Thank you.
Oh, awesome. I also think it's interesting because for Canyon, I feel like maybe we were a little bit more unsure. Maybe
That's
coming into Worlds
Annie.
specifically, right? 'Cause for me,
And then
Canyon has
here's
always been a champion.
Garen.
He can change the fate of a game, and specifically a game 5. He will be so creative. He will make it work. And I
The
feel like
might
we've seen a
of
lot more of that now.
Demacia.
Yeah, 100%. He has stepped up significantly. I think the big
We'll go
prevailing
through and
narrative
like
is
look
Chim
at
Chim
each of the
is still the best team,
cards.
but he struggled in that KT series they lost.
And then here's Lux. I thought it said Lady of Lamborghini, but it's Lady of Luminosity, obviously.
He is looking incredible, and this matchup is going to be
Lady
so
of
tough
Lamborghini,
because
of course. And then Master Yi. Yeah, it has its own rules. So we'll look at like what all of the cards look like. But there's more stuff in here. What is this?
Series that they've played versus each other and kind of the wipeouts as well. How do we read into them?
Oh, I get my own fun little. So if any of you guys have ever played Magic of the Gathering, like, well, this game has battlefields where you are able to damage the enemy and earn points. And as you can see, like each battlefield will have its own like special thing. Okay. Shall we do our first pack opening? Oh wait, let's see what's these.
Because they're the reason we're in this timeline.
Yeah,
They're the ones. They altered so much
What are
with that
these?
upset victory to bring us to this tournament.
It's true. We got to watch T1 in plans. I didn't expect that.
Oh, they're little standees.
So why can't it be
They're
today?
little
I think maybe
standees.
storylines can
So this is
converge,
Master
but
Yi.
we'll see. I'd love to know what our fans at home think about this matchup. You can vote every single day at mastercard.gg.
I placed this card in defense mode, face down.
They've been pretty good, I think. In a second, we'll see it.
I have a feeling that they too are going to be Gen G favored because also a lot of KT fans don't.
Wait, that's so
predict KT.
cute.
Yeah, we have a surprising amount of people who did not understand the assignment.
I'm going to be honest. When we were planning this, I thought this was going to be a slam.
She
Okay,
understood
she
the
understood
assignment.
the
She knew.
assignment. Good.
That's
Okay, you're watching us. We got it. We got it.
That might be like
super
30%
cute.
too many. We can give them 9.6.
So they gave us
slow our roll a little bit here.
How many times is
all
Laura
of the
slipped
starter
back
pack
into
girlies.
the podcast, by the way? That
We'll see her.
presentation,
How
I've
fun.
seen it before.
Yeah, I have.
You didn't learn.
She gets
Yeah, I
it.
think one day I want to play
Well,
Dungeons and
these
Dragon as well. I've heard so many good things about it.
because I know that the story is so strong.
Should I do my first
to win this entire world championship. I
pack
know that
unboxing?
their fans didn't believe in them getting here, but they went 7-0, so there has to be something there.
And I will say for KT, it feels like strategic
My first
disbelief at a certain point
Yeah,
because
yes.
there were things
Origin
that
box.
that they did win, and it was
Origin booster.
dominance. Now it's easy to chalk
That
it up
is.
to Gen G underperforming, but Cuz and BDD especially looked so fantastic in that series.
Can it
That's something you
focus,
can't really afford
please?
to underestimate.
Yeah, and I think that they used
Come on,
some
girl.
special picks as
Thank
well.
you.
That was key, and we've seen them repeat.
Okay, hold on.
The Zoe plus the Ziggs combo, that was huge. Then we also had the Nocturne when they were able to use it versus Gen G
Like, it
to
just-
find their win there. I also thought the Lissandra game, they got so much damage out of the Lissandra passive, you know, choosing the areas that they fight in and then clumping up inside Dragon Pit. You know, a lot of value
Okay.
there from the
Here we go.
choices that they made in Champ Select. In addition
My
to
first
how they
ever
played
booster
on the
pack
Yeah,
unboxing.
VOD has consistently been stellar, even when the rest of KT have just been okay. In that Gen G series, though, it was really cuz.
Wait, I need to turn off the
absolutely stood out.
broadcast for right now. How you open these packs? Okay, I got it. I've never done a like Pokemon pull. I don't know what that means, but here we go. This looks like Kate, no? Come on, babes. I need you to lock in. I think it wants to focus over here. Thank you. Okay. So this is Caitlin. Okay, obviously this one's Caitlin. Play anytime, even before spells and abilities resolve. Give a unit -4 damage this turn to a minimum of 1. Whoa. Smoke screen. Oh, how cute! Stalwart Poro. That's so cute. He's so precious. Look at him. Magma Worm. Other friendly units enter ready. Okay. Forge of the Future. When you play this, play 1 recruit unit token at your base. Kill this, recycle up to 4 cards from trashes. I don't know who that is, but how you doing? You know what I'm saying? How you doing? Bilgewater Bully. Ooh, look, like I love the artwork on these. Like really get into that artwork. Really get into that artwork. When I'm buffed, I have ganking. So ganking means, well, obviously it's defined right there. You can move from battlefield to battlefield. Next one. Shipyard Skulker. Few people laugh when she claimed she was a dock pirate. Okay, it's a unit with that can do 3 damage. Trifarian Glory Seeker. When you play me, buff me. If I don't have a buff, I get +1 damage buff. Get the effect if you've played another card this turn. I like her hair. Solari Chief. Okay, Leona. When you play me, choose an enemy unit. If this is stunned, kill it. Otherwise, stun it. It doesn't deal combat damage this turn. Oh no, it unfocused. Come back. Come back. Okay, if I come over here. Okay. Poro Herder. Poro Herder. This is cute. If you control a Poro, buff me. We do have a Poro. Okay, so these are battlefields. The Dreaming Tree. Isn't this... Who that is? First time you choose a friendly unit with a spell here, each turn draw 1. Are those little ghosties? They showed you on stream? What? What do you mean they showed me on stream? No, bingo isn't open at the moment. I haven't set it up. Oh, I got Fiora. Wait, she looks so pretty. She can deflect, gank, and have a shield. Wait, is it starting? It's starting. Okay. I go quick. I go quick. Oh, that's Hecarim. I swear I thought that was Thresh. I almost died. Rasa the Sunderer. We're almost done. We're almost done. And then we got Stormbringer. We're almost done. I promise. A recruit. And steps of combat. Okay. Let me turn this on.
제가 생각하는 가장 아름다운 룰은
Thank y'all for opening the booster pack with me. That was fun. I've never done one of those before.
사람들이 알아채기 어려운
Signature spell, it's super rare. Is it really?
그걸 플레이하는 선수는 정말 많은 생각과 심리전을 섞으면서 하고 있다고 생각하기 때문이에요.
Yo, did he bite his lips?
작년에 월즈에 떨어지고 나서
Yo, I want these pro players to know, like, if they just moisturize their lips, they wouldn't split the way that they do. Like, I need somebody on the team to give them one of these. Like, give them a lip mask, babes. And so whenever they want to lick their lips or whatever, they nice and soft.
상전을 정말 많이 왔어요. 21년, 22년, 23년 이렇게. 근데 늘 넘어졌어요.
Tay, who?
그런 실수를 어떻게 안 하려고 생각했냐면 초심으로 돌아가는 게 정답이었던 것 같습니다.
完美与谦逊集于一身者，即为主宰。季中冠军赛冠军，几近不败的传说，直至棋逢对手。
KT literally beat their booty cheeks.
KT 秋菊于西风中独立，铁骨经霜。
룰러 선수와 인연이 되게 깊은 것 같아요. 17년도에는 상대로 만나서 제가 지고
I didn't set up bingo for tonight.
21년도에는
I do apologize.
동료로서 경기에서 또 지고 23년도에는 상대로 만나서 제가 또 지고 올해는 또 이렇게 만나게 됩니다.
孤星之光，难破长夜。
I normally am the one who sets it up. Like I have to change all of the
게임 자체로는 제가
yeah, I didn't set it up for today, Caitlin. No, I'm not going to the watch party. A lot of plans changed, so I will not be going to the
굉장히 좀 진 게 충격적이었고요.
watch party.
질 거라고 전혀 생각하지 않았는데 좀 다시 마음을 다잡고
A lot of stuff has happened tonight.
제가 생각하는 완벽한 롤은 선수 개개인 다 같이 각자 역할을 잘 수행했을 때
Is there any series game close to what went down yesterday?
겐지가 저희와의 경기에서 되게 이렇게 많다고 느끼는데
Even though it was a quick 4-1 or 3-1, I do think Genji versus HLE was a good series. Girl.
제가 젠지를 떠나고 소비 선수가 제 자리에 들어오게 됐는데 당시에는 받아들이기가 쉽지 않았는데 결국에 제가 할 수 있는 거는 제 실력을 보여주는 것밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
Not you only watching with me because of bingo.
天际 已不遥远。
Who's ready for some hands? Who you rooting for, Holy?
것처럼 제 길을 꿋꿋이 걸어 나가겠습니다.
Yeah, I think typing that in chat was kind of rude, not gonna lie.
만족스러운 경기력까지
I feel like I'm so nice, but
银汉迢迢，
like that was crazy.
紫薇熠熠，摘星必在此行。只有一方可冲破天幕，直至星河。
KT always loses Genji. Not today. They will prevail. There's an Ari card worth $2,000. Why is it so expensive?
꿈은 언젠가는 이루어집니다.
KT, I need you to lock in tonight.
꿈 깨시길 바랍니다.
I think I did 3-1. I want to go back to the prediction that y'all said they showed on screen. Ooh, come on, Angle. Let's go, KT! Why did they put Chovy in front? Isn't it supposed to be top jungle, mid, ADC support?
Where we are here for the first of two semi-finals over the next 48 hours. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Chronicler and Azael to lead you through this battle of the LCK Legend group as KT take on Genji.
No, Reduce, like I'm already over this, bro.
Here for one of these teams.
I'm already over this, bro.
Not even enough for Genji. All that they want, all that they've talked about.
Okay,
earlier,
but
despite their
it's
domestic
Faker
success,
Mid-State. It's different.
Not just the win here today.
It's
They're already looking
different.
forward, I imagine. But KT, their story might not end here today, but the fact that they're here in the first place in semis
It's
is
different.
insane, given the ups and
Faker
downs
is
of
the
roller
king
coaster.
of League of
They weren't even
Legends.
supposed to be at Worlds.
He
right? A lot of
deserves
people
that
didn't think they would
recognition.
actually make it, and their greatest moment was won against Genji. You know, the qualification to Worlds, being able to win this improbable match.
All right,
I think
KT.
really does have a bit of
KT,
poetic,
go crazy tonight, bro.
To it, you know, how
Go
beautiful that
crazy
is that
tonight,
they
bro.
now have this opportunity to really prove
3 out of 4
themselves here
teams
once
being
again,
LCK
and
is
to pull off
crazy.
what would be a colossal upset.
The only team that
and just
went home
continue
is
this great story that
HLE.
KT have already had.
That's the question for KT.
And they were
Can you
beat by a
rekindle that
Korean
flame? Can you
team.
find that moment once again to take down Genji like you did to make it here to Worlds? For Genji, you've won MSI 2 times back-to-back.
There's nothing wrong with BDD. I'm saying that the order was incorrect. It's normally top jungle, mid ADC support, but they did mid top jungle ADC support. Like, what kind of sense that make?
I am left wondering what we're going to see here, because there are parts of this KT journey that make you reminisce of 2022, a DRX roster that up until the very end was doubted, was not believed in by many people, me included. And KT, today they have the opportunity to show whether they can take down Genji again. We all saw that graphic
Team
at the
Liquid
beginning.
is
They
looking
won
at
one
Smash.
series, and I was there, and
True.
it was a banger.
I didn't set up bingo
But can they
tonight.
replicate that?
I mean, that is a
I've
question on
been very
everyone's
busy.
mind.
I am also very tired.
aside,
There were a lot of things that were
Genji is a
supposed to happen that
massive
didn't
favorite, right? You know,
happen.
that I think
So I
is
just didn't set it up.
undeniable. But I will say for KT, both Perfect and Peter have played better at Worlds than I expected. KT is on a 7-0 run. They have not dropped a single game. Yes, you can talk about the strength of the competition. Yes, you can talk about the fact that they haven't played someone of Genji's caliber. But I still do kind of get that inkling of hope watching this KT team. You know, they couldn't really have done much more up to this
It's just
point.
a
They've been
really
perfect.
busy schedule this weekend.
That's the top laner, actually.
Like
so
I
come
said
on.
earlier, I did
Sorry, we have
not
to get that one out of
sleep
the way.
a lot. I think I got
followed
like
for that
5
one.
hours of sleep.
Times.
And
I don't
then
like it, but,
my roomies
we
wanted to
are
go
here
to
at
the
LCK
Halloween
versus LCK
parade.
matchup, so
And then
Ballpark's looking
it's
bigger
co-stream
today.
time. And then I have a flight to Atlanta, a 5-hour flight to Atlanta. in the AM, so I'm probably gonna get 3 hours of sleep tonight, and then I go immediately to DreamHack, go home, co-stream Worlds, wake up, go to DreamHack. So it's just, there's a lot going on, so much going on
I think
this
are going
weekend.
to see a big focus here today on both supports. I, for one, having casted these guys back in the Challenger Jays, still can't truly believe
Just skip the
that,
trip
we
to
are about to watch
ATL.
World Semifinals. Both
I already
these
told
players
my
have
brother
had
I'm
ups and
coming
downs
though.
on different
Yeah, I think
rosters.
DreamHack
Peter
will be
on
fun.
Chim, Duro on
Yeah, I'll
GNG.
probably sleep
And I wouldn't be
on the
surprised
flight
if
in the
we're seeing
morning.
Pry on that Nico, because Peter has been absolutely lethal on that. But instead, it's going to be the respect towards BDD.
Yeah, this is
with the early
Worlds.
pickup of the Talia.
You missed an amazing series yesterday, Apocalypse, but I do think today will also be a good series for you to watch. So you've chosen a big,
I'm expecting with that you're
a
giving
big,
over Rumble. So clearly Gen.G had to know that was going to be happening,
series.
and still they do just choose Talia. Because
I was there earlier today, and they had Clash of Clans World Finals going on, and it was packed. Dude, that sounds so fun.
Sion is unbanned.
Was it pretty fun today, Holy?
But you know, Trundle is available. Some of those answers that people have to make it more palatable are there.
And the Galio, not only into the Rumble, but also
I feel like
has been
they think that Yanara is worth the ban. I personally don't think Yanara is worth the ban, but they keep her locked.
I think even when Perfect was struggling, his Rumble has always been great. And there was a large
I've already done 3 male cosplays. I've cosplayed 3 times.
The best form was many times banned against him. We're going to see Canyon's Vide at Vide. Talia as a combo that we've been seeing for the entirety of the year. Guaranteed lockdown and a lot of ability to set up plays.
Just so powerful. The ability to catch out one player really.
Y'all remember when Corki used to be like only mid? Yeah, I wish they had League stuff there. I feel like they used to, but League of Legends normally doesn't do cons anymore. It's so weird. I feel like the last place they had League of Legends at a con was
and BDD was on the receiving
PAX
end
East?
of one of the most
No, PAX West
performances I've seen from Jovi
in like
on this Yone
2022.
So not only does he pick it away, and is this a huge show of confidence for the man that has been stalwart in the mid lane all year, but it also is a pick away
PAX.
because we are of course playing in Fearless, and this is something that Gen.G even used very recently in their last series to pick up a win.
And I just think so far the red side draft looking really, really good for KT. You know, not only do you get a lot of these power picks, you already have
all right, Holy, don't do all of that.
Bands up towards top side if you're worried about things, you know, like the Ornn or the Sion or whatever. So I do really like what they're doing so far in draft.
Would expect an Aurora ban here. That is something that Keen has gone towards often into the Rumble. And with the Vi and Corki,
oh my gosh, the T1 games.
There is the one thing I do worry about for KT is the early laning trial. In many of the matchups between these two teams, it's been a lot about who can get off to a good start. And it's going to be the Alistair in stats, so paying the respect to Duro.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Rumble should give you some prio. You're expecting, as long as you have a strong AD pairing on the bot side, that Nico is going to help to give you prio down there as well. Clearly, Gen.G targeting some of the safer AD carries will be interesting to see. You know,
no, Raspberry.
A lot of the kind of safe targets have been things
hopefully
like
one day
Sia,
true.
like Jin.
They have
really
like heating
from Doctum and want to be more vulnerable to this obvious dive that they are going for.
Gonna get rid
hand
of
warmers.
Sivit, although Canyon has shown us that he can smite the spell shield out of midair with that Lee Sin play that he's so well known for. Here, deciding doesn't want to have to do that if he goes in with the cease and desist. So, KT, where are we looking? Jungle, very likely on this pick. Could go AD carry and save the jungle for final pick as well.
And Cuz has had his fair share of iconic champions. The Sejuani is one you might look towards specifically because you're playing with the Yone.
Yeah.
That is a combo that we have seen many a time. Yeah, the Sivir, I think,
I'm too
is
biased.
just very solid into Corki as well.
Well, it'll be okay once he gets eliminated tonight, you know?
Matchup. Just going to be the Jarvan, though. I don't love the Jarvan into the Talia Corki combo, but it is obviously a lot of comfort, and the combination with the Rumble.
I feel like co-streamers are fun to watch with because you can like talk to them rather than being talked to. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm just kind of curious to see, you know, are they going to
How is that possible?
They were picking a lot of Caitlyn early on.
That is so cute.
And Caitlyn is still up and available if they want to try to play for a really dominant lane 2v2. You could go Caitlyn Nico. Something that you talked about.
The casters are also biased with the Chovy Glaze, so I feel like it's okay.
Keen gonna look for the Jace in the top lane, answering fire with fire.
Is it usually cold in these type of arenas? So from my experience over the past 3 worlds that I've gone to, in France, they did not have air conditioning for worlds. But it was cold outside, but it was still a little toasty inside. In Korea, because it was happening like around this time, it was also very cold outside. I don't know if they had the air on inside, but it wasn't hot inside. It was still very cold.
So it wouldn't be surprised to see Dogdom pick that one up, and it will be
in the UK,
it makes a lot of sense when you're talking about how
they did have AC on. It wasn't like freezing, but
right? So draft for some early prio.
Like it was air conditioned.
Have a really strong dive and team fight here with really everyone except the Caitlyn. You have pushing power on the bot side. You have pushing power in the top side. Yone, you're not expecting to get pushed against the Taliyah, but still, that's a lot of lanes that are going to have some prio, which is going to open up opportunities for Cuz, because we know when we look at the one series
Holy,
that KT did win
you
against
already
Gen G,
know if that even happened, they would
BDD having these
choke.
heroic performances and
They
being
would
able to be
choke.
enabled just feels so
History
critical.
repeats itself.
When I look at the early game for Gen G, that is just going to be the mid-jungle duo, right? So there's a lot of pressure being put
The
here
reason
onto
why
Chenji.
Gen G will
Chovy
lose
with the
tonight
Taliyah
is for
has
that
a lot of
reason.
ability to impact those
History
side lanes.
repeats
And I'm also going
itself.
to wonder how much space is Duro
Worlds will be in the United States next
very
year.
hard to get out of. We could maybe be seeing some swaps happening.
Next
And if
year,
that's not the case, and Duro's
confirmed.
locked in lane, Canyon has been better at Worlds, but still isn't the jungler would you go to
T1
first when
won
you think of
yesterday.
having the highest level of early impact.
Absolutely, and I mean they could obviously, as you're saying,
Yep.
you know, swap sign down towards
And
Claw,
I am doing
but
everything in my
Dogdom then
power
matches
to
if
make
they get,
sure
you know,
I am at
wind of
every
this. We have
stop.
seen that exact lane swap matchup play out where Caitlyn can dominate
What's up,
in
True?
the 1v1, so that can be a difficult 1v1 if Caitlyn goes top and actually matches the Corki. So level 1 feels pretty important here already.
For sure.
Let's
Wow.
get on to the Rift. The champions elect versus the Cinderella story
Let's
as Gen G
go,
take on KT roster in this
KT.
best of 5. A spot in Chengdu awaits the victor. It's either
Oh, that's
T1
hilarious,
or
True.
Top Esports. For Gen G, it would be
Let's
the
go,
culmination of a story long told.
KT.
The
No, it's
culmination
not
of
bad vibe.
aspirations and dreams, expectations over the
KT,
last couple of years. For
KT.
truly is something out of a fairy tale, a storybook, you have to say. Similar to that DRX run back just a few years ago.
I mean, there's just so much. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
I'm hoping that
maybe
we'll have the time
in
to go into it
LCK
because, of
feels
course, you know,
2K, but
sometimes-
what happens on the
I don't
world
wanna
stage?
Enforce that idea, but sometimes
What
LCK
happens on the
versus
world
LCK can be
stage?
A little bit slow, but there is the Canyon and Dogdom who used to be in the same team. DK that didn't really was able to make the mark that they were hoping for. We have BDD, who after he was replaced by Chovy,
BDD.
had what I think is the worst year of his career. Not necessarily just to him, but that Nongshim roster was really prone to underperformance, was a really tough bounce back. And again, the fact that the expectations on KT
I
were
still want to
really
know if
not
he knows
high. They
that his
barely
name
squeezed into
stands
the
for
legend
baby
group all the
daddy.
way back. It was really up between them and DK and Nongshim for who would be that eventual 4 seed towards Worlds.
And I think a lot of us were surprised with how well KT have done after coming into Worlds. Their roller
yeah.
coaster keeps climbing up and up and up. Only team so far undefeated across the 2025 World Championship.
Yeah, and you just have to wonder how far can they go, right? You know, of course,
All the
people
way
are
to
coming in
finals,
here and they
baby.
say, yeah, you know, it's Gen G, you're gonna get smacked, it's gonna be a sweep, but I feel like KT fans just need something to hang their hats on, right? You get a little bit of momentum in this first game, and I feel like people want to believe in that story. They want to believe in the underdog. It's
All right,
such a
bet,
fun
Pierre.
thing to cheer for. This team that is constantly overlooked, that
Come
never seems to be
on,
able to get it quite
being
right.
proactive,
When it finally does
raspberry.
start to work out, it's just a beautiful story. You know, you want to see guys like BDD be able to prove their worth, you know, to take down someone who you were replaced
Now,
by,
BDD,
who
why are
everyone
you
is overlooking
75%
you for,
HP gone?
I think is just awesome to think about.
It really is, and what a place to prove it, that against Chovy's Taliyah, 25-4 on this all-time. It's a pretty one-sided scoreline for Chovy, as are many things for Gen G this year. They've only lost 2 best-of-5s across the entirety of 2025. One was to KT, and one was to Hanwha Life Esports all the way back in the qualification in the LCK Cup.
And it's been close calls many a time. We've seen them go against a 5th game against many a team domestically, against or in MSI as well. But outside of those two, they have been victorious. And then for Gen G, I think, again, it is the weight of the
My
expectations.
man's got 200 HP and he walking up.
Consumed by that
Okay, I respect that.
for finally breaking through the barrier, which he's never got further than semis.
And I mean, it is a really brutal
That is
metric
DRX
by which
Caitlyn.
we are judging Gen G and by which we are judging Chovy. But it is because he's been looked at, maybe not at every given moment, but many moments for many years now as the best mid laner in the world. And now they're looking mid.
Oh, brother.
Chovy flashes immediately into the flag and drag. Knocked back with a seismic
Best
shot.
mid laner in the
But his
world.
locks become his
Best
tombstone.
laner in the
KT
world.
on the board for first blood.
First
And when you want
blood.
to talk about pressure,
First
flashing
blood.
in line with the flag and drag there, I think he was maybe trying to
The best
flash
mid
over
laner in the
it,
world
or
would
anticipating,
never.
an EQ flash or something like that. But Cuz doesn't even have to flash. BDD
God.
doesn't even have to flash. And
Like,
they got
I need to
first blood,
understand.
and it goes to the Yone.
Stop saying stuff like that. Y'all know he is not the best in the world. There is only one person who is the best in the world. And it's Fakey Wakey.
Circumferential vision doesn't get spotted by Canyon and sets
Come
up his mid laner
on.
for
No.
success immediately. Because once you hit 6, this matchup becomes infinitely easier.
And I like to joke about this, but I'm kind of not really joking. Yone's hit full build. You
Period.
get that early
And I hope
ancestor,
he
and it can
run
just be so difficult
him
now to actually
down.
have Prio to be able to poke you down because you
Talking
can hit
about
this
best
critical
mid laner
threshold
in the
where
world.
Both Talia has a bad buy in just the tier, so you're not really getting a lot more damage, and you have so much sustain that now all of a sudden you can't really even get Prio in that lane. And that really was the only lane that we were expecting Gen G to have that early Prio
It's
in.
just
So
disrespectful.
BDD going to be in his comfort zone now
It's
here.
just
And Jovi's going to have to play
disrespectful.
super defensive with no flash for the next 5 minutes.
Cuz going to be in his comfort zone as well. The ability to invade into Canyon's jungle, who has been a little bit quieter in the early game than Canyon of yesteryear. I think the player that's most struggled on Gen G across summer has been Canyon, so we'll see if Cuz can punish him appropriately.
And by a large margin, Canyon not just not being able to find the biggest early game impact, which has been kind of a constant through his career, but also just not having that much impact in general, which is not something that you've been able to say for him for a large part of it, as we do have Cuz will get spotted here, but it is very telling that, again, it's Cuz visiting BDD. These players on many
Faker got solo killed by an 18-year-old. Bro, anybody who be sweating the way they be sweating when they go up against Faker, you know Faker be playing like this. Faker be playing like this. And everybody else be 90-degree angle in their back. Head to the freaking monitor. Faker just chilling, man. He just doing his thug fizzle. Everybody's sweating. Everybody's sweating. My man's just over there
So I
killing.
do think sometimes players have to reinvent themselves a bit and kind of figure out, okay, well, what playstyle works best for me and enables my team to have the
Faker
most
was
success.
so good last
And this
night.
is about as bad as it gets for Gen G, because the only one that's ahead is
Bro got ganked and all of a sudden he's the worst mid laner. I didn't say he was the worst mid laner. I didn't say that. I just think it's disrespectful to say that he's the best mid laner in the world when Faker is still alive and playing.
Now Gen G's
And then he make a play like that.
been great, but even that KT
Come on
got
now.
ahead of them and was able to pick up that first
Come
dragon.
on now.
So we'll see if Gen G is able to contest for these grubs in about a minute and a half.
Both teams going for the lane swap, having their bot lanes go up towards that top side because of those grubs that we talk about. You'll see the top laners just matching bot. They can TP up if they're
You
so
really want to sit here and say that Faker sat in Guma's backpack yesterday.
on Chovy, so he's just going to clear his top side and
Like,
Canyon mirrored
real
down towards
talk,
that bottom
game
side. It's
5.
going up towards the grubs.
You
Need to
really
look
think
at
he
the
sat in
Stamford
Guma's
Juro, but
backpack
you can always just
yesterday?
dash away to the Corki.
Yeah, not going to be too much of a big deal.
You
but
think
they're
in
trying
Worlds
to
last
keep
year,
the push
Worlds
going.
finals.
And though we do see
You think it was all
Ruler a little bit
Guma,
behind,
Holy?
At least the Caitlyn has not been
No,
farming
I'm
a lot
not
of
saying that
plates or
Guma wasn't
anything
good.
like
I
that.
think
They've done a
Guma
good
and
job of
Faker
actually
carried Game
keeping the
5.
farm
I think
close
they
enough
both
and
did.
Keeping them off the tower. It hasn't just been this
Why, thank you so
total
much for the
disaster
Twitch
where
Prime and the
sometimes these
8
Caitlyn
months
really
of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today, filled with nothing but
against the
sunshine and
weak early
rainbows.
laning support like the Rakan, but Duro and Ruler are doing a great job of
That's
just kind of minimizing
crazy
the damage as
feels.
much as they possibly can, and that's really your job.
We'll have to see whether any contest can
I
come through,
think
whether KT can keep
I think
this
Game
early
5, Guma
lane supremacy
definitely
going and make sure that they
was
are
part of
able
the
to
reason that they
turn
won,
the
but I
keys to
think
grubs, as we
Faker
do
was
see
the other
Knockdown
part.
just, they'll
I
try and
also
get as
think
much
that,
chip
like,
damage down as,
honestly,
objective is about to spawn,
both teams
and it
just
should
played
be looking good for
exceptionally
KT to
well
contest that. We do see Duro
in
TP
Game
back,
5.
but
Like,
Ruler
Game 5 was
jumps out
just
as
so
he is.
good.
I have a lot of
I
faith
feel
in
like
this man's
everybody was
Corki, but
playing to peak
It would be
how far
performance.
that is and only a tier and long sword and some bits. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
It would be very greedy to go for that. Duro not yet level 6,
Say
so doesn't
that.
have the quickness. They're going to step around the corner here, poke their noses in, see if Cuz is doing anything a little
The way
bit
I would be
illegal,
the,
but for the moment,
I
Cuz
probably
should
would have
be
been
able to
like,
get
yes.
one of these
Ooh.
grubs. KT pushed in the top
I
side.
mean,
Ruler's
oh
gonna answer
no.
that. Canyon looking for the
He
flank from the
died,
bottom side. Bolt
you
break
know.
onto BDD, lands the knockup.
Probably
Face
would have hit
sealed
one of
out from
those.
BDD across the wall, using that ultimate just for a little bit of extra distance between him and Genji. Chovy coming in, BDD will dash out of the back of the pit, and KT will escape with only one of the grubs. Great smite from Canyon to secure the one
Game
that
5
contested,
was
and
a heart
Genji will get
attack.
their second.
Honestly, really well played by Canyon to navigate that situation. You know, BDD had Prow through mid, but Canyon just kind of set up shop, waited for him, forced out that ult, and got a chunk onto BDD very early. And from that spot, you no longer
Wait,
really
Kyria
wanna
got
fight,
MVP
right? So
yesterday,
it
did
just
he not?
became this one grubbing out, even with those winning lanes and what looked like a better spot for KT to at least be able to get two.
I do like seeing that Keen also TP to mid, because with the Cyanode, he would have been able to join the fight soon anyway, but because there wasn't a continued contest from KT, was able to get towards bot lane earlier. Perfect still was able to equalize the goal lead just a little bit, able to get some time alone in that lane.
If you're a top laner, you
It
love
was
Pizza
so
hangs around,
good.
waits for the double
Welcome.
recall, then drags the wave so it slow pushes in towards Perfect. And he's like, okay,
Doran.
I'll very happily just accept this.
Doran was
closer to my
there.
tower.
I
Means
think
that I'm
Doran
at
had a
very
couple
minimal
of
risk of a jungle
plays where
It
he
is hard to find
peeled
someone that doesn't
well.
love Peter.
He also had a couple of other plays.
This man has been farming
yeah.
fans throughout the year, both with his interviews and his really stellar performance, particularly again on the Nico. Has had his fair ups and downs, but he is a KT player, so that kind of comes with the territory.
Sure, but just to highlight how good it was, that was a whole wave, a cannon wave lost for Keen, and Perfect was able to get there, pick up the cannon, pick up a couple of the melee minions, so it's a big gold swing for Perfect. Obviously doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but those are the small things that can add up.
No, they absolutely can. I mean, unfortunately for Keen, he already had a significant advantage. You know, he has been doing really well in the 1v1, and honestly, to me, Keen is just point blank period, best top laner in the world.
You talking about when they were bought in the like alcove or whatever? True.
It's kind of ridiculous, and he can play every style.
GDD's going to snap back here. Takes a couple of fists to his face, but is able to rebind his soul and escape with the wave pushing it.
Yeah, I really want some exciting drafts tonight. Welcome.
Mainly just looking to get Chovy a nice base here. The Dragon is about to come up in 25 seconds. We'll see. Genji for sure going to be looking to fight for this one. They now have the Rakan ultimate available as well. And TPs are coming in. Both mid laners going to try and fight for pride on the wave here. Keen doesn't have TP, but he is Scion, so with his ultimate, is able to join at reasonable pace.
I mean, this is one of the things that when I watch Genji a lot in the LCK had always really impressed me, is that, you know, even if they do build these slight deficits, they play
BDD, fate sealed across the wall, and once again his ultimate used
He
before
good.
that objective
He
fight.
good.
Now he's going to have to try and path through three members
I
of Genji
would
to
call
get down into this
BDD
river.
baby
Just a
daddy,
beautiful bit of
but
pressure,
that's
and
not my
now
baby
again,
daddy, so I
you have
can't
this
say
position
that.
was supposed to be this winning
But I
position.
do
Now
think that's a
BDD
really
without
fun
ult, do you
nickname
really
for
wanna take the
him.
fight? I think it becomes so much
Because
more
his
risky.
name
But
is
KTT,
literally an
they
acronym
are
for
trying
baby
to set
daddy.
up in the area, trying to get some traps down. Genji looks like they're going to be able to retake this space, though.
Cuz is sitting on a spike, does have the Sunrise Sky available. That is a big advantage thanks to that early assist, plus the fact that he is
As
up a
they
couple of
do.
camps.
As they
We
do,
see
Jalissa.
BDD is still around even without the ultimate. If the rest of the team sets up for him, should still be able to do a decent amount of damage.
And look at bot. So
Birthday
right now
daddy.
it's still Duckdom
I've
down there,
always
just
seen it
pushing
as
in this
baby
wave. So
daddy.
he's drawn Ruler down, but Ruler is now very separated from the rest of the team. So
Because of the two
Duckdom does have
Ds.
the
Well,
inside
there's
track
three
to get
Ds.
back
And
to the rest of his squad that's in this area, and BDD now coming again back from mid lane. So they have pretty decent positioning to try to take over this area.
Genji using that time to deny a little
Isn't
bit of
it
this
so
trouble in the
interesting
pit
how they
from KT
position
as they do start
themselves,
up their
Saint?
second Dragon. Ruler at the back of the pit. And Valkyrie in if a fight starts sharpish. Meanwhile, the
Okay,
unstoppable
he's
onslaught
coming
out
down.
from Keen as he charges down here. The Drake falling lower though, down to 2k. BDD jumping in just to distract. A quickness from Juro, a smite from Cuz. KT secure the Drake and a great disengage as well. As Genji are the ones
Ooh,
retreating,
nice ulti.
unable to find purchase in the fight.
And KT says thank you very much for watching as we take the objective. Perfect does have to invest his TP, but that's an investment you're happily going to take with Mountain on the board, and the fact that Genji's playing a two-carry composition, as they so often do. This early game is off to a great start here for KT.
It's a fantastic start for KT, and I just really like how they navigated
Perfect.
that. I think a lot of
I
teams,
hope we
once they
keep this
lost
up
hold
for
on
the next
BDD,
3
would just
games.
say, all right, that's their Dragon. We just have to give that.
Yeah, they're doing great
but
so
they
far.
navigated it out so incredibly well. You know, playing with Prio through that bot lane. Duckdom
Nice
non-stop
ult,
pushing.
Duckdom.
Just that Ruler was so sectioned off from the rest of the team
Great
that by
ult.
the time he actually got there, the Dragon was basically already gone. And it
They
just
said
became a bit
Kian
of a
was the
flip,
best
and
top.
KT do get that, and
I'm
they're
a
comfortable to
hater?
continue just playing at this pace.
What did I do?
Thinks that they have found many advantages in this.
Oh, what did I
Duro in
do?
particular has been exceptional at this. As
And there it goes, straight onto
anything.
Dogdam. Cease and desist living as the Caitlyn falls
What's
to
up,
Canyon.
Sky? How you
GG on
doing,
the
boo?
board in the semi-finals.
There you go. That's the engage right there. As Duro
What did
and
I
Canyon
even
press their R
do?
buttons and Dogdam goes down.
Yeah,
I'm just over here
nothing much to do
chilling.
about that one.
I just
kinda
hear it
gets
in your
caught pushing
voice.
a little bit too far up, and he is on weak side of the map. Everyone else from KT is on that top
What?
side, so had to be a little bit
Do you
more
think there's a
careful.
world
Does
where
get
they pick
punished,
Vayne?
but it is
G2
just the
picked
one
Vayne.
kill, so not the end of the
So
world.
I
Sometimes you see
don't
these
think
plays
it's
around the
impossible, but I
13,
also
13,
don't
30
think
mark
it's
because people want
likely.
the plates, so they'll step up a little bit more greedily.
You
than they
really
usually
want
would,
Gen G
thinking,
to fail for no
200 extra
reason.
gold for me, you know, put it in my pockets is, but because of that, Gen G collapsed well, and as you say, there really wasn't any support for Dogdam on that side of the map.
I didn't even say nothing about Gen G though. Like the words Gen G didn't even come out my mouth. I was over here talking about KT.
Insane one-item spikes. And we'll see. I think Herald is definitely going to be a setup, and we're already
Hater?
seeing Gen G set up for that.
Y'all on that
as
BS
Duro
where
moving
I be
into
like,
the enemy
man,
jungle to try
I
and get
really
as much
like
vision as
pancakes.
Yeah, Ruler obviously
Why
gonna
are
be
you
behind the
hating
first
on
item
waffles
completion.
like
They
that?
Triforce
I
has
ain't
tier,
saying
etc.
nothing
But
about
I've got to say,
waffles.
that's a 200 gold lead. That's
I
it
was over
for
here
your
talking
Caitlyn
about
Nico
pancakes.
against the Corki Rakan. Like, you
I
really
was
would have
talking
wanted to
about
build that into a lot
KT.
more. So credit to Gen G, great at kind of just minimizing the advantages that they're
Chovy
giving
could be
over to
there
Dogdam
just
here.
standing and you'll
And
be like,
Gen G, as I was
OMG, who does he
touching on
think he
earlier,
is standing
even
there
when they were
breathing?
close
He's
on
so
his fall
annoying.
behind the LCK,
No,
they're just so
I don't even
masterful
be
at how
like
they
that.
approach the team fights and
I
how
don't
they actually
say
set up
nothing
these
about
objectives
Chovy
that
until
getting a
people
lead
are like,
is very
Chovy
far
is the
away from
best mid
guaranteeing a
laner
win
in the
against Gen G.
world.
Yeah, they really are one of the most resilient teams that we have.
Like, don't
when it
piss me
comes
off.
to both their cross-match
Come
fit
on,
as
bro.
well, the consistency
Come
of
on,
their
bro.
setups
I don't say
for
nothing
team
about
fights, one
Chovy
of which
until
we think
Chovy
we
is
might be
mentioned.
having on our hands soon.
And he's always mentioned. They always yap about Chovy. So it's easy for me to interject because they are permanently glazing.
Canyon and Chovy have a decision
Permanently
to make. Put the
glazing.
damage down onto. There's the Volt breaker. As Canyon slams
I
his
make a
fist
stank
into
face because they
Cos.
permanently
Squared a
talk about
little
that
Duro's
man.
gonna
I'm
start
tired
off
of
the
hearing
herald
his
here with
name.
Quill. BDD's working his
Maybe
way up
because
from
he's
the
playing
bot side.
today,
Might just be
Bestie,
focused
Tiny.
on the scuttle
I want you to
crab.
go back to when I
Looking to see if there's anything
first
he can do here,
turned
but it doesn't
on
really feel like
the
KT want to
broadcast
contest right now. The cease and desist
and
from
hear
Gen
what the
G. They want to
first
fight on their
second
terms, and they
said.
kill off the Nico
The first second.
immediately. Nothing that KT can do to collapse.
I mean, Peter was just
They
way
can
too far ahead
glaze
of the rest
him
of the
up
team,
and
right? No
down
one's
the
even
grand
around him
finals
when they do engage on
as
him.
he
And
loses.
the Nico's just a freebie, an add-on to that Herald, which may mean that Gen G gets first tower, and that's going to get them very close to feats.
See, Keen, just as an insurance policy, does TP
As
his way
he
over.
loses,
In
as
hindsight,
he's
not
down
necessary, but given the
13
time, it makes sense
CS.
he will go for the moment that the fight
As
actually
he's
starts.
down a death.
And we're slowly starting to see the gold lead
Like-
dwindle. There will be a TP advantage now, though, here for KT. We'll see if they can leverage that. when
As
the
he's
Dragon
down
comes up,
a
because
whole level.
Gen G are still in a position where I think they need to fight for at least the next two Dragons to kind of equalize that, because if KT gets off to Soul Point, the game becomes so much harder to play out, and they have an really, frankly, insane amount of Baron damage as well. So
I think
feel
that's
like that makes
interesting,
even
Shade,
more
because
or more
I feel
important
like,
that they are
what was
able
it?
to find that objective fight.
Absolutely
Who played
agree.
versus
I feel like
CFO?
the
Was
latest
it
time
KT?
KT right now, you put BDD into that side lane.
Yeah, it was
Sion
KT
has
versus
to go
CFO.
MR early against the
KT
Rumble, so now you
versus
have this
CFO
whole Radiant.
was so
Your lane is the
scrappy.
Blade the Rune King Yone,
Weren't
which
they
is
like
obviously
fighting the
not
whole
gonna be
entire
something you're gonna
time?
be able to do much damage towards. Of course, Keen's job is to just protect the tower, not to win the 1v1.
Suddenly, Yone looks balanced.
Kind of slowly get whittled down. Gen G, though, a lot of members
Suddenly.
here around mid, and I'm just expecting them to drop this Herald soon and try to play.
Yeah,
first
they were
dragon.
scrapping the whole time.
Down mid, we've given that prio in the mid lane. Last
So
fight
it's
around
kinda
the Drake, we
interesting
didn't
how they're
really see a
not
battle occur at all.
trying to fight
KT
that
were able
much.
to secure the dragon and force Gen G away, but they do have the tools.
Who's
KT
the tightest
do,
player
to
in this
really have
match?
these
What do you
big
mean by
AoE fights, a
tightest?
Pop
Like
Blossom, a
coolest?
Cataclysm, an Equalizer,
Best?
Sealed on top of it. If they can layer that CC, Gen G are just going to pop.
As a little bit of damage down on Cos, I want to highlight as well the fact the ability for KT to find these angles as BDD.
Weavers will fate sealed again from BDD before the neutral. Gen G collapsed onto him. Did have to use that Weaver's wall, and now the question is for KT, Do you hit?
Oh no, I love me a Waffle House. I might have to get me some in Georgia.
Half of a champ if he can't get onto the back line, still looking for the engage.
Ruler is so good, Wiki.
Combo, a double charm comes out from Duro, and Genji just rip the hearts out of KT.
And that play
They didn't rip the hearts
at the
out.
beginning of the year was the weak spot for Genji.
They did not rip nobody's hearts out. It was one little fight.
Allows them to engage on the jungler.
Oh my gosh.
Finds the charm, double
Be doing the most. They be doing the most. They be doing the most. Thank you, Sad. Thank you. See? First time chatter just said, yeah, not gonna lie, they're glazing. First time chatter.
Just like that, not only is the advantage gone, you're now 2K behind, you're not close
Come
to a soul,
on.
and Genji once again right back into their comfort zone.
And the 2 big points for me have been one, Peter, who obviously,
Come
even on his Nico, thus
on.
far hasn't been able to find the impact. No big ults, seems to be a little
Hey,
disjointed with
chatter.
his team. But also, BDD has not actually been able to have a single offensive ult.
All right.
Every single time
I'm getting
he has been
trolled.
Looking to step
I
up,
gotta be getting
looking
rage
to
baited.
make
What's
the
going
play.
on,
His team
Kyan?
is
How
gonna
you doing,
trust him
love?
to do so as well. But every time he's had to ult out defensively, and I do think that is a lot of the power of this composition, that Yone ult layered with the Rumble,
Paid
layered with
chatter
the,
is
the
diabolical.
Nico or the Jarvan, and we're not really getting that for KT right now.
I am no longer
And they weren't
going
able
to the
get the Dragon
Genji
as a
watch
result.
party.
It just feels like they clearly want to contest, but they are late multiple times now. It's the exact same thing
Thank
we
you,
saw at the Herald.
Kiki.
You know, Peter shows up, he's kind of separated from the rest of the team, walks in, dies. This time, BDD is making the rotation, but they don't have vision control in the river, so he loses his ult. Then Peter walks out, loses his flash. Then you're getting engaged on. They just don't have all of the setup done properly.
Wait, y'all getting
And
paid?
Genji
Did
is
it
a
hate
team
Genji?
that everything has to be perfect against. You must have great setup or you just have no chance.
Because Genji suffocate you out of the game.
No,
They
no,
deny
no, no,
vision
no.
around the objectives. KT are
Holy.
stepping into fog of
No,
war,
no,
and
no.
Genji have every single tool in
No,
their
no,
arsenal
no.
with
That's
the
not
ability to
how
just
it
lock
be.
one person up and kill them.
See,
And at that moment, you're
it
4v5.
sounds
You
like,
can't really
holy,
take the
this
fight
is what it
against
sounds like.
And this is also where
It sounds like
once you start
you
falling
want
behind
to
this comp
glaze
struggles,
Faker,
you have great
but you
tools of
just
getting
feel
vision, but, like, who
embarrassed
actually
to.
goes
Like you
in?
feel
Because
like
with the
you
clone and with
shouldn't.
Cuz's,
But
flag,
I
you are able to
openly
check Harley in the
embrace
brush.
Faker.
But then
You know what I'm
what,
saying?
right?
It's
Unless you're able to get
okay
at least a
if
little
you
bit of
like
control,
Faker,
someone needs to actually
homie.
find that engage.
It's okay.
Because
You
every
can
single
like
member that you
Faker.
might send forward will just get blown up.
It's okay if you like
He's still in
Faker's
that brush.
gameplay.
They don't know.
You know what
Walks
I'm
into the bush,
saying?
there's Juro, gets the quickness
It's
off, Weaver's
okay.
wall out, and the charm follows up. KT, though, still alive. Peter yet to fall. Cards going in with the flag and drag. Fate sealed.
Oh my gosh, Canyon
He
lived.
dashes out with a bolt breaker. Genji now on the back foot. The ace in the hole cancelled.
Wait, how is it
Knock up a
cancelled?
seismic shove onto Cuz.
Oh, a
Keen the
knock
first of
up.
all. Genji on the back foot. KT still looking to find purchase in the fight.
It's still a big win for KT, though. We'll see if they can turn it into more. Might not want to run the risk with Canyon still alive, but Genji overstepped big time there.
Yeah, I mean, Duro just got spotted out. He was on a very deep flank. He was trying to look for an angle to go in there and did find it, but he kind of had to go at a time that he didn't really want to. I think he wanted to wait a little bit longer till the team was there in position, but gets found out, has to go early, and Genji just decided we're going to try to take the fight regardless. KT, though, great turnaround, and I think we might have to go back to live because Doxian was just
Did they
hitting
look
that
at your
Otacon.
VOD and saw
Figured
you
his overtime
dogging
just
them?
kinda going a
I
little
never
bit
dogged
early,
them.
And BDD has a great
Nah,
turnaround
there's-
right here with Cuz.
And then on the other side of
There's
that, look at Perfect and how
some
much damage
stuff
he's actually
that
doing. As
happened.
in the picture, Otacon's going.
Otacon's already started
Stuff
by
that I'd
KT
rather
as
not
Genji look to take the fight. Can you
say on
here
stream.
yet? Peter! Hot Blossom goes wide. And perhaps
Peter.
Genji can look to turn
We
this
need to
one
walk-
around now as KT
we need to
don't
work
have
on that,
big
Peter.
engage tool. Genji
We need to
take
work
their
on
turn
that.
on the Otacon. Seismic shove just short of clipping onto perfect. Genji still on that Otacon. Down to 3,000 HP. Cuz looking for the engagement. He's locked up. Decimating Smash doesn't catch him. In the flag.
They gonna
and the
get
dragon.
Otacon the stairs.
Still forced away. Genji will claim the Otacon.
Peter was literally seconds away from his
You
flash,
like
but because he
P1,
doesn't have his
don't you,
available,
holy.
Joby's able to flash out, and KT unable to take the Otacon and gonna lose the turret as well.
Yeah, and as soon as that ulti does not hit there from Peter, it's so tough now for KT to
that Peter ulti was
Cuz
pretty
wanted to stay around
dog.
to see if he could find an opportunity to look for a steal, but Keen shuts the door on that as
I think
well.
they should
Flashes
make
forward,
a
makes it so
skin
his
line
only way out
only
is
for
back
top
to the
laners,
tower, makes it a
and it makes all of the
guaranteed
top
Otacon for
laners
them.
into dogs
And that glimmer
because
of hope
top
you had
laners
there
are
for KT around the Otacon snuffed out.
Dogs.
just as fast as it appeared.
If you're KT now, you're looking at feats of strength. 23 petals to 4 on the Otacon. You're looking
So
at
like just
Juro
imagine
and Canyon stepping
Sion
up
as a
together
little
to try and
dog.
deny blue buffs. Drake up in 10 seconds time. Gen.G just denying any vision
You
for
wanted
KT.
something
There's a lot
right.
of dive,
Thank
though,
you.
and Chovy doesn't have his flash, thanks to the play from Peter. If
I
they
thought
can
I
get on top of
was.
him, take him out. Again, this composition, the only other real source of damage is Ruler on this
Nasus
Corki.
don't even
So
need
if they
another
can find
skin.
a way to get
Turn
BDD
Nasus into a
Cuz or
cat.
Perfect onto that back line, that might be an angle, but Perfect doesn't have his flash. Stop was used in that topside play as well.
They go for Canyon. Jump on him immediately with the Bolt Breaker to get himself out. The tower falls in mid. KT.
Is that a
not really
compliment
defending
or a
that
diss?
mid Tower for now. As KT
Depends
still
on how
look
you take
to
it.
start up this Drake will be sole point for them. Chovy
Top
on the
lane
flank as he wraps
rules.
around to join his team behind this Drake.
Top lane
Perfect.
does
Look like
rule
equalizer.
the
Weaver's
land
wall.
of
Perfect's on the wrong
inting
side of
and
it,
rage
but can walk
quitting.
out towards the top side of his jungle. Drake
Oh,
down to
will it?
2,000 HP. Peter with the pop block.
Okay. I think we still lose the fight though, low-key, you know.
Gen.G are left routed as Ruler
Oh.
has nowhere to go. Flashes, but with an ace in the hole. One more bullet in dog damn shot. A cataclysm. The tomb for Ruler.
Hey,
as
homie.
KT clean up the
How you doing?
fight.
Peter finds the engage to
How you
flip
doing,
the game
homie?
on its head.
Looking at
BDD
you,
and
bro.
Perfect have the follow-up immediately.
Looking at you, my
Beautiful
boy.
equalizer, beautiful Yone ult coming across.
What you
gets them
doing?
soul point.
What you doing
He's
over-
gonna get them multiple towers here. KT with a picture
What you
perfect
doing over
team
there?
fight.
And there is the dive that was able to get KT the win.
Holy. I wish I was in ATL tonight. We could have co-streamed this together. We could have gone to like a little sports bar, you know. Had them put it up on the TV. It would have been so much fun. That would have been so much fun. Yo, now that I say that, I wonder if I could get one of the like sports bars in Atlanta to do that for the T1 game tomorrow. That'd be kind of fire.
Top of your screen, but he's able to pull back very, very effectively. Then Peter
Why didn't I think of
goes
this
in,
earlier?
finds
Dude, look at the
beautiful engage. Look at the
coaches.
equalizer across everyone. Look at Yone coming in over the wall, surviving for so long. Doctem
Yeah, I'm gonna be here
untouched
tomorrow.
throughout the whole fight.
Or I'm gonna be in
And it's
ATL
the lack
tomorrow.
of flash on Chovy. He's not able
I feel like
to get
that'd be
out.
pretty sick.
Just a combo of Peter.
What time does the
with that
con close?
equalizer
What
is
if
enough
there's
to
like a
take down
watch
the
party?
Talia.
Yeah! Get fired up, my
pops
brother.
off.
I wonder
How
if
can
the
you not
con
love this
would
guy,
allow
man?
that.
It is just so
I think it's too
fun
late
to
to ask,
cheer
low-key.
for. And look at the damage from Perfect in that fight. You know, this has been
Dang, I wish I would have
such
thought
an
of that
exciting
like
game
long
one to
time
kick
ago,
it
so I could
off.
set that up.
And though it has been a very one-sided
Yeah, I don't know
history
if I could do
between
it
these two teams,
last
of
minute.
late, you know, Gen.G taking the vast
Right.
majority of those
Nah, be
series.
for real, Holy. You think T1 gonna lose to
you
top
always have to
esports?
give them a chance. And you
No
look
shade to
all
top
time, you know, that is,
esports.
of course, you know, back in the very
think.
old days. This new iteration, you know, when you're looking at game score in 2025, 25-4. When you look at series score, 6-1. But it doesn't matter because only today is what is important. You just need to find purchase in this series, and I think the pressure really is all on Gen.G.
We're trying to control the area around the Baron right now. Juro forced to exit with the
What
grand
time
entrance.
does
Ace
the
in hole
con
used onto Ruler.
close
Takes a chunk out of him,
tomorrow?
but not too substantial as KT group up as 5. The Scuttle Crab there will give some vision over to Gen.G, and it looks like KT decide they're not going to force anything right now. Go back, farm up these waves. Infinity Edge on its way for BDD. Already has the BF Sword and the Crit Cloak, so he's very close to completing it.
And Doctom, not quite as close, but
Beth
also
getting touched full
steadily
shade.
getting closer.
It's
That was a
crazy, bro.
crazy spike for both Caitlyn and Yone.
Crazy work.
And we have seen flashes are available now for Chovy, for Canyon, not quite yet for Ruler, and that is going to make these fights hard. Because again, this is what we saw there was the perfect setup for a KT fight. Just make sure you get on top of either Ruler or Chovy, take them out at the beginning, and we're looking at itemization as well. Chovy, which I think is a lot of utility, has gone for that Rylai's. That's no arm guard.
No, and I think that's probably what he's going to build towards next, but it does mean, and I was going to touch on that, that the 30-item spikes for BDD and Doctom are going to be so much more offensive power. We're going to get a Collector coming through from Ruler. Of course, that's still going to be some power. We're probably going to get a Zhonya's third from Chovy. So
Wait, the bring your own
amount of
computer
damage that they're gonna
hours
be pumping out here with
is
BDD and Doctom, if
24/7
they find that
borderline
good engage,
tomorrow.
they have the power behind him to knock him down.
Genji know the BDD isn't here right now as Ruler. Valkyrie's in. Doctor has to flash across
Oh,
the board,
ass.
equalizer down as well. The Weaver's Wall from Chovy puts him on the back line. A seismic shove. Gonna cut down perfect. Cataclysm in as KT look for the fight, but they just lock Genji in. And they don't have
Dude,
the
look how
damage. Keen on
tanky
that front line.
Sion
What a play
is.
coming out from BDD for the knockup. Chovy flashing forward.
And
Chucking the
misses
rocks
his
into
seismic
Doctor, but
shove.
he
Let's
can't quite
let's
get it
also
in.
announce that.
BDD finds one. Doctor walks away.
He misses
wounded,
his
cuts dives into
seismic
the middle,
shove.
but they don't have it. KT routed by Genji.
Dude,
BDD
Sion
locked up
is
with the
still
slow
alive.
decimating smash.
That
And
Sion is
axe will make him go
ginormous, bro.
timber. Keen
Holy
picks up the
freaking
final.
moly,
It's
dude.
a 4-for-1 for Genji.
And it's the snap engage from Genji that gets them back in the lead.
Kian is a freaking brick, bro. A refrigerator.
So the timing a little tense, but we'll see if they can get and stave up that soul weight. It's a really big deal.
It's just beautiful here from Canyon and Ruler immediately in onto Duckdom, and Duckdom just has under so much pressure throughout this fight. Look at this Weaver's Wall, how effective it was. Duckdom is not hitting that entire time.
And when we look at the other side, it was perfect that also got trapped by it. So double duty there. The Rumble immediately being out of the fight meant that a lot of damage wasn't quite there. KT clearly caught off guard in this one. And it really does feel like whichever team is the one that pulls the trigger is the one that gets out ahead in the fight.
Genji using the knowledge that BDD was catching that wave top, was backing, had to TP in. They knew with that extra couple of seconds for the teleport to finish its cast, they could find that snap engage. They get the Baron, the Drake up, and it looks like KT are giving up pressure around it. Genji forced them back. And I totally agree with you. I think KT forcing this. Sometimes you need a moment just to let everything reset. They're still on
Dang,
soul point.
that
Genji,
could've been
it's only
Mountain
their
Soul.
second Drake. You have some time to push out your waves before the oncoming storm comes in with these
I
Baron
hope so,
empowered
Jalissa,
minions.
because
Yeah,
Sion
KT
has been
obviously
so
not out of it just
prevalent
yet,
during
but that was a
Worlds,
devastating blow
and
that was dealt to
he
them there by Genji.
is just
If you
a
could've won that
tanky
fight,
hoe.
You're losing Baron, you're
Like, his health
losing
bar just
that
doesn't
early
move.
soul, and now it's going to be a long time. That's a KT roller coaster right there.
Yep. That's what we kind of were expecting coming in. And thus far, you know, I think we're still a few ups and downs short of Zil.
You can see Chovy, though, has his Seekers now, you know, almost on that Zonia's. Double IE has been completed, so a lot of power still there for KT. But Genji is just so crisp
Yeah,
with
Caitlyn
these
was just
engages.
pouring autos into
And now
Sion.
that they have the run
But,
of the
like,
map,
I don't
it's
blame
very
her
difficult
because
to surprise
she
them.
can't
Look at
step
the
up to
amount of
hit
vision
anybody
that they're
else.
actually putting down here,
Like, Chovy's
in
always
this
going to be
entire
looking for her.
area.
Canyon's
The
always
enemy
going to be
jungle
looking
is
for
just
her.
littered with pink wards. It's 4
Like,
pink
everybody's
wards
going to be
plus
looking to
some additional
kill
wards placed
Dom.
down there. It's very, very difficult for KT to find an angle to even attempt a winning fight.
A good thing for KT is they've escaped the majority of the Baron power play without losing any of their inhibitor towers. There's still a minute left on it. That's 2 waves, but with the way that Genji are pushing out on the map, it doesn't look like they want to make this push go any further. So for KT, you don't have to worry about super minions. You can push up a little bit out of your own base, but the risk is you only have 1 tier 2 left. So if you're pushing up through mid, there's 2 ways teams can
What's
come
up,
out from you. If
Jordy?
you're pushing
How are
up
you
through bot,
doing?
you have to be worried about that loop around. Even if you're pushing towards your red buff, you have to be a little bit cautious because Genji could be lying in wait.
And Genji both have all their side lane towers, which is further kind of limits the space that KT gets to inhibit on the map. I do want to highlight the reason
T1
why,
ended
as
up
you,
winning,
already
Jordy.
mentioned, Matic, they don't really get to do a lot.
It
is
was
because
such a good
of the early
game.
Drakes.
It was such
If
such
KT
a
wasn't
good
at soul
game.
point, they could have just said, we don't care about the soul, we're just going to shove in the opposite 2 waves. That's not going to be the case. Baron about to time out here. Genji want to get a little bit more damage down, but I think they also know that this turret will hold on. The Chovy says no, and I grab that one as well.
Nice use of the Weaver's Wall there from Chovy.
I just love how much protection there is for Ruler. You know, you see the ace in the hole coming through. Canyon's
It was
in front,
a
Duro's
mid
jumping in. It's
Weaver's
just get
wall,
down, Mr.
not gonna
President.
lie.
They
It was a
know they
pretty
have to keep
standard
these carries
Weaver's
safe, and
wall.
I think Genji,
Come
without
on,
question
bro.
to me,
Come
is
on,
the best
bro.
team in the world at
Come
playing
on, bro.
comps without a ton of threat, right? You know, 1,
Yeah,
2
it was
carries.
looking
They are
very
so good at
scary.
creating space for
It was
Ruler
looking
and
very
Chovy.
scary,
And of course,
but
you have
I'm glad
arguably
they
the
were able
best
to
in
pull it
both
off.
their roles to protect, which makes it
Man, not
really
even close,
worthwhile
bro.
sacrificing for them.
Does also mean
No,
that
bro.
sometimes,
It's just like
they drop comps 'cause
sometimes,
they're like, we
sometimes
cannot get away with
he'll
everything.
last hit a minion. Oh my gosh, the precision in which he just last hit that minion. It was pixel per. Bro, he just last hit a minion. Like Talia right there. That is a play that Talia is supposed to make. That is a standard play.
But between the pedals and the amount
Any
of magical
Talia player
opportunities
would
and
make that play.
Genji's well-known ability of taking
Like-
a game where they're in a slightly advantageous state and turning it into
Yeah.
you
When
not being
anyone
able to
ults like
play and
that,
just kind of watch as your Nexus crumbles.
And it's just so much harder when
your
you
Talias
get all
be
these
playing
luxury
like
items
this?
coming in. You touch
Well,
on the
they'll
GA,
ult
there's a
to.
Zonias,
I mean,
there's
that's
a Locket, a Redemption,
Talia's ult
and he
serves
was on
two
exhaust. He just
purposes:
actually
to
swapped off
zone,
of it over towards that
either
ghost,
to
so the
zone
exhaust
people
doesn't
out,
charge,
zone
makes
people
things a
in,
little bit easier, but
to
there's so much
move
defensive
people,
power.
however,
Dive
or
bombs become really difficult to pull off
to
in the late game as this defensive
get
itemization
to a
comes
fight
through, because
quickly.
you don't get a
Like, there's
second
two
chance, right?
purposes,
You
and that
full set it on
was
Chovy,
that
you
was a
press the
zoning ult.
Zonias, you can't just be like, wait, reset. You know, it's very difficult to then be able to disengage from the fight.
It really is. Even things like the upgraded plated steel caps,
Whatever,
just those little shields that
holy.
can really make it so the initial burst isn't taking you down. Genji pushing in through all 3 lanes right now. Chovy's assigned to top.
Is that why he's down in CS right now, Holy? Is that why?
Classic, KT throughout the year gold graph where everything is the opposite team, and then BDD was sitting at like 40 gold lead, desperately clinging on.
perplexed.
As they do have the IEs, they do have a QSS for BDD as well, but it's got to be one hell of an engage here from KT, and there is just, as we keep highlighting, there's just no vision. There's no surprise angle. So
Yeah, there really is
we'll see this attack coming.
no vision for KT right
They
now.
just don't have an easy way to get it down as well. They don't have a tank to face check for the support to run behind, and they also don't have something like a Rakan decimating smash onto Cuz, caught out with that lack of vision.
Cuz, babe. Look at Duck Dom trying to kill Kian. Okay, nice. Wait, Duck Dom played that so well. Did y'all see that? That was phenomenal.
They'll look for Ruler. Keen flashes. Get down, Mr. Ruler, as he blocks the shot from the ace in the hole.
That was good from Kian.
BDD going in with a Mortal Strike 3. Tries to get onto Ruler. The damage doesn't take.
Ruler lives.
Stands a Keen. Will run for him. BDD finds another Ruler down. Just the mid lane is left alive. BDD versus Chovy. We've seen it so many times over the years.
But
BDD,
Cuz is coming
please
up
go kill him,
faster.
bro.
They could go for the soul here right now because Cuz has a much earlier respawn timer. This was an insane fight. The pick set up by Keen to start it off was incredible.
Yeah,
but
no,
then
that fight
Kane
was
sends it
insane.
way too far. Look at how Docdom plays this. Flashes back under the tower, and look at the trap
Look
placement.
at the trap placement, immediate. That's what I was trying to say earlier, but the fight continued on. Phenomenal from Duck Dom. Phenomenal. That was good from Kian.
We gotta go live.
As they actually pulled it to try and get her as much time as possible. Canyon's on his way!
But he's all the way back in base right now. Ping's coming out.
Come on, quickly. Quickly, get soul, get soul.
Doesn't have the smite from
Quick.
It's gonna be soul for KT. From 5k behind, they find their priceless moment.
Any Caitlyn should be placing traps. It wasn't just the traps. It was the repositioning. It was the flashing under tower. It's the trap, the immediate trap, even though they're getting Vi ulted into the second trap to make sure that Vi dies under tower. It was more than just trap placement.
Close. Massive pedal lead, 4K gold lead.
It was all up here, baby.
There to generally equalize, and now it's going to come down to the
Yes,
execution.
Saint.
Who can make that big play?
But
in
also,
what could very
let me
well
give credit to
be
Gen G.
the final fight of the game. The next one
played
really could decide
that
it.
very well.
And
Like
Genji
he is
looking towards this
doing
Baron,
more than what he's
KT,
supposed to be
another
doing
breath
as
of
the
life,
top
a big
laner, the
mistake from
tank, the
Canyon.
engage, the
Punished
front line.
beautifully.
Like he's playing all of
Comfort,
those
the
roles
fact that
really
it's
well.
BDD and Chovy left standing at
He
the
really
end of
is.
it all. These two players have been fighting one another, and between these two, Chovy has so
Like that
often
fight
come out
started
on top.
because of the pick
But
that
BDD right
Kian
now, 6
found.
and 2 on the Yone, picking in
Like, that was
game
pretty
one, a pure
solid.
show of confidence.
And I
to
also
me,
think Ruler played that
this
really
game,
well.
It feels so even because the Mountain Soul is just so much value, and again, it's only 2 carries. Chovy doesn't even have his panel.
A complete unknown like Duck Dom? Are you really going to sit here and say that wasn't a good play by him?
So he is very difficult to knock down, but they're on the Baron.
Baron begun
You really
by
gonna sit
Genji.
there?
KT
You really gonna sit there and say that he didn't play that well?
7k, BDD going forward. There's the Weaver's wall. Out from Chovy. Peter lands a double knocker, but he's on the wrong side of the wall.
This high, I know
Equalize down
y'all
as well. We'll chip
tripping,
away at
man.
Duro. Baron now resetting. Duro down to half HP. KT.
Am I
on
the
front
only one
foot,
who
on
feels
the
like
offensive.
Rumble
Chovy looking for a
ult
flick.
isn't
Doesn't
hitting
land
the
It's a
way
shake
it
footer
hit last
anyway,
year?
that clone from
I
Peter.
feel like last year when Rumble would ult,
As both the
it would like
equalizer and the pop
cook
not available, so
the enemy
BDD
team.
and his team definitely taking a risk.
I feel like it doesn't cook the enemy team anymore.
Redemption because he's still Still got the quickness. They'll dive onto Perfect and they lock him down. He dies in the river of fate. Onto the back line with the Cataclysm out as well. But Ruler still stands, taken out in the end by VD, who's now making a swift retreat. Dogdam in the pit.
Dogdam is dead.
The headshot. He loads another into the chamber, but he can't quite get the damage down. BDD looking for more as he sees his teammates fall. He can't find it. Gen G somehow win out the fight.
Dude, how is this caster living through these fights? These fights last so long and there's so much happening in every corner.
And the CC is immaculate onto Perfect. They layer it completely,
Holy.
100-0. It is all about this
Rumble
engagement
usually
from the top
deletes.
side.
Okay,
Eyes
so I'm
in
not the only one who feels that way, right?
And Duro finding that engage on Perfect. If Perfect does not just get one shot, if he gets his Zonias off there, I think it's a stomp in the fight for KT.
Dang.
But then Dogdam gets caught in the pit here. Baron is hitting him this whole time.
This game is close. I like it.
Can't finish off Keen.
I like it,
Peter and
Picasso.
BDD are trying to get back in to bail him out, but they just can't. And Gen G again come up with the Baron.
I love it when the
And
pro
fact that
players
Ruler
get
survived
excited.
There was crazy. Even in the Cataclysm, the bodyguards
Yes,
were
Caitlyn,
there,
take
both
2k
Duro
damage
and
from
Keen
Baron, just
standing
real
tall, making
quick.
sure, and if there was an
Do you see how
equalizer or
much
something,
damage
unless you had
Dogdam
himself, that would
did?
have been it. That would
Holy.
have just been Ruler, most likely dead. But now it is this Rebel Baron problem. It doesn't perfectly overlap with the spawn of the Elder, but it should ensure
Period,
that Gen G
Raspberry.
will have a
It's what you
full
deserve.
chokehold of the vision in the map.
Just what a crazy game, and you can see Void Staff now there.
Oh,
for
is
Trophy.
that
He's
what
got
it
18
is,
stacks on the
Cardi?
Mage Eyes. He's basically full build. Ruler's completed his IE as well. So these carries are getting so powered up at this point that one mistake just means you get one shot.
Flashes up across the board for most of Gen G. Only Duro lacking it, has the
I feel
cleanse
like
and
it
the heal
used
right
to
now.
like disintegrate
On the other side,
people.
Coastal waiting on his cooldown to come back, but it makes the engage for KT so much harder because even though Peter now has a flash of his own, the Pop Blossom can be evaded really quickly with that summoner spell.
And Chovy has flash.
Y'all remember when every game we would see Caitlyn and Tristana mid?
KT, one of the few downsides of that Yone is that ranged wave clear is tough. Same for the Rumble, so holding this off is tough.
Stoppable onslaught in from King just to break that trap line, just to break this tower. Weaver's wall out. Perfect's going to be on the Gen G side of it, but he's down towards the bottom of it and will be able to escape their clutches. The inhibitor tower does fall.
Yeah.
Top lane in here below as well. 50 seconds left on this Baron. A couple of waves for Gen G to play with.
Yeah, but
Or
it's
Zeri
holding
Lulu
on
Brownie.
well.
Don't
No
forget
neighbors
that
have
one
fallen yet.
either.
They did lose the one tower, but only 40 seconds left on this Baron.
He goes in and he tries to seal the fates of Chovy, but he pops a stopwatch. Him in gets him. Cataclysm off the back line. Gen G have already lost their mid laner. A GA coming out.
Dom is going crazy.
Gen G lose 2. BDD wants to make it more, can't find it. But KT hold on.
The engage from BDD is
going
such a thing of
crazy
beauty
in the
because the
cut right
Zonius
now,
loses
bro.
so much power against the Caitlyn. So they go in knowing that he's
I'm
going to
telling
use the
y'all, Kate
Zonius.
is OP
He uses
right
it,
now.
gets trapped out of it perfectly by
There's a
Dogdom.
reason she's
This is just
permabanned.
such a thing of beauty, playing perfectly to your comp.
And that's a 2 for 0. The trap, the headshot, and the equalizer. Get the roller coaster.
He hasn't played like this in his whole life.
Now it's a 2 for 0, and Eldor
He's
is
on
about to
crack
spawn.
cocaine
We'll see how the
tonight.
death timers play out. Chovy does FTP. Keen does as well. But this game is still ongoing.
20
And you love your showmaker, Holy.
41 minutes in the
And you
game.
love your
KT are
showmaker.
looking to set up around it. There's a little bit of vision there for Gen G right now. They do have the TPs on Keen and Chovy. Keen still 10 seconds away.
But no Zonias will
Wait,
be available for
drinking
Chovy, so
Chrono?
he's going to be vulnerable.
Teleport comes in for Chovy. KT put up a snap trap line to try and stop them. Peter has that Pop Blossom. They'll look for the Fate Sealed. The Elder already down to 7,000. Shape Splitter out. Seismic Shot. Peter gets the Pop Blossom only onto Duro, but the Elder is
Elder, let's cook him. Let's cook him. Let's cook him.
Flashes across the Fate Sealed.
Look at Duro.
Trying to take out Chovy. Duro falls on the back line as KT continues to collapse. Kaz dodges the Seismic Shot, but Chovy survives. The Elder doesn't quite tick him down. In the end, a 1-for-1. But KT secure the Elder Dragon.
KT, they're going to keep looking. They want to try and extend this play. But the trade...
They don't have the waves. They've only got mid.
Yeah, the trade also not the worst because you'd rather have Cuz be taken down if you're Gen G than Duro, but they are going to keep pushing. The backs are going to have to come through, and mid lane is going to fall, but the wave clear for Gen G might be enough.
Okay, if we watch that, if we get this replay, you have to keep your eyes on the Seraph's cooldown. It came up as the Elder was ticking on him when Cuz went in, and procs as he would have died to the Elder Dragon execute there. That is insane how close it was.
What does that mean?
I don't know if we're going to get to see the items. We probably won't, unfortunately. So you're going to have to take my word for it. Maybe we can see it highlighted later on. But they get the secure here, and KT decides we're going to full send it. Chovy had no Seraphs still at this moment. No Seraphs still at this moment. It doesn't come up until right now as it procs. That is insane. They might have been able to end the game.
And if Chovy doesn't flash the damage on that Cataclysm, that could have been it.
It really could. They call it the Church of Chovy. Well, his prayers are being answered right now.
This man is losing, and they glazing him. This man is losing, and they're glazing him.
Elder for the next minute, but it's going to expire. We talked earlier about the side lane waves. The side
This
lane
man just
towers still
lost
being up.
Elder Dragon,
KT
and they're glazing
have to do
him.
a slow march through this top side.
There's a 15-second period here
Dang,
where Gen G
bro.
do not get to contest.
Chovy
I imagine KT's
invented
going to full
shields,
send
by
it
the
towards the
way.
Baron. Now it's KT that are
Like, that's not even a skill diff, bro. That's RNG. That's luck. That's not even skill diff. He doesn't even press Seraphs.
Canyon spotted.
Canyon spotted. Canyon
Crazy work.
spotted. There's a flank ward as well.
Switch, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Gen G trying to step up, trying to face up against KT. The snap trap down. No autos onto Keen. Perfect looking for a flank with that Pop Blossom. The Baron down, taken by KT. Will they still look for the fight?
Of course they got it.
Switch away, decide to back away. That's what they do. They'll reset, they'll spend their gold. And once again, they'll face Gen G on the Rift.
I mean, BDD now has his GA.
Duro is playing well. I think Ruler is playing well as well, but I think like right now Kian is just like excelling.
Decides not to go for it.
I think Kian is
so much power now in this game. It's just going to
popping
come
off
down
right
to one
now.
fight. This late into the game, the respawn timers are so incredibly long. And the question is, do they actually try to risk it here on a push? Because
BDD
there's
has
still a lot of standing gold. Both the outer towers are up in the bot lane.
CS.
They could go clear those up at
Why
the
is
very
this game
least.
45 minutes
But the
long,
question
bro?
is, will they just try to play towards Elder, or will they play aggressively to try to close this game?
We're seeing there the possible TP ward put down by Duro. Note they can't hold on to the turret, but they can at least do that. Gold going to be in favor of KT, but as we're saying, we're at full builds for most people.
There's a flank ward,
is firmly in favor of KT,
but neither Kian or Chovy have TP right now.
The relative value of that experience not really
5 50-minute games. I would actually lose my mind.
Dealing in these late game fights, full build on these crit carries is disgusting.
90 seconds on this Baron buff. 130 before the Elder. KT marching down bot. Gen G trying to defend. Bolt breaker from Canyon is met by a soul and bound from BDD.
They don't even have to hit the turret low key.
But not
The
yet to
Baron
reality
minion.
as KT are looking to take the first game of their first semi-final over the MSI champions. KT pushing in. Gen G struggling to find a defense right now.
And this all coming down to this. KT on the verge of taking the first game, but Gen G are not going to fall over without a fight.
Keen still that meatball on the front line, but has to put the
Holy.
ultimate to try and escape. Knocked up, forced away the Nexus Towers. KT's target is Dogdam. Headshots one. The next one for Gen G, that last bastion of defense. The cannon minion still there, seismically shoved underneath the turret. The Baron expires in 40 seconds, and again KT just playing it slow, taking it patient, snapping back again. The Nexus Tower almost down. Canyon dives in, but Peter distracts the rest of Gen G. Canyon size a GA, but the rest of Gen G
Wow,
can't
that
get
was
to
a
him.
good ulti
They've been
from
equalized. The Guardian Angel down on Canyon, meanwhile BDD
Rumble.
distracting. Generation Gaming. The Cataclysm in from Cuz will build the walls of Gen G's tomb. Gen G taken down by the might that is the KT Coaster.
And that was just game one.
Standing
what
ovation.
A start to this World
Standing ovation.
Semifinals. Gen G and KT.
Just absolutely
giving us a
beautiful.
game
Well
for the
done.
ages.
Well done. Oh, just round of applause. Can we get a round of applause for KT? Wow. What a true display of skill. we just witnessed. What a true display of spoil. Divine. Honestly.
Oh my God, I can't believe
Honestly.
just took game number one.
Mind you, she never heard the name of KT before today. It was actually yesterday.
She had to step in. She had to step in, but oh my gosh. I mean, I will run out of superlatives to talk about this game, but yesterday I thought we were being treated. I feel like with this game one, we're in for an insane series knowing
Yeah, so let me go ahead and say my piece before the next game happen, okay? Because I already know what's gonna happen.
After playing Gen G, they're undefeated in games. Turns out the roller coaster just keeps going up.
That was a really good game. That was a phenomenal game. But I also want to say LCK is one of those regions where even though they drop game one, they come back in game two and they absolutely annihilate. Okay. LCK knows how to be very adaptive. They know how to analyze their enemy. They know how to come in with a counter plan and a counter action. So just because KT won game one does not mean this is going to be a quick 3-0. In addition to, this was a 45-minute game, bro. They were struggling. Okay. So I don't think this series is anywhere near over. They got to come back and they got to put it down again.
Let's take a look.
you just need to catch your breath.
I mean, there were so many late game fights that we have to hone in on them. This was the one where they immediately deleted Cuz, but then Canyon went so deep, ulting under the tower, and you see them section off the fights again.
Oh no, of course not, Street. How's the watch party?
Himself, even though Peter goes down, it opens up this.
Shots always be coming with the fits.
Creates so much.
Yes, both teams are LCK.
That BDD is able to create, setting up for Duckdom to absolutely pop off in these fights. Despite the initial Canyon engage, he's untouched,
crazy,
just hitting, and then BDD keeps ducking back in and out. Just absolutely insane performance and a really great understanding of how they want to use this composition with the Caitlyn, with the Nico, with the Rumble. Look at those damage numbers from Duckdom.
Again, the Caitlyn that they emphasized at the beginning of the tournament. They were one of the teams that immediately jumped on it. First couple games, Caitlyn Orianna. Yep. Duckdom interviewed about it, talked about how it's all about the late game for them, how they want to use this Caitlyn.
57K.
And he really delivered. That right there,
wow.
That is a roller coaster gold graph if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is a KT gold graph, but as we see these damage numbers coming through, I mean, Gen G even had some great setup fights, right? So
they did.
The tenacity coming out
they
of KT.
They did have some good setups.
I didn't know if I was going to ask it, but what does Gen G have to do to recover?
Well, they can't give up Dragon Soul again. Mountain Soul proved to be very, very powerful.
Trophy got Talia 25-4 before that. You know, we've got Ruler on his Corki 15-4 before that. I mean, it's not like this was a game that they were meant to lose at all. Nobody believed in them. But KT win game one, which sets us up for an unbelievable first semifinal. We will be right back.
All right. BDD is best player in the world. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they started saying that. I would not be surprised. No one believed in them. God did. God did. Yeah, that was a quick cut to add. All right. Shall we lodal? Do we want to lodal or do y'all want to see more of the cards? I can show y'all more of the cards. Get my water bottle out of here.
GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Both at the same time?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In the world
I have heard of Bondol. Bondol is my fave. I think it's more fun than Lodal. Lodal pisses me off. Not gonna lie. What card deck y'all want first? Lux, Annie, Garen, or Master Yi? Which one y'all want? Lux, Annie, Garen, or Master Yi? I don't know why I asked. All right, we've got the Lux deck. Hey girl, you want to lock in? Hello? Hello? All right, I think it. Do the makeup influencer hand? I tried.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear.
Yeah, my camera was actually like, no, we're not doing Lux actually. Okay. I'm just gonna shuffle through these because I want to see the artwork.
Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile.
Oh, just immediately. Oh, just immediately.
Fine X9 series.
Come on, girl.
Photo. Zoom into detail.
Be freaking for real.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile.
Okay, I got a lot of Lux.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives
It just doesn't want to be like normal. Okay, come here. There we go. Cause like, she really playing in my face right now. She really playing in my face, but this is better. You look cute there. See Garen in the background? Okay, I got a couple of those. What is it for the light? Something like that. Final spark. Vanguard attendant. Okay, I got a lot of them. Who that is? Oh, that's like Nico's brother, right? Y'all think we'll ever see him in League of Legends? Oh, is it a lot of Legends of Runeterra, like reused art? Singularity! Deal 6 to each of up to 2 units? Wait, this sounds OP. Is she OP? Blast of power? Kill a unit at a battlefield? Yo, I'm playing Lux. I'm playing Lux. Ain't he on the Rift? I don't think so. Whoa, Victor? Victor, is that you? It's not, but I just really like the artwork. Just a random kid. Oh. Falling comet. Deal 6 to a unit at a battlefield. I don't even know if Jinx does that much. That's crazy. Lux's deck seems OP. Lecturing Yordle. When you play me, draw 1. Tank. I must be assigned combat damage first. It's a pre-made deck. Who do you think is up next for the animated series? I think it was supposed to be Noxus, Demacia, or Ionia. Ah, Mecha. Wasn't there a TFT set where like a mecha was like how you do damage or whatever? You like build. Oh, it's Ionia. They announced it. Did they announce like when it comes out? Trials of Twilight. Isn't that just what the series is? I think that's just what the season is for right now. A lot of Stupefy. Got the drink in me going back to back. Back to back. Look at the Puro. He's so cute. He's so precious. He is so precious. Look at his little pose. I'm so happy. Yay, I get 2. Yay, I get 3. I'm just gonna make my deck and just only play the Poros. Okay, these are the runes. So runes is how you like play certain cards.
Welcome
So
back to
Lux is blue and yellow.
2025 semi-finals where KT somehow have picked up game 1 versus Genji.
Lore's gone, right?
Yeah, Lore's gone.
Okay.
Lore's gone.
You're safe now.
You excited?
Well, yeah, I'm done. I've been the guy on the LCK broadcast the whole year that has said curses aren't real. Genji just straight up got outplayed in game 1 by KT. KT haven't lost a single game yet at Worlds.
Yeah.
8-0. We have to acknowledge the fact that they just look insanely good, that clearly the team is working on all cylinders, that no amount of adversity, at least in that first game, was able to get them down, and that they're currently up 1-0 in semifinals.
Yeah, seriously, because it's not even like KT played a picture-perfect game, and you're like, well, can they repeat that? Because Peter, I think, looked nervous. At times, he was pretty disjointed from the rest of the team. Some of those engages were not timed well. They got caught out at certain moments. Gen.G did some really, really good things. Their play around vision, and actually in denying the soul and delaying that and getting both of the Barons. Like, there was a lot of good things that were happening for Gen.G. There were some mistakes from KT. But KT were able to persevere, and that's the thing that I think I didn't expect coming into this series is I thought KT could win games, but I thought if they were going to win a game, it would have been like a clean snowball start to finish where Gen.G just doesn't seem to be able to get purchased. I didn't expect them to be able to overcome everything that went wrong in this game and still win.
And partly that's because of the way way KT plays, but also partly it's the way that Gen.G plays as we get into our Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX, because Gen.G, when they have a grasp on a game, they give you nothing. It is so rare that you're able to fight back against a team like Gen.G. So credit to KT for doing that. We'll see if they can do it again, because you have to remember some of their
I do think like the real series starts now.
Yeah, I'm really
like the first one, whoever strikes first, okay, you get a free win. But like the real fighting, it starts now. Like now is going to be like when the games begin.
Playing tanks top. So, you know, higher priority on that for Gen.G.
If KT wins this one though, I'm concerned.
Will they throw bans towards, you know, either the Kinsante or something like Xin Zhao?
You know what? I'm not even gonna say what I was
thinking. From a gameplay perspective, something we do want to highlight again. I want to hone in on a couple of specific champions. Rumble for Perfect.
Amen.
Yone for BDD, and the Peter or Peter.
Nico for Peter.
We really need to highlight those. Because from a pure gameplay perspective, it was an expensive game for KT. There were also a couple of the champions that they also love, which are the Sign, the Talia, taken away from them. But for me, going in, I also need to see a Gen.G be able to do a mental
My sister called me and she was like, Reagan, you're coming to Georgia, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm only coming for 2 days. She was like, you want to go to Tennessee with me to go to a cafe?
Feels like you are in control many a time is tough. And I'm looking at Xin Zhao here.
You want to go to a cafe in another state?
It has been one of the comfort picks for
Girl.
Canyon. Outside of the Trundle, we haven't really seen any jungler be consistently insane into it. Very well rounded.
I love you, but no.
Quite able to have the early impact in that one when it comes to impacting the lanes.
Yeah, Yanara is pretty much permabanned.
Kind of like S-tier AD junglers.
There is, she wants to go to like a specific cafe.
early. Wukong is banned.
I don't
We
want to
have
be
the
trapped
Trundle
in a
banned.
car
We have the
for
Xin picked
4
away.
hours
So,
to get to the
we
cafe.
think
I'm not
Kenzie,
gonna
I
lie
was
to
gonna
y'all.
say, the more the kind of like assassins and stuff, like Kiana, or things that are a little bit less common. And we are, in fact, actually going to get a Kiana for Cuz, which you gotta love the confidence, man.
It's also an LCK Kiana, and I saw Mal flinch a little bit when that was.
Wait, I thought Kiana was a LCP special.
Record with this pick.
Yeah, we really don't, and I think that is partially due to obviously LCK playstyle, but also.
Also, I love that
mastery.
Kiana is
Players
getting
that
her
I have held
flowers
high regard in the
in
past.
pro
Kenyon
play.
used to be a really good Kiana.
Yeah, that's so weird to me.
Has just not looked good on it whatsoever. The other reason why I flinch is just, to me, KT look best when Cuz gets taken back
UGA is
early
playing
lanes. I
tomorrow,
think
and
he
I want to go
fulfills
so
a
bad.
Very, very similar role to junglers like Kanavi, to junglers like Owner, that are there to get their team going in the early game, set up a lot of these skirmishes. I do think Kiana, if the early couple of fights don't go well, can really struggle in that regard.
She really does, and for Cuz, he's bringing it out for the first time in his professional career in the first world semi-final that KT have made. It's
Let's go
incredible. The Rise locked in for
China.
BDD, immediate answer of Ambessa Galio. Now, Chovy's Talia win rate was knocked down a peg in
That's
game one, but
a
this
scary
Galio so
team
often
they've
banned
got
away
over
from
on the side of
Gen G
Gen
because
G.
of how much of an impact their mid laner can have.
Also a lot of agency here for Keen, who I think tried his best
Kaisa,
in that last game. But
Holy?
on sign, I think you're always going to be a little bit hamstrung.
Who do they normally pair with Alistar?
Alistar.
Like
That
Draven?
Alistar-Kiana combo does have a ton of CC available early on.
I was
But
supposed
if
to
you
go to the
are
Gen G
looking at
watch
Gen
party,
G,
but I ended up
the
not
amount of
going. There were a lot of
backline
things
dive
that ended up
this time
changing
around
last
is much more
minute,
comparable to what KT
unfortunately.
was playing
So,
with in game one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very difficult.
yeah, just
playing
co-streaming
Kiana
from home.
into a Galio, right? Because you're really reliant on the grass blade to be, have these kind of like pockets of invisibility, but you can just be taunted out of it. You can be hit by that AoE. And having Keen with more agency in this game, I think, is big. Because to me, he was the best player from Gen G in game one. I thought he actually played really well on the side, found so many key moments where he was actually getting picks and setting up plays for the team. And a lot of focus on these defensive supports getting banned away from KT. Obviously, they're going to be playing dive, so they're banning out the Braum, they're banning out the Poppy. Really
Tiny.
important
What's going on,
defensive
quality?
supports, for Duro.
Sivir and Keen, I was going to say Kassan.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to look up at the beginning of the games. Somebody
You're
said they
looking
pulled up our
towards that 80 carry. You
predictions.
can pick top because top is already locked on the other side, so you know the
Let me
matchup
go
you're in,
to-
but leaving top for counter pick last is
me
often
go
what we see
to-
when you are on the red side. Gen G electing to go on the blue once again. It is the Rex side, so we're going to have that 80 carry locked in last for KT.
So I'm looking Ziggs and I'm looking Jin here, possibly for Gen G. Ziggs a pick that once upon a time Ruler would not have been seen on, being the traditional AD carry guy, but he has
No
added hits
Ziggs,
to his repertoire, and I
please.
think that the combo with both Zinzao and Ambessa is really, really strong. So need to see what they're going to commit towards. This is a lot more safety. Ruler is one of our best.
Oh, I see
Ezreals.
it.
Does mean that you're going to be playing the Ezreal in what I imagine will be a Kaisa. I'm double checking, but that pick is still
Why the
available,
frick?
as it's often
Yeah.
picked into Ezreal for the ability get on top of it in later fights.
Yeah, and Duro, prioritizing the engage. The other option is, of course, just going something like Ezreal Karma and playing more for the
I
2v2.
forgot I voted that
But then you are really
Gen
kind of
G
lacking
was
as
going
far as the
3-1.
primary engage goes.
That's crazy.
This feels more like the Gen G style to just have Duro be that primary
But I'm
engage,
fully
but
over
have
here
that
rooting for
point-and-click
KT to
CC
win.
Start things up, and it is in fact going to get locked in.
Ezreal.
Kaisa makes a lot of sense. I think if you're trying to stay safe from the dive, you can play poke Varus as well and just kind of try to stay back further away. Try to stay safe in that way.
The issue becomes, though, you have an Ambessa, you have a Xin Zhao, and then you have the follow-up from a Galio on top of that. If you do ever get caught as the Varus, you are in for a very sticky situation. Could go for something like the Xayah if you want to be able to avoid that public execution, but Varus does give you good poke. It allows the engage from the Kiana to be a little bit stronger. You've also got the Chain of Corruption for that extra CC layering.
Yeah, and one of the things I just really like about it is that it has the ability to follow up on your frontline diving fairly deep, right? If you have Kiana, flashing in for an ultimate, sometimes you can hit that piercing arrow over the top, or you follow up, with the Chains of Corruption. You can have a very high amount of burst.
Simply hating for the love of the game. Opposite your own
Quite
predictions.
susceptible to the damage that Dr. does.
No, that's actually
Definitely
crazy.
expecting it to be poke Varus. And people just kind of have these different approaches
didn't-
to how they want to play.
I forgot that I did this.
Dive comp, so it'll be interesting to see how Dr. can pilot it. Because
Why didn't I put
definitely have to stay
KT?
safe, as you're saying. If you step too far forward, you're so.
I think I did that because I thought I was going to be at the Gen G watch party.
Every KT fan looks upon that with a lot of relief. There was a ton of comfort. There was a lot of tested, known quantities that you knew your players would be good at. This time around, BDD's Rise, no notes there, but I'm looking towards that Rek'Sai for perfect.
I don't know. Does Kaisa have a bad win rate in Worlds?
And they are very vital parts of the composition. The combination
She might have.
is what's going to get them.
You're fake and you own it. Don't worry.
Both these teams are
I do what I do. I do what I gotta do.
We're going to have to see how both the Ezreal and the Varus survive.
Yeah, what the power of the Bruisers can do.
You're a DL Genji fan. I don't hate Genji. I've been telling y'all this. I don't hate them. No part of me has ever hated them.
Pretty sure Genji will be comfortable enough, although JT
I admire their resilience. I don't hate Chovy. I really don't. I just think it's disrespectful how they talk about him when Faker is still a alive and well pro player. He's not even retired. I hate Genji just because, and what y'all gonna do about it?
Capsules, join in, spam those emotes.
Kaisa has a 29% win rate this Worlds. Yeah, I think Kaisa has lost a lot of her games.
It's going to be a 4v3. Peter comes across to make it a 5v3 and Genji.
But Kaisa won yesterday with Gumayushi.
Run any big risks. Want to highlight something that has been
Right?
more and more prevalent this
That was the game they won, right?
With the
That was game
popularity of
4,
lane
I
swaps, but
think.
it's actually double TP here for both bot laners. Now we saw it on the lethality Varus specifically.
Holy, would you say
More
that
and
you
more from
hate
this tournament,
T1?
Ruler has decided to match that. I do think as Ezreal you get
Do
a
you hate
lot
T1?
easier away with it than you do as Varus.
And it's kind of something we've seen in previous metas as that.
Yeah, they got their
evolution
money,
where people start
gas.
taking TP
They're
and slowly
done.
start getting kind of sustained out of lane where they're just poking you down, pushing you in, then TPing back and kind of lane locking you. So then people start to just do TP to match.
You don't hate T1?
And I agree. I mean, Ezreal
And I
is one of those
respect their
champions that can
players.
definitely get away
I
with it.
respect
That being said, hey,
Genji's
maybe you
players.
get punished later on for not having a cleanse or having a combat summoner. So it is
See,
definitely
Holy,
something that I think is
exactly how you feel about T1, I
not even
feel
a
about
debate, it's just
Genji.
stronger for lane. The question is, do you get punished later on?
Small optimization from Juro there, going for the W, that shield, Titan's Wrath, to actually be able to walk up into the Alistar level 1. You don't need the hook. You can just walk at him. What's he going to do? Knock you up into the air? You still come down where you're standing. So uses the shield, steps forward, gets a little bit more pressure in the lane. And because of that, I mean, because also they have an Alistar, Docdam and Peter have to step away from the level 2.
You see the early prio found there. That was something that was already a big issue for them in the last game. And then both junglers will be pathing towards the bottom half of the map. Obviously, Zinzao, if there is a lot of trading, has a great early game dive. Yeah, a lot more conditional. As
I actually be really nice to Genji. I don't know what you're talking about.
like first back at least, sometimes even into the second. But once you get enough wave clear, the Galley obviously is able to just shrug off the damage from the Rise.
And I'm always just so interested in watching a lot of these Rek'Sai lanes. Because
I hyped up a lot of their players last
it's really
game.
hit or miss
I
at
did.
Worlds, right? Some people make it look so oppressive.
Was Sivir
where they
banned
have
this
you
match?
locked under your
I'm not
tower,
even
they're
gonna
just
lie.
taking
I
down
do
plays,
not
they're
remember. I'm so
slowly
sorry.
pressuring you and just utilizing that sustain to create these big advantages. And then other people are kind of just farming even and then looking useless, right? So we have to see, can Perfect perform well on this champ? Because to me, the early game really does set the tone for what kind of a game you're going to have on Rek'Sai.
I don't need to glaze him. You get glazed. Yeah.
Forces Keen a little bit lower, but Keen, he doesn't use mana, nor does Perfect. Obviously, we can just spam through some of those shields, dash around the wave. Does lose at the early game, but with the second
Yeah,
wave,
I think we're in real game time now, Death Ray.
And we see Kiana crossing over towards the top side of the map because he has prio there. Not really able to contest for a bot side. As I say that though, looks like Canyon is looking to match. And that is going to be tough. He does feel confident, I imagine, in the 1v1. But yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a time waste for him. Could be looking towards BDD though.
Gonna run towards that middle lane. BDD needs to get the hell out of here. Chovy's on the chase. BDD flashes and face plants in the wall. Genji claim first blood.
Yeah, BDD, I think, got a false sense of security. Because Cuz was taking the topside scuttle, I think his read is, oh, that means Canyon is on bot scuttle, so I'm going to play so heavily towards that top side. He was not expecting the Zinzao to be there, and I think that really did bite him. Gets completely surprised, doesn't
All
read
right,
for the flash,
yo.
then late flash into the wall. It's kind of just the exact opposite of how last game started, where
That was all
Jovi died,
Canyon, and
wasted
y'all
his
know it.
flash.
Yeah, that's now 2 for 2 on flashes that make me and Azil look at each other in pain. Because both of those didn't quite hit the mark. I thought actually a BDD's call was just, I am dead, and I'm going to hold on to my flash.
Yeah.
Which, in hindsight, definitely feels like that would have been the play, because now it's the flip side situation where not only in terms of BDD going down, but also because now Chovy is in the matchup that is expected to struggle a little bit early.
Yeah, against a champion like Galio for Chovy, VDD is really going to struggle as he gets towards these first few items, 20 and 3 across the course of 2025.
Isn't Galio another pro players champion? Let me think.
Tanky, still putting out a ton of damage from that mid lane.
I can't remember
We'll
who.
have to see. Perfect has to be a little bit careful here because he's down a bit on XP.
I'll get back to y'all.
6, I think, on this wave.
I'll get back to that.
Perfect is trying to make sure
Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
One of the opportunities that sometimes you have on a champion like Ambessa, and Perfect will just realize, you know what, I can't actually contest
Knights.
this. He's gonna get 6 first. I gotta back up.
I think Knight got him from somebody else too.
Smart play there from Perfect, just backs underneath this tower. Does mean Keen will get the first recall out of this top, but shouldn't be too much of a bother as Gen G start up the dragon down towards this bottom side. TP coming out from Dokdam.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rek'Sai's. Apparently she was very popular in LCK, which is probably why you haven't seen her much. It was a surprise to me as well. But yeah, apparently in Korea and China, they were playing her a lot.
The root down, piercing arrow again onto Juro as he falls low. He has to flash away. The knock back onto Chovy separates the fight. Drake secured by Gen G, double flash.
Can we get this fight afterwards?
Looking to put the arrows into the back of his enemy man. The Realm War back as Peter's getting onto that backline, but Gen G immediately turn and burn. But Canyon is the one who is a flame. Hero's entrance will not be a good exit for Chovy.
All right, let's finish this fight. Let's finish this fight.
They've already lost 2. Gen G
lock in, lock in.
Out of here as the chase down towards the bottom side. Chovy against Cuz has to burn the flash. Finds him still. KT come out on top.
Cuz is feeling himself, and rightly so. 3 kills early for the Kiana. Played that fight brilliantly, spacing out so many of the abilities there from Chovy. Even using the Realm War perfectly there as Peter was able to find a great angle for a re-engage.
And the hesitation from Gen G in that contest feels like it was very well punished by KT. Because normally in these type of fights, it will be Duro and Canyon running the play. But what you can see here, even with a lot of damage goes down onto Peter, but he
yes, they normally play Rek'Sai top. They don't play her jungle.
Doesn't actually with that taunt set up for any meaningful damage. I thought he was just going to go for an ultimate here, but he holds onto it and the re-engage fails.
And look at the spacing here from Cuz, how he actually plays out these next moments as they go back in. You know, Chovy tries to find this re-engage, and then Cuz steps out, is able to just barely dodge this taunt here as he dashes out. Chovy tried to hit both, and they both just kind of back off on either side. He wasn't able to hit anyone, so Ruler gets chased down on one side. Cuz is able to follow through and get the kill there to take down Chovy, gets his ult, gets his flash. BDD
I don't even be saying nothing. I really don't even be, I don't gotta say nothing. My team doing the talking. You hear me? You hear me? My team talking for me with their actions. Okay, they about that action. They hitting them with that 555. You know what I'm saying? I don't even gotta say nothing.
When you're already down one is tough.
And on the other side, how hype are KT feeling? Right, coming into this. As we see Peter
don't highlight me.
We'll get the trample down. The hook's gonna land as Cuz dives
don't highlight me. Why they highlight me?
Nautilus falls first, but meanwhile the Crescent Guard from Cannon keeps him alive.
Why was my name highlighted right there?
Ruler gets a shutdown though as 2 will fall. Gen G bite back in the game.
Yeah, that was not the fight to go.
Why did they highlight me? I don't like that.
They try to full send it, but they're sending it onto Duro with Ruler just free firing on you, and Ruler gets both of those kills and a big shutdown off of Cuz. Plus, they're going to be able to get the grubs off the back of this as well. Ruler in prime position to be able to carry now. 1K up this early.
And it shows how quickly these games can swing. Like, we were literally in the middle of talking about how KT had a really good early game, and now the goal
send a
basically
cease and desist.
2 neutral objectives to 0 in favor of Gen G.
I just want to know what were they about to say.
They're 1 neutral away from that feat of objective slaying, and Cuz does have the Profane Hydra complete, does have an 800 gold lead, can start to steal away some of these camps with the help of Peter. This is where Kiana can really shine, just out-farming your enemy man. But they've been stymied. They've been suppressed a little bit. That early game hype, not quite as high as they look to see if Canyon oversteps. Keen here as well. The wards go down, and KT back away.
Possible trap, but still, a couple of jungle camps being found there for Cuz. He's going to be happy. A little bit of extra pressure there for Perfect. But that was definitely an unforced error for KT. They could have just backed out of that play towards top side. Really wanted to play, I think, on Cuz, having his ultimate available, but bit off a lot more than they could chew. We're still seeing, though, as you highlighted the Zale, and I want to echo it again, Gen.G generally is a team that in these early games, either they're doing something right or they're not doing anything right. They're looking for a cross map, they're trying to set up for an objective, they're trying to go for a macro play. Some of these early skirmishes, KT has just been straight up outplaying them. With a Propane Hydra now done. With
straight up
Ruler having his Triforce, those are the two strongest members on the Rift right now.
And Ruler on this Ezreal is not
Straight
the one
up
you want to have all
outplaying?
the gold here, as he is going to be tough to take down, but is missing Combat Summoner. You're not going to be playing Cleanse Barrier or anything like that, so perhaps a little bit more vulnerable than he otherwise would be. But still very difficult to even just close the gap and get in on him. Plus you have all of this defensive power here from Chovy, who's going to be there to peel if you're oversending it onto Ruler.
But like, what if they're just ending?
Overall, KT,
It's possible.
in a good position in this game. Moon Prison, Chain of Corruption for the chase onto Chovy, who doesn't have his flash back up. Exhausted, the Justice Punch.
Was he taunting or
Into
ulting?
Safety, the hail of arrows, not enough to bring down the Galio. BDD's still going to push in here.
Was he taunting or ulting?
The wave, but with only 2 minions left alive, BDD will just have to settle for a plate. TP down towards the bottom side as Juro and Ruler set up around this Drake.
Still successful play though. Chovy gonna be
Gracefully,
early.
you know.
Cryo's there for KT. They're again building a gold lead. This time though, Gen.G got the first Drake.
Gracefully.
They're looking to try and play for a second. Perfect thing gonna finish his Titanic Hydra on the base.
Just an
He might be
exquisite
able to finish
escape,
his
truly.
first as well. Could be looking at some
Flawless,
double TPs
if you
coming in
will.
here. Peter has taken a little bit of damage already though.
Perfect is still proxying, so he must not have the gold just yet. He wants to kill one more wave, then probably look for the base. But I mean, Peter is chunked out. The base just now coming in from Perfect.
What costume
so there's no
you
way he
in,
can contest.
Dylan?
Gen.G gonna be able to grab this one, no problem. And they are the ones now with 2 early dragons here. It's gonna be an Ocean Soul up for grabs, which
Is Galio
pretty good,
considered a
honestly, with lot of
dragon?
kind of the beefy boys over on the Gen.G side, I feel like.
Yeah, Ocean Soul and Bessa, that does not sound like a good time once we get deeper into the game. Yeah.
It's all about how much you can disengage.
Oh my gosh, you're him from Powerpuff Girls. I was a Powerpuff Girl today. I was Buttercup. And my roommates were Blossom and Bubbles. Oh my gosh. That's so freaking cute. We're together in spirit.
2.5 minutes as well.
He's a gargoyle. Oh.
Let's just have a look at where our lanes are assigned. Got the AD carries meeting in
Photoshop me with you. I got you.
this topside river. Juro looks for the hook. Cuz is on his way across, and Ruler won't arcane shift forward, which could have been a little bit tricky for him to extra.
You as Buttercup checks out. What that mean? Because that sound offensive. But I love me some Buttercup. But what that mean? What you mean by that?
Galio not really having the impact, got outplayed in the early fight. BDD with a much
Be sassy and a baddie.
Already sitting on 2 stacks.
I'll allow it.
On his Rod of Ages.
See the damage coming down from Keen. He's got that Eclipse complete. And
I'll allow it.
Has to use this passive just to heal himself
Yes, she
up.
is.
Keen handily winning
He
the
is.
trades in that solo top lane matchup now.
I just always feel like Mbessa is a completely different champion once you have the Eclipse. You know, it's
That's funny.
especially for HB stackers, whether you're a tank or something
That
like
is
this
funny.
Rek'Sai. The trades just become so horrible after.
We were looking for a Mojo Jojo or like
All of a sudden, you
anyone
just
for
get really
from
hurt.
Powerpuffs
It
today.
becomes very difficult to deal with. That being said, because you have Titanic, it doesn't really matter. You can kind of just fight the wave and just one-shot the wave over and over, keep her off the tower. But definitely Keen, back-to-back games in a good spot here. Again, really impressed me on this Ion. I just
Oh, you don't like
can't sing this
Buttercup,
guy's
Saint?
praises enough.
I
He
like
really has
Buttercup.
been so
For the exact reasons that
anything that
King
Gen.G asks of
said.
him, regardless
Like
of the
Buttercup
role,
was
regardless
super
if you're weak side,
sassy.
strong side, he is
And when I was
fantastic.
younger, I just liked that she like
Did he try to get to
wouldn't,
this position in the LCK?
you know,
Try to manage to get through all
wouldn't
of the
back
ranks. He's
down
gone
from
10th
anything. She was
to
always
champion
strong.
across the course of his career, and last year really the year that he came to the fore.
I don't know about that,
The
Icarus.
minds of many around the world.
I don't know about that one.
KT looking for something up towards that top side. Weren't quite able to find it. There's a herald up in a minute's time, so Peter and BDD are just going to team up to deny some vision.
I also really like Mojo Jojo.
Bottom side of that river.
In this world where
Mojo
there's so many
Jojo.
players that just never get on the team that actually gets it done, never get the support that they need. It's such a feel-good story of a player that just kept his form throughout all
also
those
have the
years
big
until there
forehead
was a core around
for
and that could
Mojo
actually support
Jojo.
him. Obviously
Not the
starting
big
with that
belly.
breakout year
Not
in
the cranium.
2023 KT.
I mean, even beyond that, it's just hard to look good on a bad
How
team.
would it
Right?
fit?
Like, it's so hard to even have people pay attention to you. because League is such a team game, and when other
We
lanes are
were
losing
going
left,
to
just fall
meet
apart very,
up
very
with
quickly.
someone,
You know, especially on a
and then
great
they possibly
team-dependent
would have dressed
role,
up as the fourth
top
Powerpuff
lane.
Girl,
So
but
it is just so impressive to see how resilient
the
he has
way
been throughout his career,
the way
and
today
I love
went,
to see players like that really getting their
just
due, really getting their recognition after being able to kind of grind their way up from the literal bottom of the LCK.
Looking at the game state right now, we have 2 item spikes approaching for a couple of the members. Most notably, Ruler really wants to try and finish that second item, get the stack set up. In about a minute, we'll have the Drake fight set up. Minute and a half until the Drake actually spawns, and it will be a must fight for KT. They have a really, really strong ability, I think, to both rotate.
oh my
around
gosh,
the realm
Princess
arc,
would get on my
as well as use
freaking
the power
nerves.
of that Rek'Sai and Kiana to get on the back line. Genjido not going to let them breathe. Starts up the Herald.
Herald begun, TP coming in. KT looking
There
to
was
keep
somebody
up.
dressed
Duro
up
and Ruler
as
off the
like
easy path up towards the river. Canyon realizes it. Backs away.
there
from
were
that
a lot of
Orchid.
crazy
He sends
fits
his
out.
patience in a moment. Chovy TPing in. The hook's gonna land though as they look for Peter. Flashes in. Headbutt pulverized. Supreme display of talent as well, but only onto Chovy. The redemption comes out as Ruler. Arcane shifts forward. He wants part of this fight. Canyon with the crescent guard. Chain of corruption will lock
Oof,
him up.
Peter is low. Okay, no flash on Ruler.
Able to pick up one. Another hook coming out from Duro. The depth charge on the back line into the taunt.
This is a lost fight.
Genji rule the rift as KT can find nothing.
Genji showcasing their incredible team fighting here. That was just a
Why didn't Perfect TP?
From Peter. They back off. They avoid Cuz on the re-engage, and then Ruler finds space on the side of the fight to go aggressive. Duro finds another hook, and Genji were just dancing around that fight perfectly.
Why didn't Perfect TP?
And what goes up must come down as the roller coaster, yet another hurdle on the journey. Peter gets engaged on early, tries to re-engage, get value out of his ultimate, but not gonna be enough. As the chase from Ruler in particular, the big point for me here, he is completely unmatched.
Dude, Ruler was in go mode, baby.
Almost bending it around the wall. The follow-up from Chovy is great. And rightly so, Perfect Bisco, guys. I am not joining this fight. I am just going to make sure we get the turret, and I think that got them defeats as well. As KT, another setback. Now, that hasn't really been permanent when it comes to
Perfect is a Chovy fan and wants him to win.
They can replicate that in this Dragon fight.
Ruler now 2,500 gold ahead of his
That
opposite
could be
man.
why he
Already
didn't
on his-
TP.
Going towards his third item as Doctam only sits on one. Perfect looking for the flank. The Drake
We gotta
begun,
stop the
smash
dragon
forward. Canyon
stacking.
dives onto Peter. Riptail has been summoned towards the topsiders.
Okay,
They
we
go
got the
in for
dragon.
fight, and we see KT able to
Can we
secure the Drake, but
disengage?
Peter now
Because
needs
I don't
retreat.
think we're
Perfect
winning
towards
this
the
fight,
topside.
babes.
Trying to distract Canyon. Peter falling lower. Down comes the anchor and sends him into the depths. Genji find another. For KT, they got the Drake, and that's really
kinda
all they
excited to go
wanted.
home.
Riptail charges in. Perfect matches it. Should be
Like
able
the
to
fact
kill
that
it
I'm going
off.
back to
Duro
Atlanta.
with a good hook away, but BDD still on the chase. Depth charge. Arcane shift. Mystic shot from Ruler, but into the Supreme display.
Wait, this is good.
Turn it around. Canyon forced away as they chase forward onto him. Perfect finds another.
Whoa.
KT turn around the fight.
And it's straight up disrespect from Genji, looking for exit kills, and KT says thank you very much as Ruler tries to replicate the last
We
play,
did say that.
but instead
We
just
did say
Arcane
thank you very
shifts to
much.
his
Once
shoe.
more. He's potentially going to go in here onto Keen.
Now, we've learned about diving in Bessa, right, guys? I literally think every last team at this point has tried to dive in Bessa and they died. Let's remember that, babes. It never ends well,
It's just
ever.
incredible. You know, you're going up against a team that I would say probably greater than 80% of people coming in thought were going to be
There
the
was like a
runaway favorites.
parade
We're
slash
supposed to win this
carnival
event.
earlier, Peachy.
You're falling behind. You're giving arguably the best AD carry of all time, a massive gold lead, almost an entire item ahead, and then you're saying, nah, I just win.
And they do. And this is a split call, I think, here from Genji, because Ruler going in that aggressive.
Period,
Van.
Van.
was basing. They clearly weren't expecting KT to play this heavily towards
Hope you had
holding on
fun.
to that mid lane pressure.
Remember when
And that
T1
is a lot of
1v2 dove Dokla?
reinvested.
Yes.
And what goes down?
I do.
KT roller coaster's case also
And then
must
there
go
was
back up
another
again.
game where
Just for
they
the
tried to dive
acceleration.
in
And I've gotta say,
Bessa.
when you're an underdog, you can never play
Austin,
with
thank you
fear.
for the
If a play
raid,
fails, you
fam.
have to just go right
Hope you're
back
having a
at them,
beautiful
play
day today.
towards the strengths of your composition. And I think that's something that KT has done beautifully through these two games. They're not just
Did they
saying,
really
"All right,
just
it
say
went
that,
bad,
King?
Let's just try to scale. We'll sit back."
I didn't even hear
They're
that.
gonna pounce on every single opportunity that Genji give them.
And KT couldn't be bigger underdogs. You have to look at it. We
I
talked about the predictions earlier on today, but
right on pace for my prediction. I don't know what you're talking about.
Already. Most of us are just wrong already. Or everyone predicting that 3-0 for Gen G. A couple of 3-1s here or there. Azale, I'm sorry, I know you were memeing. I know you were joking.
Dead serious.
Dead serious. Okay.
My honest prediction, 3-0. I don't know. I just don't know why you guys didn't see it.
Honestly, I see it. I see it now, Azale.
Angle, you know?
The future, apparently. As
I see it now, Azale.
Slight gold lead. It's not over yet. They are still very even in this game. For Gen G, you still have Ruler, one of the best AD carries, if not the best AD carry in the world, on a pick that is so hard.
Why did you look so angry in that picture? I'm smiling. What you mean?
KT, these small moments, these small fights really start to accelerate things in their favor.
It's still, though, night and day between how Gen G looked against Hanwha Life and how they look against KT now, right? And that is just the intangibles, the fact that Chovy is in another
I think KT versus T1 in finals would be fire. So does everybody think that T1 is going to win tomorrow?
Right now, Trident Spikes hit for Keen as well. He has come through for Gen G so many times.
Does everybody just think that T1 is a shoe-in?
You can't overstate it enough, right? When, for Chovy, really the only thing he hasn't done is won Worlds, right? He's won LCK a bunch of times. He's won MSI. He's dominated in every other conceivable way. You work your entire year long for these couple games that you're playing. And the amount of pressure that he must be putting on these games, on himself in these moments, is just immense because it doesn't matter what he did the rest of the year. If you don't win at Worlds, for Chovy, that's a failure. That's the level of player he is.
He said it himself. It's not just about the win. It's about playing well alongside it. He puts so much pressure on himself to perform in moments like this and to fall at...
You want my real answer? Yeah, I want your real answer. Yeah, T1 plays tomorrow.
Again, would be such a disappointment for him as a player and for Gen G as a lineup. 8 years since they last made it to the finals, 8 years since they last won World Championship.
I actually hate it when finals is a 3-0 because that means that it was not.
We've talked a lot about.
It was not challenging. I feel like a 3-0 means that it's not challenging enough. Like, finals should go to game 5.
20 seconds left on the Drake would be sole point for Gen G.
At least a 3-1. At least a 3-1.
But we've seen enough throws at that throughout this Worlds. And I don't think either of these teams are going to
Pure.
Go for it unless they find the perfect window.
I'd love.
We keep seeing that, but
I'd love if I didn't have to hear it for the rest of this Worlds.
Time and time again. But Dragon spawning
Just a quick elimination.
With good positioning here once again in the area. You can see Chovy is
some 3-0s are hard fought. I'll agree with that, Feels 2K. Like I would.
It looks like they will.
Double to B.
I would agree with that, but I also think that the most recent 3-0 in finals, which was Weibo versus T1, was such a snooze fest.
Canyon looking for the steal here, but it's Cuz that gets it. BDD forced to flash away here as Angels and Chovy in the pit. Keen diving forward. Ruler caught out by Perfect. Canyon falling lower as Cuz finds 2. KT winning the fight on the bottom side, but the top side is all in favor of Keen.
Oh my gosh, kill him.
Chovy still on the chase. Dogdown trying to get away. Perfect and Peter trying to protect
him.
Dogdown!
Oh my gosh, he killed him on the exit.
Only the top laners left alive, and Perfect will burrow his way
Who wins that 1v1? Who wins that 1v1? Who wins this? Who wins this 1v1? All eyes on them. All eyes on them.
With the dragon here, grabbing another one for his team. Keen just solos out BDD though in the face of Perfect. He had an incredible
These fights are crazy, dude.
Really keeping it close.
And it's starting to feel like Gen G again, not quite the timing right there.
But we got the dragon. That's really good.
And look at these health bars here multiple times. BDD on the edges of this fight. Perfect actually finding Ruler at the beginning.
Kian is a freaking beast, bro. I didn't know that Kian was this insane. Dogdom is playing like he's freaking Gumayushi, bro.
Buys the time for Perfect to then get back on top. There's no cooldowns, and you can see on the face of Cuz, he's feeling himself on this Kiana. Giant gold lead here for him. And he's been getting the better end of Canyon in this entire series.
Look at the damage.
7,000 in a single fight on that Varus. For KT, every fight like that is elation. You're the underdog. It is your rebellion. You're taking down
3 times the damage of Ruler, and Ruler has double his kills.
Every moment you're like, oh, we could have
He's
won.
up 1K gold.
We would have been on Soul Point, and now Gen.G will call for a fight at Arakan. KT will muster their men, and we'll see another battle.
Yeah, Perfect's TP
That's so
already.
much
The VOD
damage.
is moving over. They are a little
All
bit
right, we're getting a
slow to
TP
join
in from
here.
Perfect.
Duro could just try to control this tri-brush. It looks like a difficult approach, and KT, they're going back for the red buff to try to buy time, but that's been spotted. They're too late now, it feels like.
Cuz might look for the steal. Baron coming onto the rift, but Gen.G
It's theirs.
the Articon. KT backing away. Cuz still looking for that supreme display of talent.
That's
a game
really
changer
bad.
around terrain like this, but in the end, it will just be the red buff to KT, the Articon to Gen.G.
And that's a trade that Gen.G will more than happily take. Obviously going to be very happy that they're able to, again, get this lead. When it comes to the pedals, Articon has been so very highly valued by teams. That's the only conclusion you can draw, because it feels like teams keep taking a very big risk.
Nah, no Baron, no Baron.
Lane turret still stands. KT might be looking for a punish.
Tower down to about a third. Rockdown coming in from the side as well. Does have that chain of corruption, but in the end, Gen.G will back away without pushing the tempo any further. Gold basically even, 2 Drakes apiece. The Articon really the only difference between the two. The chain of corruption into the hail of arrows. Ruler needs the protection of Chovy to keep him alive, and he'll find it. KT, though, now having chunked out the enemy.
I will say the way that Chovy is playing Galio really represents his lore. Like, he really does play like a Guardian. And normally I see like Galio's engaging and stuff like that, but he is also really playing as a protector. I'll give him that.
We'll see what Gen.G do around these
I'll give him that.
Sometimes when a team finds
who's stronger, Ezreal or
Varus? See them
Varus?
backing away and then they lose their tower in response, but KT are keeping Dogdown around to defend.
And Dogdown sitting here with that
I
servant
think
fang.
Varus is stronger because of the versatility that Varus has.
For Duro, for Keen, for Chovy. We saw the damage he was able to output there as Gen.G.
I think that's a compliment, no?
This Baron, I think, trying to catch KT off guard. KT does know this is happening.
BDD's in the bot side, does have the teleport and will use it immediately to come up here. It was on a reset, instead TP's in. Gen.G with that Baron down to 6K. The hook's gonna land onto Peter. He pops the unbreakable will to try and walk away. Cannon goes in with the Crescent Guard, but they can't find the damage onto the cow. Perfect, chipping away at them from the bottom side. Chovy's still looking for chase. In the end, it's an Alistar ultimate, and KT disengage.
Yeah, that got pretty dicey for Gen.G. Peter, again, this was an issue in that first game. Going a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the team. Loses his ulti, and he is not going to be punished for it, but we'll see if they can find anything.
And we'll see if Gen.G's happy with that, because that was, to me, felt like they wanted to get cooldowns to play for Dragon, right? Because the moment that the teleports came
Good
through,
night,
they immediately backed off. Chovy still was his, so he
Have
could
a
now be
good
silent rush
one.
point. Same for Keen. And this is going to be soul point for whichever team
It's so
picks
good.
it up. Both Dogdown and Ruler have access to their flashes.
It's so
BDD just
good.
now finishes his Void Staff, third item for Cuz as well.
Have you ever had Jinya?
Gen.G's, they don't really have vision around this area at all. They've got a single control ward, now a couple in that mid lane bush. Peter caught out with a hook once again as he has to flash away. Has the honey fruit to pop himself up as Ruler lands the damage across the wall. He couldn't see him. It was blind, and Ruler finds his man. KT
Ruler
now, a
is
man down, can't defend. The
kinda
Drake
insane
secured, so point for
at
Gen.G.
League of
The problem is
Legends.
they're just going to go to Baron, I think, here, and they're just going to force your hand. Peter getting caught
Ruler is
back-to-back fights.
kinda
This time he
insane at
doesn't
League of
have the
Legends.
ulti. And BDD and Perfect were pretty late to the fight, so Gen.G just walk through mid. They get the Dragon, they go to Soul Point, they take tier 1, and now they're going to put pressure here onto the Baron. And Peter's not up for 10.
Kaz is going to look for the steal. Ruler wisely standing on this side of the wall. Now dashes in with that arcane shift. Perfect clears out a bit of vision. Kaz hasn't been seen here. Gen.G, the Baron down to 6.5K. Canyon
They
and
only
Ruler
don't
still
have
on. Kaz still
Alistar,
looking
but
for the steal.
Alistar is
Perfect
frontline
down towards
and
the bottom side,
CC
distracting
and
the rest of
Peel.
Gen.G. Kaz can jump in. The winds of war from Chovy. Duro knocked up. Redemption out. Canyon almost falling.
Canyon
as Kaz
low.
dives into the pit. There's no jungler there. Canyon goes in, and he manages to land the smite. KT now on the
How?
back foot. Public execution from Keen, not quite connecting, and KT turn and burn. Peter's here for a little bit more. The hero's entrance won't be
Can we
quick
win
enough
this
to
fight?
save his support. Perfect diving onto that back
Oh
line.
my gosh,
Chovy falling over. Keen forced away
Keen.
towards the top side. Chovy with a stopwatch. Dogdown can't land. The
Keen
piercing
too
arrow
good,
through
bro.
that. Flash away. The Realm Orb
Keen
gets
too
KT
good.
out, but Gen.G secure the Baron.
And Gen.G, they walk away with the objective, but that felt anything or nothing like the Gen.G we're used to. KT, a little bit of an overstep there towards the end, again looking for that blade to equalize it.
Kian too good at League of Legends, man. I don't know what we're gonna do.
I mean, let's be honest, it came down to a complete burger flip. Canyon got chunked down very low here. It was Doctum again, beautiful all over the wall, gets him low, and then Cuz on the Baron, but Canyon flashes back in, able to finish it off. That was so close. If KT walks away with that Baron, it is devastating for Gen G. And then again, this re-engage this time from Peter was beautiful. Chovy comes through with the ulti. But Doctam and BDD the whole time are just free firing, getting so much work done in these fights.
And Doctam just unchecked in any of these fights. As you can see, the KT coaches still not used, despite everything on being on the roller coaster. It never gets old. Rula doing an incredible amount of damage in that fight, and now Gen G, we've seen him in his position. Last time it was Kenyon going in too deep. They get a redo this time around.
BDD's pushing in a side lane. KT have already given up the ghost on this inhibitor and, well, at least the tower. Gen G can push for more. Chovy's pushing in mid for that tier 2. The inhibitor will go down on the bottom side as KT look to defend their mid tower. BDD does have the TP. Chovy's a little bit isolated here. Rula Arcane shifts across to make sure his Galio can walk to safety. Gen G
Reckless top lane. That boy don't even play top.
Yeah, creating a pretty large advantage.
He's an ex-ADC player now support.
GA completed, Zonia's completed, second GA now coming through. Canyon and Keen both have theirs done. But we can't count KT out. They have shown us in this series their resilience, how much they are just fighting and scrapping for everything. Gen G absolutely in control. But really, it's eyes on this next dragon. 145. If KT can get that dragon, the game will absolutely continue. But you have to think with the lead that Gen G already has.
There is a difference between domestic and international, Doran, I must say.
Like this is exactly the same time it started going up for Gen G.
I so agree, Holy. But we see it so much.
True Shot Barrage takes half of Doctam's HP. Almost a K off his total.
Yeah, that's an unhappy duck. That was not great. We'll see if Gen G can turn it into anything more, though. Giant Wave Crash here will get them at least a good amount of damage, but it does look like KT have been able to hold off on most of this. Obviously, the big issue is that upcoming possibility for a Soul mid lane turret also will fall as the rest of KT just looking to base and setting up for this upcoming fight.
And you always have to get concerned when it's going to come down to one of these objective fights about the vision, right? You look at Gen G, how they're playing in this space, taking that over, sweeping out wards. Yeah, the Baron's gone, but you know that KT had been locked up in their base for so long that they haven't been able to get out on the map and reclaim vision. And Peter has been getting picked a number of times, and it could be a repeat.
Flash hook, immediately they look for Cards, they'll take out the jungler. Ruler finds the kill.
You know, I think it's time we wrap it up, bro.
Will shepherd him back into the base, but Gen G don't even need to turn towards that Drake yet.
Oh, is it confirmed he's going back to EU? Holy?
And Gen G not wanting to repeat their mistakes of game number 1 when Canyon went in way too deep this time, waiting for them to approach. That should just be the Soul, right? That should just be the Ocean Soul going over to Gen G, making the side laning Mbessa even more impressive than it already is.
I mean, it's the exact same spot that Keen set up that pick last
How stressed were you last night for the T1 series? And how do you feel about having to be that stressed again tomorrow night? It makes me very sad. Oh my gosh. It makes me very sad that I have to put my body through the immense amount of stress that I've been doing during Worlds. Like, it's not only sleep schedule, it's the fact that my heart is invested in these games, and I feel like I stop breathing during some of these fights. So my lung capacity is all over. Like, I don't even know, man.
Nautilus, you know, that could work.
Yeah, you could kill Redemption Locket.
How is the watch party streak?
Flash right now.
I mean, look, he's a guy from the ocean with an Ocean Soul. I think that gives him like double power out of it or something,
bonus.
you know?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
It's going to be really difficult for KT to find a way back into this game, but we said that in game 1.
And I will say, if you can hang on for these next 5 minutes here, you know, we're assuming that
also, happy November, everybody. It is officially November 1st. I hope you guys have an amazing November.
That's not easy to do, but if you
can, wrap up your year on a positive note.
Doesn't really mean nearly as much, but Gen G again, just masterful in how they are controlling vision. They're just moving in, clearing out all these wards. They're making the approach so difficult for KT.
And that's kind of a flex from Dom, right? Like being up.
Peter's going. Immediately they dive into Chovy. They have the Chain of Corruption coming out as well. It's going to land the Crescent Guard out as well from Canyon. Chovy falling lower. Perfect's on the flank. Lands a double knockup. Chovy needs to get out, and he will. A public execution slays the cow. Roast beef for Keen as he finds two. Dogdam will follow. Canyon dives back in. Flashes away. Still has the Angel to bring him back to life. And now Keen can advance, and Cuz can do nothing but flash and a try to get himself out. Keen will chase for days, though. Cuz forced down towards this blue side jungle. KT lose the fight. Gen G, do you stick or do you twist? It looks like Baron is their target.
Yeah, Cuz still going to stay around, but it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to get in the area. He's hoping he can find a miracle to get into that pit. I mean, he has the sweeper. He knows he's not spotted, but he is now.
Ruler jumps immediately onto him. He knows his job here. They don't need the damage on the Baron, just force Cuz away. Can't quite hit the Mystic shot.
GG's.
Hit, the TP in for BDD.
No, Kian has been on crack all series. All series.
Peter's here to join the fray, but Baron already for Gen G. KT now back away. The Realm Warp used. True Shot barrage on Cuz. Almost takes him out. And now Gen G with the Baron can push in another TP from KT. They try to find reinforcements to push this wave away.
And Gen G, at first it looked dire. I like that from Peter. You have to go for these flippy plays, right? You're looking to lose the game. You need to go for the Hail Mary. And 99 times out of 100, that cow does not jump over the wall, but the teleporting cow this time finds his mark. But there are all these luxury items, right? The fact that Jovi stays alive for so long, and the fact that Canyon just gets to play with reckless abandon.
And I mean, look at how Keen is playing, right? You know, yes, the public execution does not hit onto Dogdom, but it doesn't matter. He hits Peter, and he just taxis him over there. Dogdom flashes out, but Keen is fair to follow, instantly knocks him down as well. Keen is just untouched. I mean, it's not like you can start a fight out going for
this
the best.
definitely looks like game.
But that just gives Keen all the freedom in the world to just crush.
I guess we can flip Elder, but
straight towards Dogdom. And Dogdom, it's never.
I don't think Gen G needs to flip. They'll just fight us.
On the pick. This Ambessa has been Keen's talisman throughout the year. Looking to make it 11-0 here in the semi-final to put Gen G on the board in this series. They've had control of game one. Here they have more control over
Ambessa's weapons is called like the twin dogs, right? Or something like that.
Before this Baron expires, the bot lane inhib has respawned for KT.
Last time it was a hero play from BDD. The Q-free follow-up by the rest of his team that got KT out of what felt like at that point position that
Twin Wolves? Twin Drakehounds.
Are unrelenting, pushing on.
Ooh, Chain of Corruption comes out. Ruler with the Mercurial is going to cleanse away that slow. It was here that
Twin Blades? It's so light it. Yes, T1 won yesterday.
The same tools in his arsenal to get
I didn't say that straight.
Now KT will put all 5 players to defending this mid lane wave.
I didn't say that. Did you see my prediction, Street?
Use the top side, knock up onto Keen. He dashes away. The route onto Jura with the Rune Prison Perfect falling lower. Forced away by Ruler. Will be able to heal up in that passive. True Shot Rush dodged by Cuz, but not by Peter. A public execution onto the backline. The knockback onto Keen immediately. The redemption coming out as well. Crescent Guard BDD trying to get onto Jura.
Yeah, about that. Dude, Keen doesn't die. With GA, bro, he doesn't die.
Marching down mid for the win.
And you know Ruler is calling for that. Pentine comes right now. Already picked up his double. KT though, they're gonna try and hold on. TP's gonna come in. Baron buff still for another 10 seconds.
Reset coming out from Chovy. He's finished a neat death cap. The Rabadons for that extra bit of damage. The Nexus Tower is falling. Ruler and Chovy take the first. Keen trying to get this wave in for the second. Perfect. Dogdam and Peter needs to try and defend, but Peter's already back in the
Baron
base,
buff gone. Baron buff gone.
The Nexus Tower falling lower. Ruler with the True Shot Barrage can still arc and shift away from the oncoming Rek'Sai. The Nexus Tower will be taken. Keen behind them. KT trying to defend, but they just don't have the wallets. Gen G will answer the fight and go 1-1 in the series.
Gen G battling back here. KT kept the pressure on, but Gen G are just too damn good. What a performance from Ruler in this one. Critical in their win. Start to finish felt like he was ahead.
Good job,
the team
Ruler.
Is creating space. Ruler and Keen to me.
No, the voice crack was something. The voice crack was something.
Vesk, what'd you think of that one?
I think
We agree. Ruler and Keen.
Ruler for success.
I'll agree with
Played
that.
the sickest and also I think most leisurely Ezreal game of his life.
Yeah.
Some fights were clutch, but some fights no one could get to him. He just
I'll
got to
agree
sit
with
there,
that.
shoot
Ruler
five
and
shots out,
Keen.
and every single one felt like it was landing.
I do feel like Gen G are so good at executing these kind of compositions where you're like, okay, we're around one damage dealer. This time it's Ruler. Occasionally it's
Well,
been
Mbessa is definitely a damage dealer.
also does a lot of damage. Yeah,
He does.
That gun good, ain't it, boy?
For Gen G, it actually started off
Nom, 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 nom,
phenomenal
nom.
for KT. Okay, paint me a picture if you're a Kiana. You
That
get into
gun's
this game, and you
delicious.
get like 3 kills.
You feel
early, Kobe.
amazing.
How do you feel, and what happened?
That's why this series has been so fun to watch, because it has been close, because it has been a roller coaster, and this roller coaster started out with LCK Kiana actually getting 3 kills, and LCK Kiana does not usually win games. Well, didn't end up winning this one either, but he did get us hyped, though, with the chase down river. And look at how they split the fight. So the realm warp that BDD puts down, look at Doctum. He fakes like he's going into it, then he cancels it, walks back to BDD, and so everyone turns. Peter then did take it, came back, heads butts to be able to get the other extra kill here, and it's just the spacing that KT had in this fight.
All right, I need
around
KT
the
to come back
Galio, around the
and
engages from Gen G was
do
really nicely
some.
played.
They gotta put it
I feel
down.
like of all junglers, Cuz has a little LPL jungler style in him, you know? Like, he interacts
We
with
are
lanes really
bare
well,
minimum
like,
getting
bringing
4
out the
games, though.
Kianas
I
in
think
line
that's
with some
good.
of the other picks we've seen from him, the Viego, the Nocturne, you know? So I also just loved how they did play with space, like you pointed out, with Peter kind of baiting Gen G into pressing forward.
But it wasn't gonna last, Kobe. Unfortunately for KT.
That's why it's a roller coaster.
Whoa! What happens next?
Next one we have is a really good Gen G fight where they actually space out Peter himself, the Alistar. They work around these Alistar cooldowns. So let's take a look here, because the engage at the very beginning is one of the critical parts. Let's roll through this. You see them going on to the Alistar here, immediately backing up after he ults. Then they kind of draw out that plus the Kiana CC, so they know all the major CC from KT has been used. And look at how methodically Gen G moved this fight forward. Ruler ends up flashing forward after the Alistar ultimate fell off. Then Duro hits an amazing hook here into the Chovy combo that sets up for Canyon to wrap around through the Rift Herald pit and come through and set up these 3 kills for Ruler. You were talking about Ruler, the caliber of this player. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame basically already, and if you give him a bunch of money on Ezreal.
I'm with you. We've got to debate what skin and what year right at this point. But 100% the big thing for me there is look at Cuz in that fight. He has no space to play. In that long drawn-out initial fight, before everyone's level 6, he had room on this Kiana, but against the Galio, the Nautilus, it's so impossible. He's in melee range of Ruler, and he is helpless in that fight, which just shows how confident Gen G are in the comp that they put together.
Yeah, and Cousin BDD thinking, oh, he's done this to us before at Worlds in China. But yeah, Ruler goes absolutely huge, and he's, you know, of all the I don't want to say
popped off.
2-pronged attack from Gen G. It's like 5-pronged at this point, but
What's
he's
up, Tate?
such an important tip of the spear.
1,300
Yeah, wow.
damage per minute.
Yeah, Ezreal's usually get around 1K sometimes. This is insane. And also I want to point out the damage percentage. Actually, both ADs, I think, were at about 40% across this entire game.
Dang.
And if we look at this, what I was
What's
looking
up,
at for
Roki?
2017 versus 2025, KT's looking to rewrite history.
Yeah, and I mean, we pointed out how it's Gen G now who are kind of in that Longzhu spot, despite the fact that it was Longzhu coming out 6-0 in groups. But then lost to Samsung and Ruler in that quarterfinals. Now, Cousin BDD looking for their revenge. They'll have to go back to the drawing board in the next game.
And it is.
Was
it's
it a
not
good
the worst
week,
place to be
Roki?
in. It's a 1-1 because you did win that first game. I do think they still showed a lot of fight in the second one, and I feel like because of game 1, perhaps Gen G is conditioned and KT is conditioned that they can turn around even deficits in this game, because they even did it in this game, Dracos, when they were behind.
Well, and I do like that they're confident to force those plays. Perfect had that final play where they made it work. They were too far behind in gold, but I like that despite some flubs, they start off really strong, that initial Alistar play. It gets pretty bad for Peter in a lot of these fights, but ultimately he still has the confidence to pull the trigger. And I think that
Samsung
is
Blue and
crucial for a team
Samsung
that
White,
has
I
been going
think,
toe-to-toe with Gen G,
no longer.
reminding of us of that upper bracket
Yeah,
upset.
yeah.
They need to
They
keep that
combined
momentum
into
going
Gen G.
And I have to say, coming into this series, myself and a lot of people were looking at the top lane matchup as maybe the most
Good,
lopsided
Roki.
matchup. And with Keen having a good game here on a carry champion, I still think that this is probably one of the most dangerous things for KT is going to be the top lane individual matchup. Keen is just so good. He can fit into any team comp that you want to execute on, and he definitely can carry.
Yeah, I think some people might just look at the lane and then being like, yeah, but he didn't get like that far ahead or a million miles ahead in either games, but he's just really good at converting what he has into what the team needs, into the team fights.
Yeah, and in these team fights, you could tell he had such great backline access. The public executions were
Yeah,
really,
no,
really
for
good,
Ambessa that game, Saint, it was
so difficult for
crazy.
KT to get onto Ruler.
Yeah, and I am excited to see what BDD and Cuz can
Cardinal, please drive safe.
But I'm very okay. Sorry, whatever. We have to keep going. Okay, take the boot. But what I will say is I am very concerned for Perfect because in the top lane he plays Sion.
Make sure to put on like some music or something to keep you awake.
The Rek'Sai didn't look good. I don't know where he goes.
I was giving him some grace, but it was rough. But hey, it's gonna have to be near perfect if KT want to bring us to match point first, because right now Gen G strike back with their eye on the grand final.
As Ruler, Arcane shifts forward, he wants part of this fight. Canyon with the Crescent Guard, Chain of Corruption will lock him up, and it missed times as they go in. Ruler able to pick up one, another hook coming out from Duro. The depth charge on the back line into the taunt from Chovy. Gen G rule the rift as KT can find nothing.
Gen G showcasing their incredible team fighting here.
Yes, it's currently 1-1. Whoever wins this next game, I hope they win the 4th.
Hey players.
Let's wrap this
A
up.
lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it. And I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Meddler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Woo! I freaking love this so much. It makes me so happy. It makes me feel the Christmas spirit.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Hey, Bay. Oh, did he not play for a long time? Please no, Monster. Yeah, I know he used to be a player, and then he used to be on LEC. But I didn't know how long he was a pro player for.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, let's do Bone Duel. I think Kaisa could be it because of these two. But does Kaisa have a cape? And what is... Not why is his pee-pee moving? Does Kaisa have something that would do this? Why is it waving? It's Victor? Okay. It's not Victor. Normally when the bundles have a little thing in the front, it's because they're wearing like a like what Draven has in between his legs, or a Lowy. I don't think this would be Swain. You're saying these are the birds? The birds just like dissipate though. Can I see the first animation clue? I don't think they have a sword. Like, look at their hand. But they do have something in their hand here. Does Aatrox have two things up in the air like that? I think this is the TP animation. Tariq? You know, honestly, I do think it could be Tariq.
Welcome back to
It's
Worlds
Tariq.
2025. We're in our
He
first
does have the
semi-final.
little thing.
They're currently one apiece between Gen.G and KT. Both games have been roller coasters so far. The first one going in KT.
This is wild.
The second in Gen.G's after they picked up that Ocean Soul and were able to roll KT off the map. The question is, as we get towards the latter parts of Fearless, whether we'll start to see a few more spicy picks. Canyon obviously known for his niddly when we get towards the game 4s.
Is this Varus?
Sitting in game 3.
Varus is the only one with a crossbow.
On the side of KT is how do you deal with Keen, right? Because I think Keen has been very problematic in both games. Even
Is
in
that
this
not a
Sion
bow?
game, Perfect got pretty far behind in the laning phase. Yes, they did win that game, but Keen was really playing well in the team fights. And then you put him on the Ambessa, and I feel like he just crushed through a lot of those fights.
Why does this make me think
Now
it's
he's gonna be on red
Lux?
side, so I really am curious how KT
They have
wanna
a
try to set up
skirt.
Perfect
They have
and
a
how they're
skirt
gonna try to
on.
deal with Keen, because he's just
Vayne?
It's been a tough ask. And
I do not think it's Vayne,
really
y'all.
hard to do, because to me, what Perfect is doing today is really the best of what
It's
we could expect
Lux.
from him, right?
Yeah.
I knew
think
it
that
was
he is
Lux.
doing his very best at not giving Keen
I knew
any
it was
advantages,
Lux.
not ended
This
up
is
going
her
down
auto
the side
animation.
lane,
I
which is
knew it
something that
was
he really struggled with
Lux.
throughout the year. The reality is just that finishing and successfully completing the Keen test is a nightmare for any top laner. It's why Keen has been held in such high regard for so long, despite the teams that he's been on. And Keen
Okay.
has been looking the same, I think, as we saw him really throughout most of this
Secret
year.
bow user.
Except
Yeah,
for
the
Ulrich,
auto
but
attack
for
definitely
Chovy,
gave it
He
away.
needs to step up big time in this next game.
Ooh,
Kenyon, I
Kaisa
think, is still
ban.
kind of akin, some good moments, some not so good. But even with BDD's rise in form, domestically, Chovy has always been able to match him. That head-to-head is very firmly in favor of Chovy for a reason as well. But we're not seeing that thus far, and he has talked so much about the pressures. Thus far, it feels like he is buckling underneath them.
At least a little bit. We'll see how it ends up being across the course of 5 games in the series, but KT have definitely shown more soul today than people expected from them. Shown more perseverance, more resilience than people expected from them. Because we all talk about KT when they made Worlds beating Gen.G 3-2, and we rarely talk about the fact a week later they met and they lost 0-3. Gen.G just wiped them away. Here we are in draft for game 3. Aurora, Kaisa and Trundle banned away by KT. Wukong and Janara, the bans. Azir, the one that rises in priority for this final ban from Gen.G.
Yeah, no ban on Azir or Orianna yet. So at least one of them is going to go through. And I think if one of them is going to go through on red side, you're not going to ban the other because you want to go for a trade. So that is going to be the option here.
That's BDD Azir. That's there's a couple of mid laners in the LCK that don't get to play this champion.
I'm doing well, Ian. How are you?
This is one of them for very, very good reason.
KT
Was
did
there
say
when
that.
I was molding about Renekton and Azir was a big reason for why they kept doing that. BDD gets his pigeon and will be feeling great here. Chovy gonna be trying to play for lane, I do imagine, with the Orianna, but with how his laning has been thus far, that's going to be a tall ask because BDD has been able to make so many highlight moments. And again, it feels like every LCK mid does this on the regular, but even amongst those, he often stands out.
Pantheon Orianna seems like a pretty powerful 1-2 there. Can definitely put a lot of pressure on. It does feel like, though, you know, you want to see Canyon trying to get aggressive to maintain that pressure that he's been able to put on. Had a really creative gank in last game, early on that Xin Zhao, came from an angle that BDD didn't expect, was able to really help out in that mid lane matchup. And you know, when you talk about BDD on Azir, this is absolute comfort. You want to put pressure on him. You don't want to allow BDD to play his game comfortably. Poppy, I think, is a great pick here. It's a good answer into the Pantheon, and it also combos well with the Azir because you can swoop them back into the Poppy stun. You can set up really effectively with that. And Cassante is a great takeaway from Keen. It's something that should be harder to punish for Keen as well. So the first three feel super solid for KT.
The Bird plus Poppy combination is one we've seen work a few times so far at this Worlds. Azir and Anivia, both combined with the Poppy to slam people into those wolves. The Cassante from
Not the
Perfect,
Sivir.
just looking to survive the top lane, really. He's doing
Okay,
a really good job
we've
of it.
got another
The Sivir now
round of
locked in the
ADC
full
bans
There's scaling on
and
both sides already. Like,
jungle
these are team fight
bans
comps just from the first
for KT.
Yeah, I do like the Sivir into the Azir specifically. being
And then
able
for
to spell
Genji,
shield
it's going to
along
be
the thread. And the
support.
Poppy is also still a flex, which I do appreciate. Could go
I mean,
towards Cuz,
Pantheon
could
can
go
be
towards Peter.
flexed,
If you put it towards
but
Cuz,
it's
you're really playing more
likely
towards those early game dives. And as
to
we
be
already
seen
highlighted, playing
as a
towards that Azir,
support,
if he
I
goes to Peter,
think.
Cuz still gets the opportunity to pick
So
one of
maybe
his trademark
jungle
picks,
or
or
top.
towards something like the Sejuani that he has been known for a very long time. As some of the things we've seen, the Zeri ban actually coming through, even though
Proper
the pick has
support.
not been at the forefront of Worlds thus far.
No, it hasn't at all, but sometimes as you get deeper into Fearless, people are just looking for hyper carry plus enchanter. You know, maybe that's something that they were a little bit concerned about. I always do have worries about Sivir into Azir simply because it does scale really well, but you're so heavily outranged that it can be difficult in these fights to actually step up and be able to play them effectively. Blitz as a ban is really interesting. Like, it is a Duro special, and it's one of those things where I'm just wondering, is that telling us that you are going to go for more of a lane dominant support? Are you going to be playing something more along the lines of like a Karma or something, an Enchanter, that you're more concerned about those matchups? Yes, you can use it into melee matchups as well, and it is a Duro special, but that's kind of where my mind goes.
And that makes sense to me. Duro has been really out of nowhere, seemingly the guy that has been able to be actually one of the rocks for Genji. In a large part of summer when Kenyon was underperforming, it was Duro that picked up the slack. So the double bans going towards him, I do think, are completely warranted, even though there is still technically the potential for a flex. And we have talked a lot. Keen's champion pool is deep. This man has been playing League of Legends for a very long time, and he knows Cassante like no one else.
This would be hype. I mean, GP has been falling out of the meta. This, I believe, more maybe moving in towards like an Aatrox or something along those lines. That seems like it makes a lot more sense. GP
What's up, Third? How are you doing?
He was disappointed. He's like,
McDonald's.
I just want to be a pirate. For my
I did not go to
skin,
the
guys,
Genji
for
watch
the
party,
world
no.
skin.
Halloween was yesterday. Let him dress up.
That is true.
Some
Instead, the Aatrox will be
things
locked in
didn't
for
go
Genji,
as
something we do
planned.
commonly see into things like the Sion, things like the Cassante. Really scales up well as well, especially when you're playing these like front.
Oh my gosh, you hear? Wait, are we getting a Jinx?
It does work well. Lulu Jinx would make sense for KT. You've got a front line, you have a Poppy, you have a Cassante, you've got the Azir. Ashe as well can do a huge amount of work. We saw Guma on it yesterday having a stellar performance, and there's the Lulu alongside it.
Welcome in, Third. Welcome.
Once I saw that Blitzcrank ban, I actually think I like this more than the Lulu
I'm doing
Jinx, to be honest,
great.
because I was going to say they are
And
kinda
happy
light on
Halloween
engage,
and
right?
happy
So
November.
this does give you a bit more of a primary go button. And when we look over what they have so far, there's no one that really wants to tank that arrow, right? Like anyone who gets hit, it could be pretty dangerous for them. So Leona does make a lot of sense, does help them as far as the primary engage. If you bring Pantheon down towards that bot side, you can look to try to prey on the Ashe as well as the Lulu, who can be quite vulnerable. That is kind of the push and pull that you are having here. But a lot of scaling over on the KT side, really strong front to back. They have some great denial for the engaged tools with both the Poppy as well as the rejection of the Azir with Polymorph
I
and
just
Wild
don't
Growth
like
and all
Ashe
these tools.
EDC. I'm not gonna lie.
I kind of tend to favor the KT draft.
KT I think, have an extremely well-rounded draft. It does, for me, stand or fall by how well the bot lane can do, because I think both mid and top are going to be very heavily shoved in, are really going to be having a tough time in the early game. So there is, what can Cuz do? Can he set up either for Perfect or towards BDD? And then on the flip side, what can Canyon do? Because with two winning lanes in the top side of the map, and Ruler and Duro, I think, going to struggle in this matchup, what are his decisions going to be like?
Yeah, I mean, it's just always so hard, right? Because you can try to look at the draft in isolation, and then you read the nameplates, and you're like, oh, maybe the Gen G draft does win, right? You know, they're just kind of that team that can execute on anything. But it is going to be an exciting one. I really like the risks I think that KT are taking. I think they took a couple good ones. And BDD Azir is something that you can count on and have been able to count on for so many years.
A single best of 3 between these two LCK teams, and the finals between that
Let's
spot in the heavens that
go.
they talked about earlier today.
Why Pantheon's cheeks out like that?
Final chance to show that on the international stage he can perform just as well as he can domestically. For KT,
Yeah, Misfortune has been picked a couple of times.
Have they found the perfect slipper, or will they be turning into pumpkins? 3 games between them, and what could be a glory in the League of Legends space. For now, both teams just normal line of scrimmages. You can see Docdam and Peter did start up towards that top side. I wonder if we'll see a swap. Cassante would survive that a lot better than the Aatrox, but Aatrox can still farm from range with his Qs, so it looks like we're just going to have a traditional top lane v top lane, bot lane v bot lane.
Nothing too crazy yet. Not looking anything too unorthodox in Rune setups either. Do see, with that lethal tempo, just the power of Ash in general, as well as Peter with the Aerie, would obviously expect this early laning phase to be heavily in favor of Docdam and Peter. We already also highlighted the power of that Ash arrow, because I think the pick on KT is actually great. You know, if you can get a stun into the wall, but once you get to the later team fights, that opportunity just isn't always going to be there. So having the arrow and no cleanses either, right? And as you already highlighted, not a lot of members that will be happy to tank this.
I know that used to be a thing, Saint. I don't know if they changed it, because I've definitely seen Project Ash used in addition to
did put the emphasis on getting this vision down here. And look at the
I remember
poke. just don't
FBI
think
used to
Duro
play it a lot
expected
because he
both of
has
those
the
side
red
rushes to be
chroma.
worded out.
This also weakens Duro's level 2, because he has to take the Eclipse at level 1, which means he doesn't have the Zenith Blade Shielded Daybreak stun combo. So he's now waiting for level 3 before he can really have an impact when he goes in.
Yeah, when your health is low, you can't really look for the all-in because it can turn so bad for you. So you always have to think about how the exit from the trade is going to be against Lulu and Ash, because if you go in there, you get a great initial trade, but then all of a sudden you're polymorphed, you're slowed up, it's very difficult, and you can take so much damage on the way out. So tough start down in that 2v2. You talked about how it was going to be critical for them to have success in that 2v2 Chronicler, and level 1 definitely going their way.
It's not just that. It's
I
that
know
on the
that
enemy team is
him and somebody else from AL was harassing people on a live streaming platform,
We'll have to see if he can survive. There is
and said that like
if they take more damage, but we have seen Ruler
a lot
Duro
of
just stay
wild
underneath the turret,
things.
and I
Yeah.
think just try and not get traded.
Wait,
at
they were
all,
doing
just
it
so that they
again?
are really dive targets. Canyon obviously is also towards the bottom half of the map. We do see the coverage in the Tribe Rush ward there as well, so that Docdam and Peter feel safe.
Like this was like months ago, what I heard.
For this shove, which will be maintained for now.
Canyon actually also using a really interesting ward around his own blue buff. There's the threat when KT have this push on the bot side for them to invade with Cuz around the level 3. Cuz skips his red and you invade towards the blue. You can see Peter's going to start doing it now. And there was a ward from Canyon at his blue buff just to make sure if he had to back away, they still have a little bit of vision around there. KT will invade. There's nothing left for them to take. Canyon's already on his way up towards the top side Scuttle Crab. So it will just be an exchange of the crustaceans between these two junglers.
And I want to highlight something. Chovy TPing first, actually getting the worst trades as Orianna into Azir is not something that we've seen of this player, and it's again a reminder that BDD gonna be up early now. I think Chovy will be able to mostly equalize. Did pull the wave there, so but the fact that Chovy isn't ahead is something that, again, it's when we talk about the expectations for this player, we do need to highlight, particularly with Orianna, who in the early levels we've seen be extremely impressive in this matchup.
And I just feel like Chovy, his whole career, he's been synonymous with lane dominance, right? You know, Chovying, people can refer to as just getting all of the CS, never missing anything. He has interviews where it's just so funny. It's like, well, how do you have these incredible CS numbers? Like, well, just don't miss the minions.
Yeah, just order them.
It's simple.
Obviously.
Exactly. But yeah, it is a bit of a surprise to see BDD being able to put that pressure on him.
And I think importantly, the
Here we
surprise is
go.
not that BDD is playing well. We expect BDD to play well. He's probably one of the top 2-3 mid laners so far at this World Championship and has been consistently top of the tables through his entire career. The Zenith Blade hits, but BDD should just be able to walk away from this one. Duro will be able to back out as well. Glitter Lance doesn't connect. BDD just constantly slapping him with a few of those early Azir auto attacks.
Yeah, I don't believe in curses, but that you were trying to serve me some evidence there, Medic.
No, I just kept going.
Yeah,
There's no curses.
He's okay.
It's LCK. You don't
fine.
believe in curses? There are no curses.
Well, I don't. I have had many a disagreement with my colleagues on that one.
Oh, okay. So if KT win this series, Atlas will go bald. We agree?
No. That's only very specific. I also feel like I can't do that. You know, he has to do that himself.
Can't promise it for him?
No.
You can. You
Even
can't
as
do
a
anything
boxing
about
kid.
it.
Well, I could do that, but like that wouldn't.
Because you're fleeing to the Netherlands afterwards.
No, but that wouldn't feel fair, you know? I don't want to bully Atlas. That's not nice.
He always bullies you.
Oh yeah, but that's his love language. It's fine. I'm not
That's true.
bothered.
That is true. Early doors, not too much happening in this game, which is why we went
LCK,
into LCK
yeah!
mode for a second. Keen is getting the push here on the top side. We'll be able to get himself a plate, winning out on that 1v1 matchup, as expected for the Aatrox in the early game.
Yep, going to be able to have the push there. I mean, Keen doing very well. Canyon is here, and Doctom might be getting baited a bit.
Just a little bit. Just chasing down Duro and Ruler there, but they don't go too far. Cuz coming in from the side will spot Canyon with his Oracle's alteration, clear out the ward, and Canyon wisely backs away.
Not seeing any.
They're
action
putting
too
out a,
early, too crazy here.
cinematic.
Thanks to that
Brownie?
play from Duro and mid. Chovy is able to maintain parity on the CS. Canyon is about to hit level 6. Both of these junglers, I think, building towards that Sundered Sky, trying to hit that as soon as possible. Canyon obviously going to be looking for side lane plays, and his targets are kind of so-so outside of bot lane because Azir obviously has so much mobility. He still has his flash available. Top is Cassante. Feel like I don't really have to elaborate on that one. And KT.
Yeah, Street. I'm noticing I am also very tired. If y'all remember the KT versus CFO match,
Not only they have
they finished it by now.
Had first push in mid lane.
The games were over by this time.
Even if there was going to be a look, which we kind of know there isn't.
So
they
I
would've
guess
been
they're
ready to
really
stop
putting
any
in
sort of
work.
Gen G pressure. And now Perfect knows he is the one on weak side. He's got to be careful because really the only thing that Canyon could potentially be doing is looking towards that top lane if he overextended.
Early objective stacking has been 100% predictor of who will win the game so far in this series. If you take the first 2 Drakes, you win. Obviously a little bit of an up and down on the way to getting there, but we will see if KT are able to continue that record going by taking the next one.
See, now we're back in LCK territory, which is taking stats and really honing in on them so that they don't really make that much anymore, but that's what we like.
Yeah.
Can
Herald
flip them
only
as
has,
we like.
Herald
Don't
has
let
a
the truth
50% win rate.
Get in the way of a good story.
You're doing well, Terrence.
I knew you would.
I'm with you.
No, like, you know, especially after the game 5 from yesterday with T1, like, going to sleep on the last game is not the
I'm a
vibe.
little bit annoyed with how this wave is set up. It's a 4v1 as Canyon and Keen now walk down towards the Grubs. Cuz is on his way across, as is Peter. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow available to Doctam.
Yep, Doctom has that. And they have first move here, so KT definitely want to contest.
Keen in the back of the pit. And just dash across. Volley from Doctam. Grub's begun. KT with 5 Chovies on his way across. Duro stepping forward. Flash shield of David finds the sun. Grand Starfall coming out as well. Keeper's verdict from Cuz. The shockwave. Peter flashes it. Ruler caught out on the backline. Pushed away with the Emperor's Divide. And now KT can
This
begin
looks
to advance.
good.
Keen trying to come in and reinforce his team.
Kill Duro!
Shielded just in time. Now perfect. Stepping forward. Has to flash away himself.
Dude, the fact that nobody dies.
Duro just playing that so aggressively, getting right in onto BDD, pushing him out of the fight. I thought that KT was going to be able to chase down and get some exit kills.
I did
but Duro
too.
barely survives with the command protect there from Chovy. Really close fight, but it's the Grubs now. The second one going to be going the way of Gen G.
And it's Keen
I
being
was
knocked
so
away by
happy,
Cousin, I think
Roki.
ended up making that a very even fight. But if Keen actually was there, because I think he either ulted for the movement speed or ulted as he got knocked away, and that Aatrox was in the midst of it, one reset, and this fight would just be a complete blowout. So Grubs, 2 of them will go, but that's still a trade that I think KT is happy with. They're able to get themselves one of the Grubs, deny free, and they were the ones who got the early dragon. They did have to pay very heavily, though, when it comes to summoners.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to highlight, is you still have these 3 flashes. The top side from Gen G
And
all
Jinx,
have theirs available.
and
There's only Cuz
Lulu.
with his flash on the KT side. So a lot of vulnerable champions, and we talked about how hard it can be for Ashe, for Lulu.
I
for
want
champions like
KT to
this
win,
if
but
you're getting
honestly,
jumped on.
whoever wins this next
See
game,
if
I'll
Gen
root
G
for.
can find windows to punish those missing summoners.
Keen's going to be able to pick up another plate for himself on this top side. About 300 gold ahead now on the Aatrox. Chovy with a 200 gold lead in mid. The bot lane, the advantage for KT. They've constantly had the push into Ruler and Duro, who have survived it well. As far as I can see, yet to lose a plate down here. Obviously, that's been partly because Canyon has spent a little bit of time around his bot side to make sure that Dogdam and Peter were always on their tippy toes.
Yeah, Dogdam able to get a kill as well, so that means that the gold lead is naturally just going to get even bigger for him. And Ashe is one of those picks that I think just feels great throughout all of the game. You have good early game. As long as you don't fall behind, you do a good amount of damage. And with a Lulu,
Because they kept picking like new picks. I was so happy.
Just walks his way away.
Nice bit of pressure put
Yeah,
on there, though, by
Roki.
BDD, and now Cuz down on this bot side, so they're just going to play super aggressive.
See the damage onto Duro as the Eclipse comes off. He loses that extra armor and magic resistant. Falls down to about 2/3 HP. KT now setting up towards mid.
Who are we looking for?
Arrow.
Oh, barely misses.
Chovy not quite. And it doesn't find anyone towards that top side either.
And Chovy could have had to expand his flash. Not going to be the case. Instead, just going to walk it off for now. That doesn't mean the arrow is down. I think we'll be close to up once we actually get to the dragon. Dragon spawns in about a minute.
Was he really
in
in her?
point? If KT can get to 2 again, it does make so much of the follow macro easier.
Faker is the League of Legends player, 3rd win. Truly the best that we've ever seen. He's been in the game for over a decade, and he has multiple worlds titles. He's currently going for his 3rd win in a row, even though he's already won, what was it, 6 times? He's just truly him. The best in the world.
There is the ability
The best to ever do it. The best since the beginning of time. Yeah, he's going for his 6th.
Sidelines, but to his credit, it has not happened at all in this series.
I'd argue not even at Worlds. I think he's actually had a really big step up. And we've had moments from that of that from Perfect, but he hasn't been able to string it together consistently. It's cool to see the faith for KT being rewarded. Also, I do want to shout out, because we were giving Chovy some criticism early on, and his early laning phase didn't look too good. Now starting to build towards that Chovy lead we all know and love.
Empress Vide, he tries to bash away from it, he slammed into the wall! Chovy, take a
What was
few.
said?
Your church is closed! KT find the kill on the enemy
What
mid,
was said,
and will
Caster?
turn their eyes towards the Drake.
And that is twice in 3 games. Uncharacteristic bad flashes from Chovy, where he's getting caught, he's getting taken down. Same thing happened in game 1, and now they're going to force the dragon.
And KT are just going to get it. Gen G looking to catch someone as they walk out. And Charlie Crystalava coming out once again, looking for Duro. Dogdam on the chase. Peter there with Glidlon slow. Flash away from Duro means he's not slammed against that wall. KT will accept just that.
No, what happened, Mary?
Still a really big win here for KT as Canyon still waiting. Oh, KT, I think that they based.
Jump onto Peter. They look for the engage. Then it's played forward, but the wild growth
I think
flash
they're
from Peter's
fine.
enough to keep him alive. Use the heal as well. Dogdam tries to turn it back around, but doesn't have any vision in that bush to chase the Canyon any further.
Yeah, Ruler isn't that strong, didn't have a lot of mana, and doesn't have a first item
Now,
yet.
how does that make
Chovy,
sense,
I
Street?
haven't finished my sentence yet, or he just gets swept. Doesn't get the flash, immediately gets slammed into the wall. And again, that's with BDD not having his flash.
Oh my god, he got solo killed.
Grand Starfall in from Canyon as he looks for the chase onto BDD, but BDD still has the flash, and he'll jump over the wall. They call him BDD for a reason as he outplays Canyon and Chovy.
That is massive for the game. 2-0 for BDD. You get out the flash here, And now I think we're just going to see this solo kill one more time. He doesn't even have his ult, so Chovy must have just overcommitted to this, and I'm assuming BDD just slides in.
Turn the face cam off.
To death. I mean, he procced the phase rush. The phase rush expires. You cannot stand around like that. You need to be able to exit the fight. BDD is looking to take this one over.
Great use of the soldiers there as well, getting all 4 of them to slide into Chovy, who is now relegated to a side lane. A couple of years ago, this is where he lived when his team was behind. Here, still yet to finish a first item.
He absolutely is. And
Ouch.
Chovy, we have to talk about his history at Worlds, because there's been a number of times over the years where you thought, surely this is the year that they're going to be able to win. Has yet to make it to a final. BDD find him again.
Chovy. BDD takes a couple of towers.
Chovy.
BDD just dies. Cuz will get one in response, but the shutdown gold over to Chovy.
Chovy getting that shutdown absolutely pivotal. It felt like if
that's
that
pretty
doesn't
bad.
come through, he's just straight up out of the game. But now we see the gold, at least mostly equalized. Canyon doesn't have his ult, and KT has started this up. TP comes in.
Now looking for the fight here around the Herald. Counter TP being used as
Who
Perfect's
just got
gonna
shut
join
down?
the fight.
Who's
Keeney in
1
the
and
back of the
3?
pit. Perfect's there, trying to act as that front line. Looking for the eye.
Who's 1 and 3?
Dogdam immediately cleanses away from it. Canyon dives in. A great step up and stops Duro from coming in. The TP first. It's going to be BDG joining the fight. Keen forced up towards the top side. Perfect's going to 1v1 him with the all out. Now the charge forward from KT. They find 3 as Genji are left reeling.
Genji are wiped from the map. KT just outplay them. They get the Herald. They're going to keep pushing here as well. Look at Perfect trying to threaten the wraparound if Genji's carries overstay.
And it's an elementary mistake from Genji. It was just a teleport disadvantage. Chovy doesn't have TP, BDD does. And so,
To the bot lane.
with an extra member, as BDD looking for mid, looking for bot, gets the charge, and KT builds a gigantic lead in this game number 3.
That is huge. Just look at where the gold is too.
It's not
all on
looking
the
so
carries.
good
We
for
can
the
watch this 1-4-5.
Gingiers.
Duro was missing his flash from that bot lane play.
The Gingiers.
And when he tries to go for the engage here, Cuz is just ready to immediately reject it.
KT,
Duro has no choice but to just run, but Dogdam is crushing them, and the TP from Azir is coming in, so they can't even turn to stay.
You talked about it, Azael. You don't get away from Ashe and Lulu when you're on the back foot. You need to be stepping
Plays
forward into them.
one game of Mel, and now he's an
In
abuser.
their hands, 4,000 gold ahead at 17 minutes. 3.5, 2 Drakes.
I'm rooting for KT.
This is
Third.
the largest gold lead we have seen this early in one of these games.
And KT, there are a lot of comps where you look at Camtech Dragon, you go, I don't know. This is
Also,
a
not
really
gonna
good
lie,
one, gang.
some
There
of
is Cassante,
Faker's Mel
there is
plays
Poppy,
were
and there is a Lulu, and those
questionable.
3 alone
Some were, but
are gonna
I
get
also
you
think
so
he
much
played a
value.
pivotal role
Poppy's already
to
harder to kill
our
thanks to her
victory.
passive when she gets low. We have Perfect, who obviously is in
Yeah,
that fight, by the way. We
tell
didn't
him,
really get the
Roki.
top down. Just straight up 1v1's Keen.
Chad Crystal going down. There's Keeper's Verdict as well. Ruler doesn't get the chance to.
Ooh, it's not looking good for the Gen Zers. The Gen Gers.
But KT will take the blue. They'll steal the jungle. Genji on the ropes, reeling. It feels like
Street,
one
what
more
is
punch will be the knockout
Genji's
blow.
fan
Really
base
is feeling
called?
that way. And Cuz and BDD, I'm remiss to say it, but it's starting to feel like that upset series where they are just playing out of their minds in this one. It took incredible performances from Cuz and BDD. It took some uncharacteristic mistakes from Chovy as well. And I really
Tiger
am starting to
Nation.
feel the possibilities.
Who's the
ramping up
underdog?
more
Technically,
and more
KT
for
is the
KT
underdog
here.
because Genji is the #1 seed from LCK and very much predicted to win Worlds. And KT is the only undefeated team left in Worlds, and also they are the only team that beat Genji during LCK. So it's a pretty weird dynamic, not gonna lie.
Closes that gold gap.
And this is where the resilience of Genji really will get tested. Their composition, there are elements of scaling that work well. Aatrox, once you get towards those 2 free items, the Orianna, the Sivir, But for me, it's much more about how they look, the hesitancy in team fight. You can see the doubt creep into their play in real time, and this is coming from a team that within the LCK, within MSI, within the entire year.
Okay, Shadow, clock that T.
I mean, that's the first KP that Canyon has this game, right? You're 19 minutes in on the Pantheon. He hasn't been able to find any successful plays until that moment. And Doctom decides to hold on to the flash, which I think was the right call, right? You know, because there's no objective for them to grab after that. You want to be ready to go if there's a big Otacon fight. You want to be ready to go for this potential soul fight here in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And KT has got to stay laser focused, eyes on the prize. It's all about objectives in this game.
The one thing KT needs to avoid at all costs is either Doctom or BDD getting caught, but this is where I think the composition really does favor them, because look at the tools they have to keep their 2 carries alive. There is Cuz with his ultimate and his W. There is Perfect with the Cassante, and then there is a Lulu to add on top of that. So actually taking down Doctom, who by the way has Flash and Cleanse, or BDD, who by the way still has his Flash, or really any of the members that isn't Peter if he massively oversteps, just seems nigh impossible, and in 3 minutes, Genji is going to force to fight that. And KT, all I want to say is respect Otacon, please.
You absolutely have. And
we are up for Kim Tech Soul, baby.
Well, Rylai's is done now for the Azir as well, so there's so
yeah,
many
no, actually same. I just want T1 to win this world so they can have the world record of most wins in a row. And then after that, like anybody else, I'll root for them to win, honestly.
From this position, you can just play from soul.
But I just want them to do the 3-peat so that it'll be done. Because nobody else will be able to do that in history ever. No one wants that Dookie soul anyway.
Didn't even need to block
Not the emote.
Just a little bit quick there from BDD. Thought perhaps, oh, we can pick the enemy jungle and then start the Otacon. KT clear out the vision once again. I was going to say, for KT, don't fight before you're actually stronger as well. There's 2 items on Chovy and 2 on BDD. Although you have a gold lead in the jungle, it's still an item apiece. Your gold lead hasn't actuated into actual items yet.
Well, next year I would say I would want BLG to win, but they trolled this year. So maybe I root for CFO next year to win.
Looks like they are going to let this one
Obviously, I'll always root for NA to win until they're eliminated.
I mean, if you get connected there, you probably at the very least lose your flash. But had he gone down, then the Otacon is a very real possibility.
In the last game, it was Cuz that had a big mistake, was the one that
no, USA has never won Worlds.
To carry, right? Gave over the early shutdown, not
this time. To Chovy, perfect here. Pathmaker will find Chovy, and he doesn't get a chance to move. KT once again kill off the enemy mid.
What a beautiful CC chain. That was flawless. The Ash Arrow, then the Flash Pathmaker. Then Cuz comes in from the side, stuns him against the wall. Now you force the Otacon for sure.
You have to flash that. There's just no excuse. Chovy thought he could walk it up with the movement speed. Not the case. That's just Otacon gonna be gone. And Genji are looking at yet another semi-final of despair.
Battered and bruised. They'll have one more game to try and get themselves back off the mat, but for now,
you mean like in League of Legends Pro Play third?
Keen will get a tower down towards that bottom side. 22.
All right, Yunho. All right.
He will get KT's 3rd of the game. The Petals relatively close, even though KT picked up the Otacon, but they have feats. They have more than 1,000 gold lead in 3 of their lanes.
Unplug it and leave it unplugged to fix
Genji
it.
On the ropes.
And they have still every summoner except for Perfect Splash. That's all they expended. So it wasn't like they fully oversent it. They're ready to go for this fight. This soul fight, you have to stop.
Oh, they're ready to go for
I think this game
soul?
Is just wraps.
For? Like the amount of deaths that Chovy has?
There are a couple of strong members,
they need to go for this dragon?
Perfect with the face check. The slam into the wall. The arrow follows up and once
oh
again,
my gosh, and it passively hits Chovy.
We'll back away, don't have to go any further. They still have to keep
Yo, Ping, thank you so much for the resubscription. And the 22 months of support. Real Finals was last night? No, last night was so good.
Could use the world ender. Starfall in from Canyon. Looks for the steal, but immediately he's yeeted.
Their League of Legends team is pretty good.
Knocks
Whoa. They just played in Kian's face. Did y'all see that? What the hecky?
KT is just running through the fight. Trophy's in trouble. BDD's going.
BDD can still chase him in. He's the only one left alive. Chovy stands alone as KT clean up the fight.
And that is a 5
The voice cracks are taking me out, not gonna lie.
for KT. The shockwave doesn't matter. Chovy unable to find anything. Canyon immediately yeeted out of the pit.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
KT about to go up to match point against Genji.
Because the timing was perfect.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, is it gonna be a 5-game series? Just like the amount of deaths that Chovy has, Streep? It's gonna be a 5-game series.
BDD and Cuz are just
5 games,
right now.
5 deaths.
With no
you know what I'm saying?
with no fear.
Yeah, for sure.
On the world's largest stage, look at the timing. He's not even there for a moment. Then BDD says that is not enough. We will take even more.
Genji only has one win so far. 1 win. Like the amount of ultis that Chovy has landed this far in this game. That's crazy, Street. That's crazy. 5, like the amount of worlds wins Faker has. 5. 5.
And is it really going to be
or 0, like the amount that Chovy has.
But we're going back to his non-ship
0,
days, where he has been in the position before, where they weren't the favorites, where they were able to get crazy wins. A perfect that has been so often criticized. Yeah, I mean, Cousin BDD, we've known you were good. You've been good for a very long time. I really don't have a cool redemption story for you, although that long
0, like the amount of gold that Chovy is worth now that he's 2 and 5. 0.
Just trying to deny vision away from Genji. No inhibitor towers did fall after that Chem Tech Soul fight, but KT, 9,000 gold ahead. 3 items on BDD. The Leandry's complete.
There's just a lot of numbers getting like spit out around here. You know, I just want to clarify what they all mean. You feel me?
Coming out with BDD uses the soldiers to check for him. His bodyguards as he forces Chovy away. Canyon falls. Duro likely to follow.
Do we mean 6?
Teleports out and dies.
Do we mean 6?
He gets taken down.
Do we mean 6?
Kill, and it's going to be the Baron here for KT. BDD will not get caught sleeping.
6.
Sniffs out the attempted play from Genji. Goes straight at him and comes out on top.
It's a victory lap for the roller coaster. Get in now. You get an extra ride for free. SKT take their
He going for the unlucky
Genji,
7.
The desperation evidence. Duro gets found. BDD, you can't fool him like that. And coming into this game,
Just need one more, man.
should you really give BDD a 0?
I don't think there's ever been a game that Faker has died 6 times.
Kills Chovy, insult to injury as he's TPing out. It's
6,
Baron.
like the
It's
amount
Soul.
of ganks
It's
you need to win
11,000
lane.
gold. It's Otacon.
Crazy.
KT
Crazy.
Getting closer and closer.
6, like the minute that Chovy died during this game. His very first death. 6.
From the World Finals. A
Minute
tournament
6.
They weren't even supposed to qualify for.
Is that what we're talking about?
It's just the Cinderella story for KT. The rebellion of the underdog. I think a lot of people looked at this series and said the only way KT even have a chance
Welcome.
is for Genji to drastically underperform. But today, it has been KT stepping up time after time.
Dang.
Genji trying to defend the top lane inhib. Doctang steps forward, puts the damage down into it. 2 minutes left on this Baron buff as KT take the inhib tower. In the mid lane, Perfect will shepherd in the next wave.
Dang,
The inhibitor falls
13K
for
gold
KT,
lead.
and now they move across
15
towards
to
me.
2.
KT trying to put the finishing touches here. Genji has to decide when will they make their final stand. It's still a minute and a half left on
Chovy
this
is
Baron.
almost
It's not as though it's about to expire.
50%
They've already lost 2 inhibs here.
of
They don't have
KT's
that bot
kills.
wave moving for them, but they just want to play through 2 waves. have these two waves synced up and start to really put pressure on the Nexus towers.
That's crazy.
And Genji trying to defend the solo player. BDD slides away from it. You can't catch me. Starfall in, but Canyon's locked up. The Keeper's Verdict knocks back one. Cuz goes in for the chase, but can't quite find the damage on the Canyon. But here comes Doc Dam for the rest of it. Keen with the whole world on his shoulders as he pops the world ender. But he's stunned up, locked up, and taken out by KT. Another name on the list for KT. They take their destiny into their own hands as they go one game away from finals.
And a sly grin on Doc Dam's face as he is one game away from making the World Finals.
Analysts, let us know what you got.
What do we got? I mean, Doc Dam said, I'm going to avenge Peanut's tears. Will it actually happen? I don't know, but this, my Jensen ladies, was a stomp.
It honestly was, and we should just re-roll this B-roll. How many fights did they win? They killed Chovy infinite number of times.
Laura, welcome to the desk.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my God.
I cannot believe what is going on here. When I think about what this team was doing at the beginning of LCK Cup, they make it to the playoffs, get swiped by Chim. To see that this team is here today on the verge of getting their first ever finals, guys. I'm not gonna say it, Tristan. I'm gonna say what I feel right now.
Guys, I can't get this off my stream. How do I get it off? Why is this number here? I think I'm being hacked. What is happening?
Words, and Chovy almost died 1,000 times.
He did. Every second counts and
gosh. How do I get this off? Help. Somebody help. I need to call IT.
The Azir into
I need to call IT.
During Champ Select.
So good.
And they pulled it
I don't know what's happening.
And got his flash.
Yeah, this is exactly how you
want
to execute the flash.
Help me. Somebody help.
BDD absolutely taking control of the matchup. This is exactly why you do not give BDD Azir. I mean, you also don't want to give it to Chovy, but it was just such a great execution of the Poppy Azir together in so many of these fights.
We literally went from replay of them killing Chovy to live of them killing Chovy to replay of them killing Chovy to again, Laura, they must have picked him off in the side lane. They picked him off everywhere. And it seems like they're just dominating.
For me, I'm really concerned when I see Chovy like this because I saw him in the makeup room. I saw him backstage before this series, and we're used to seeing him more joyful. At MSI, it was not the same attitude. We knew what it means to him. He stopped his run here last year as well. You can feel the stress. We knew that the pressure was on Genji coming here today.
Love her
He's feeling
dress.
it right now.
Absolutely, and we know because we wear headset as well, it doesn't keep everything out. The KT chants after
We're
the
so
fight we're
loud.
going to show you next were unbelievable, and you know it's seeping through and it's seeping into your mental.
I gotta say,
Yeah,
roller
I'm pretty
coasters
sure
look
they could
pretty
hear
fun.
that as well.
They look
Like,
very fun,
so
especially at
the pro
Worlds.
players do have on like Delta grade, like airplane grade headphones that noise cancel. And there's also a bit of white noise in the background so that they can't hear like the outside, right? But the crowd was so loud, they probably heard those KT fan chants. Because like you can still hear a little bit. Like when the crowd erupts, you can still hear. But oh my gosh, the KT chants were so loud we could hear it through broadcasts. I know they heard it. That's probably detrimental to their mental. Truly. Yeah, KT is considered an underdog or the underdog of this series. Oh, that's crazy. Oops, my bad. Yeah. Wild.
Before you accept him into the KT fan
Is it
club.
me drop kicking Kobe?
Wait, we're supposed to predict. Is the prediction because we're supposed to predict?
Is this the year that he's gonna win?
This is the year. This is Chovy's year. I mean, I feel like the devout members of the Church of Chovy.
Why does he keep saying that? Choji.
A true KT fan would say this.
I will count this.
Dang, 15-minute intermission?
I think the best downplay the entire tournament. Honestly, this team is so fun to watch at Worlds. Goat over next to him, and then of course, Ruler literally deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
I think we can parlay this in what we want to parlay it.
Why?
Home, and Dola was supposed to be this value pickup.
Rapturous about Genji
It's
for a
the
while.
long con, you know?
But
What
tell
was
me a
that?
little about that, because that is some of the reasons that we have so many predictions that go for Genji. Those are so many of the reasons, though, that as we brought up in the pre-show, Lord, that we have
Mary, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope your stream went well. Hello. I missed you. I wish I could have seen you more at Twitch. Come on.
Really good position right now.
Oh my gosh. How is your stream? How are the games? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Miss Chim Chim, aka the Jinx Main, the Baron and Dragon Stealer. And we're watching Worlds 2025. Right now it is Genji versus KT playing. And Genji is predicted to win Worlds, but KT has gotten the best of Genji. KT is currently up 2-1 versus Genji. Genji is the #1 seed of LCK, aka Korea, and they are just trying to fight their way to make it to finals. Whoever loses this series goes home. Whoever wins moves on to finals. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Yes, Worlds is on. The series is amazing. If you missed yesterday's series, holy moly, you missed a treat. You definitely need to go back and watch. But yeah, today's series has been a banger, and I expect it to continue to be so.
Upset in the upper bracket. So yeah, we'll see.
It's crazy. They don't want to say too much, but I can feel the excitement. We even have a new member for the KT fan club. Yeah, I'm on notice. I know, but they're doing phenomenally. KT can do the unthinkable and make it to the Worlds 2025 Grand Final in this next game. But Chovy, he needs to rip himself out of that nightmare he's living again.
JT, thank you so much for the 13 months of support. How are you doing, Pookie? Do you guys think we're gonna finally see some fun picks? Genji is on their last leg. If they lose this next game, it is over. It is over for their World's journey. Yeah, the glazing never ends. That man just lost and went 7 deaths, and they're like, we need to talk about Chovy. I was supposed to be at the Genji watch party, yeah, but some things fell through last minute, which happens. Happens. Just some change of plans.
Players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, by 9. You are going to see them.
Whoever could you be talking about? Biggest Chovy hater.
They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, Genji is losing currently. I didn't show off all of the Rift Bound cards, but I did show off the Lux set, and then I opened the booster pack.
All right, guys.
You need the official monitor, jerks? Looking for a new monitor?
Play the local way, pay your way.
I want to get sponsored by a monitor brand so I can host monitor giveaways.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Yeah, it is pretty fun. What was your favorite deck to play with, Lyra? I want to be sponsored by a monitor brand so I can get a monitor. Also fair. The Secret Lab standing desk. Yes. I want to host a tournament where I give away like a Secret Lab desk or chair. I've done a couple of those in the past, but I want to do another one. I think it'd be really fun if I could host a 5v5 tournament, but I don't know how I would report scores like that. A LAN? Like an in-person one? Ooh, where would I host that? Oh, at like a PC bar. I could. Oh no. Wait, you don't even drink, but you feel like you got a hangover? Are you possibly a little sick? Like, did you maybe catch something? Is it just like a headache? But I hope you feel better, fam. Last night I was doing my sister's Halloween makeup and her boyfriend fell over in my bathroom and had to get stitches. Oh my gosh. How did he fall in the bathroom? Just a headache? Well, make sure you drink lots of water. You might be a little dehydrated. Make sure you get you some water. Not to die. He slipped and fell into the bathtub and smacked his head on the wall shelf.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025.
Chills through my body, honestly.
Where we are one game away from the
I hope he's okay, man. What the heck, dude?
As BDD said it in the trailer, so it has become true.
All right, y'all.
One game away.
One game.
Nexus away from claiming their spots in the
One
finals.
game.
And it's just been incredible to watch KT just feel like they are playing as though they are the favorites. They are playing with so much confidence. They're playing with so much poise. When things go wrong for them in game, it doesn't matter. They seem to regroup. They go right back at them. And Gen G, they need to try to pull it together here. This is still easily a winnable series for them. But Chovy has been getting really outclassed by BDD. I think that's the elephant in the room. And Canyon was not impactful in that last game whatsoever either.
It really is a repeat of when the upset came
All
through.
right, Xena.
And that was, I think, a series where there was, you know, a little bit more at play. It was the LCK playoffs. Gen G was the one that ended up picking KT, obviously, which, especially if this upset come through, will be
They
one of the
hovered
funniest
Jinx
facts
last
of all
game.
time.
It's possible, but
it's
they also already
a
used
Gen
their
G that
Lulu.
A couple of days ago against Hanwha showed a completely different level of gameplay, right? And that is one thing, but in the other hand, as highlighted, Perfect and Peter in particular are just unrecognizable in their consistency. We've seen the moments of these players throughout the year. There were every now and then. We saw Perfect have a crazy Rumble game. Peter had pop-off performances. As that Zoe ban I was actually looking out for, because getting Chovy on a
I don't know why they don't play Melio Serena. He's so
It's so
good.
important. And I mean, that's not even just the one. It's the Ziggs and the Zoe. That's the pairing that KT used.
Oh, I love that.
And Nidalee ban here against
Ban
Canyon.
the
Like you said,
Zoe.
hey, We don't get comfort, you don't get comfort. And
Period.
I talked about how incredible I felt Keen had played through those first 2 games. Perfect. I actually feel like just outplayed him last game. I think he had more of an impact on the game, even getting counterpicked by my best top laner in the world. Perfect had such an impact on the game, was really steady. And Canyon is going to go towards that Skarner.
Goes for the early tank. A lot of them already taken off the boards. You see the Scion gone, the Rek'Sai, the Cassante, the Ornn, the last real big tank that you can play out of the top side. See how strong Canyon can be on these Impales, considering usually he plays the Nidalee in
Honestly,
game 4.
Skarner is pretty OP. Oh, the Mundo.
Mundo, a possible answer.
Mundo jungle is really strong into other tank junglers.
Wow,
Because you need to
he's
hit
got
both parts of
100%
your
win
CC
rate.
to actually deal with the canister, right? It's similar to the idea of bringing it out against Sejuani. It can be very difficult for Skarner to actually do much against Mundo. Mundo can outpace you as far as the farm, outscales you as far as what you're going to do.
Wait,
in the team
really?
fights as far
Which
as being
one,
a
Death
front
Ray?
line. And going to Kalista as well here for Doctum. So now I'm expecting some spice here with Peter. I wonder if we're going to get like a Renata or something along that to really go for a
Why
power
is
duo
KT
here.
throwing?
KT are just throwing down the gauntlet.
It's understandable because that last game as well, showcasing that Doctum and Peter, when the matchup is right,
Why?
can just get the better end of their opponents.
Lucian
Also,
Braum, maybe?
yeah, would make sense. Also, I think that the Kalista is a pick that Ruler used to just not get to play for many a year in the LCK, as there is the Braum, which has been a standout
they feel bad for
performer
Chovy.
but
Wow,
yeah,
we're
Renata
really
should come as
doing
no
Lucian,
surprise.
Braum, and Kalista, Renata.
And Braum has also been getting
Guys, we're teleporting back to MSI.
So we're going to be dealing with that.
Back
I think
to
Renata
MSI,
makes so much
babes.
sense here. And a lot of pressure on Ruler already. I mean, these are that Genji style of play where you don't always have the most damage from your other members. Of course, they still could draft a strong carry for Chovy and for Keen. We don't know. But Ruler, they are always depending on him to really show up in these big moments. And that's something he's done throughout his entire career.
Something he always does on this Lucian as well. There are 3 players I really trust to play it. Pays, Viper, and Ruler, really the 3 that I put up there for the Lucian. We'll see how much impact he can have. Way banned away by KT. I like it because KT don't have a huge amount of dashes. The Spiraling Despair, if it goes on a Mundo, that's a large area you have to avoid.
Could also see them either banning or R4ing Victor here. That's been one of the comfort picks for Chovy, something he has gone towards many times in these type of high-stakes situations. A pick that in theory also has a really oppressive laning phase. And either I think they're going to pick it here or they're going to ban it away.
That was kind of my thought process, was double ban Chovy and then pick mid on 4 and really try to limit
So
him.
many
I mean,
ADCs, and we keep picking Kalista, even though she's negative
really
1 gazillion win rate
the
now,
arrow at critical
actually.
moments. So I really rate that as a strategy. Just try to take away as much as you possibly can. There are so many mid lane bans already. Now the question is, do Gen G ban out the Victor? Or are they unconcerned about it? Because if you take away the Victor, then you start getting into like melee mid territory or really kind of the weirder control mages.
The one thing with the Victor is that
Weirder?
counter pick is something that if you're performing well can work wonders, but is the trust there? I also want to call back our minds to 2021 BDD back then. Together with Ruler, was 1 game away from making it to World Finals. He finds himself in the same position as the blind Cassio. Big risk here.
It is absolutely risky. I mean, it definitely can shred through this front line, but generally speaking, Cassio struggles into range, right? So now there is that possibility of Chovy just goes Victor, and I feel like you have the advantage in that lane. In the 1v1, you can kind of just outrange and poke and prod with the lasers here.
Is there ever a possibility of Cassio top?
There is.
Something we haven't seen for a while.
But I really don't think so. With this many mid lane bans, I feel like that thought process, I feel like Yorick Blind is always really risky. I know that they banned the Renekton. There's a lot of top laners like Avessa and stuff that are popular in the LCK as answers. But to me, I always think about things like Cho'Gath that are up. And Cho'Gath actually just one-shots the Maiden at level 6, scales really well. It's an easy answer that can then team fight better.
Not the
We have
Nivea.
seen some Anivia come out. Caps played it. Faker played it.
Gives you incredible area control, really hard to siege your towers, and when you have a short range comp with
He's
very
doing
short
it.
Kalista,
Just
the
truly
Anivia
following
Glacial
in
Storm
Faker's
does
footsteps.
A huge amount of work. What a KT going for the top.
I want
Into the
Cho'Gath.
Yorick. I like Cho.
I mean, I think it just gives you an insane front line.
It
But
does.
you are very vulnerable to the Nivea as well, so that is problematic.
We'll have to see. Chovy back against the wall, goes for the Anivia, which into both the Kalista, the Renata, and the Cassio, I think is going to feel great. And Perfect just gonna keep doing his job as he has been this series. Gonna lock in the tank.
Who do you
try
think
and get
wins,
as much
Tay?
impact as possible, but I do have to say, I don't love picking Ornn into Braum. That to me is always a matchup that there is a ton of value. It's so easy to deny the second activation of the ult. One thing about the Cassio though, trying to play Skarner, who really is their only engage, into Cassio
Okay,
is a bit of
Mr.
a
Mime, I
that is a
see
nightmare
you.
for sure, but I feel like it's easier for Gen G to play that kind of like poke and prod, the disengage game.
No
because
way
you
we
have
go to
Anivia,
game
you
5,
have the
right?
side
No
lane
way,
that
no way,
should
no way, no
have,
way.
You know, Keen with the advantage on
No
the
way I
Yorick,
don't
so
get
we
sleep
can be
tonight,
playing through
man.
sides, and I feel like it's more on KT to be able to force fights then, where, you know, you can have Ruler every time Culling's up, just looking for chunks, just trying to soften you up. If you try to enter the fight, you're getting walled off. You're getting the Braum wall thrown up, so I do feel like I prefer Gen G's draft in this one. But that being said, the way that the play has gone, it's been KT that's playing the better series, and they do have some strong scaling options on their side, of course. You know, you do hit a certain point in the game where Cassio can become quite tanky. You have Mundo, you have Ornn upgrades that are going to be coming through.
And as Score walks off, he was on Gen G when they got stranded in quarterfinals
Come on,
in
KT.
2023. Found his way back to his old team
Come on,
a year
KT.
later.
Seal the deal, baby.
And now, match point, everything on the line. And KT, even if they lose the next game, they'll get side selection going into that possible game number 5.
Once
Come on,
more
KT.
unto the breach for Gen G and KT.
Yeah, I
For
heard
Gen
that
G,
Wild Rift is going to get an
a game
exclusive
in which
champion.
you can turn the tides into your
I
favor.
heard that.
Really, at the back of your mind always, there'll be that leering doubt, that looming threat of elimination in a series that you should have dominated. For KT, it's one step closer to those finals. It's one step further into Never Neverland, into a miracle. And they have constantly shown throughout this series that they will bend
Is it
but not
confirmed that
break.
the next one is
this
going to be a
KT
Darkin?
that at Worlds now is 9-1. It's crazy, right? And there were those questions being posed. Yeah, well, you were 7-0 coming in, but it's Gen G. So now you're going to go 3-0, and then you're going to go home, right? And now they have proven that they can take it to Gen G as well. They really
Yeah,
are.
Streep, he's just
rising
following in
to the
Faker's
moment. You know, they're
footsteps.
playing with no fear.
Everything that Faker
And
does,
their
he tries
players are
to...
stepping up and really shining.
he
It
tries
feels
to
like on this
copy.
world stage.
And it's the power of the vibes, right? It's something that KT themselves have talked about a lot. The atmosphere within this team, something that we always go towards Peter, but it's not just him. It's also BDD that is a player that is loved by so many, that is well regarded as both a teammate and just as one of the best mid laners in the LCK. A league, by the way, where you're going up against both domestic Chovy, the best player of all time, and then even players like Zeka and Showmaker on a daily basis.
And that is the thing that has always felt a bit almost, I want to say unfair for BDD, is that I think at times he just is the best mid laner in the world. Like, he has these stretches in his career where he's playing out of his mind. It's perfect. You've got to respect that level too. You cannot allow Yorick to get these free E's because the ghouls do so much damage. But, you know, BDD hasn't always had the same luxury of some of these other mid laners to be surrounded by superstars, to be, you know, set up in that same kind of way. And it's just beautiful to see him playing this well. I mean, his career has spanned such a long time at this
playing
point.
well,
He has been
yes.
able to maintain his play at just a world elite level for years and years and years and years.
And there are years that would have broken a lot of players, right? I keep going back to that Nongshim roster of 2022, a roster that historically underperformed.
Not
despite some
even
big
close,
names on
Streep.
there. A team
Streep,
that
he
then
can't even
was
make it
followed
there.
up
How
by
would he
Peter's
embarrass
team as they won challengers, were fully promoted,
him?
and that team had glimpses of brilliance, but by and large, we're still a roster that didn't really make too many waves. Although, you know, I did love them very dearly. Funny as they were. One thing I do want to highlight is that Cuz
How
this
can you
time
win a
around
fight
doesn't
if
have
you
the same
can't even
jungle
make it
pressure
to the
that he does.
platform?
As
Like,
strong as I think that Mundo is in this position, I do feel like we need to highlight that early ganking possibility isn't quite as strong, because walking in and hitting a cleaver, not quite a flag and drag.
No, not at all. But that being said, you don't have to. You can just play for that scaling. And I mean, obviously, it can be very difficult for a jungle Mundo.
It does
to,
look
you know,
pretty bad.
Promised Land, the level 16.
But I am
if you
praying
can power farm and just kind of show up to
KT does
objectives,
something
you can be
crazy.
quite strong in these objective skirmishes. You know, even relatively early on, the W as well as, you know, fully ticking ultimate is just so much HP that your opponents have to work through, and there's no ignite, there's no like easy heal cut that is going to be applied. Of course, we're assuming someone will buy an Oblivion Orb or something at some point, but Mundo can really be a problematic champion.
Canyon spotted as he walks up towards the top side. He's going to recall after finishing that Scuttle Crab. Cuz already back out on the map with double Ruby Crystal. I've been seeing some discussions about first Mundo items. A lot of junglers here at the at Worlds are going Heartsteel. I've seen some people say Warmog's first is actually better. Gives you extra sustain and extra mana through the jungle. And then you are, well, it keeps you topped up through the jungle. And then you get the Heartsteel second. And although you're stacking later, you're still getting bigger stacks. So kind of beneficial overall.
Yeah, Mundo is one of those champions where you can just go free Giants belts and be like, yes.
Yeah.
Feeling great about it. We do have Keen, as expected, finding the early impact, but Perfect's job is, as it has been in many of these games, just absorb that pressure and try and make sure that Keen doesn't build too much of a lead.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's always a little bit difficult when you're playing against the Yorick, because the Yorick just crushes towers so fast. So, you know, if you are losing the push, if you are making any mistakes,
yeah, I remember they put Silco in TFT exclusively.
The Wave obviously pushing very heavily away from Perfect. He has a couple CS, but there's many more than that to farm. And I think Keen's going to easily be able to keep this off his tower. So Perfect is going to have to try to fix this wave. He can't face right now.
Handshake out from Peter, forces Jura to use the Unbreakable. Kuz has already started the Dragon. Spamming out those spells. Double Ruby Crystal obviously helping him get through more of those. Canyon's coming across though. The KT bot lane is the first to move. Perfect hits level 6. Does have the teleport if the Call of the Forge Gods needed. Kuz and KT should be able to secure the first Drake. BDD looks for the Petrifying Gaze. Canyon
disengages.
Ishtal's impacts away from it.
A little bit too predictable there. Canyon swerving out of his death. Would have definitely ended up going down there if BDD had found him with the gaze. Not the end of the world. KT still gets the Dragon, which is what they were playing for. And your stat still holds true, Medic, from the last game, where...
First 2 Drakes means you win the game.
There you go.
That's what it's been so far this series. We'll see if KT can keep that up. Some damage going down onto Ruler. Heal was used by Peter as well for the chase, but Jura with a good Unbreakable.
Canyon's going to get spotted there by the Kalista W, so the Sentinel does spot him, so they are going to be aware. And will clear out that ward, but we're just seeing Peter and Dogdom play with that confidence.
I'm cheering for KT.
Trying to play in their face, and Cuz looking to cover. I mean, you want these kind of lanes to be able to play aggressive, right? And that does require jungle tracking and coverage, so that's why we see Cuz down here after that ward got cleared out.
This is also where KT are most likely to develop an early lead. You can see topside, Perfect is just trying to survive. He's already 350 gold behind. Dogdam and Peter the target for KT if they want to get those early advantages, and there's only a small gold lead for them overall.
Right now, neither team really wanting to get too much going. This is also one of those games where I think you can look either way when it comes to the power of the composition, right? There are some parts, the Mundo to me is always the standard, but even Ornn and Cassio both have incredible scaling as we get into the late game. And on the flip side, you have the side lane threat of the Yorick as well as the Anivia that does become really, really tough to engage in.
Yeah, and the question is always one of range for me, right? Because if the Cassio can get a range, if the Mundo can get a range, if you can get up there, it is really, really powerful, but it's sometimes very difficult to close the gap against champions with really powerful slows, right? Because the canister is going to stop your point and click stun, but it doesn't just make you immune to slows or anything like that. You know, the Anivia can be still walling you off, keeping you out. You know, that can be difficult to deal with, and I think that is going to be the question. You know, can they actually play around the creatable terrain, you know, the
I wonder if they're playing more cautious this game.
Keep them at arm's length and try to whittle them
because
down.
we are still not getting any
we have
scrapping.
Seen a suspicious amount of Mundos in this tournament just like get one-tapped, where I think you feel safe, right? You have the canister, you have the W, you have the ultimate. And that's something that hopefully will not be happening to Cuz if you are a KT fan, as we do have some movement towards the top side of the map.
It's all about that CC layering, because he can't pop the maximum doses when he's crowd controlled. So if you can get him CC layered through the canister and take him down before that effective HP comes back, it's easy enough to kill off the Mundo. Grub started by Genji. Chovy the first to move from mid. BDD forced back underneath his tower. Cuz trying to make his way in here, but with the concussive blows about to proc, I think he might back away. Puts the Q back into Genji. The first Grub's gonna go. As Peter begins to step up, BDD still looking for the flank. There's the second Grub as they pull in with a hostile takeover, eaten by the Unbreakable. BDD with a great petrifying gaze.
Oh, big castle. Big castle.
Chovy able to pick up BDD on the back line. The wall enough to save Ruler.
Dude,
Genji
Ruler
get out with 2 grubs and a 1-for-1.
has lived with 2 HP at least 17 times this
that
series.
was incredibly close to taking him down here. KT will be able to go back.
Oh, you got
and
the
grab
Jinx
one
decks?
grub. BDD
Do you want me to
walks
show
away
you
with
what's
first
inside
blood,
them?
but
I
Chovy
have
gets
one.
here
I have a
too,
Jinx and
this is just such a
Victor.
close fight. Credit to Peter. He kind of just forced his way through here, putting the pressure onto Chovy.
And it really did feel like the series was teetering on the edge here as BDD
Ruler?
initially doesn't hit the mark, but then
Oh my
that ultimate
gosh.
right there, it's only because of the impale that I think this fight is even remotely close. And then Chovy
BDD
here
died to the
is
Nivea
able
ult.
to just keep Ruler alive. If he goes down as well, it's another kill for Dokdom. And I think that phase from Helper, very appropriate given the situation. They are denied the triple grab for the Yorick though.
That was really close. Did Dokdom rend before the barrier expired? It looked like he just might have. It was just on the edge of that barrier expiring, but I think he
Keep
might
the
have rendered
Jinx
a
deck sealed
split
if you want
second too
investment
early.
value.
Which
Oh, you
definitely
think it'll
would have
be
been the
worth
difference
something
for
later?
Ruler surviving or dying, but of course difficult to stay in range there as well as he's running back under that tower. Very close start to this game here.
Genji about 300 gold ahead, nothing too consequential. Peter
I was gonna
and
make
Dokdom back
content
towards
with
this
it.
bottom side. Cuz on his way across, a big gold lead for Keen in that top lane. Building up towards the Triforce, a big spike for the Yorick overall. Canyon, Ishtar's impact's not going to get him across the wall. There's the miasma to follow up. KT on the
How do you
chase.
know
Canyon's
which
gonna
cards
flash.
are worth
And that will be down
something?
for the Drake in 10 seconds time.
I like that from Peter. The flash is definitely a lot less valuable, especially when you have Kalista, though the ultimate is not up right now for Kalista. They have to delay a little bit. All these key ultimates are long cooldowns for KT. Mundo, 5 seconds till that's up, 5 seconds till Cassio ult, a little bit until that hostile takeover. KT want this to be played slowly.
You need to be careful though. If you lose control of an area into Braum and Anivia, retaking it is an absolute
PCG
nightmare.
player.
As Dragon gets started up, King just straight up walked all the way down, but there comes the teleport from Perfect.
Teleport from Perfect. They're looking for the call of Forge God here. Cuz going in, maximum dose juice. Hostile takeover. Lands onto Canyon. Cuz stepping into Duro. Cuz CC flashes away. The smite comes out from Canyon. Genji secure it. Call of the Forge God from Perfect as they flash forward. BDD looking for the petrifying gaze, but can't quite find it.
I can't tell
Keen
who's
falling lower.
winning.
Perfect on the chase. KT find
Okay.
one. But the Drake's already gone over to Genji. KT will look for a little bit more. Noxious blast from BDD. The Fates call.
Okay, so KT won the fight
Calls
afterwards, but they got the
to an
dragon.
early grave as KT find a second.
And the 2 Drakes are denied to KT, but they will get a bunch of exit kills, so I don't think they're going to be too sad about it. One
The
kill
first
going
set
to
of any
BDD, and
TCG
one going to
games
Dokdom.
value
And
over
Cuz
a
is just
year.
focusing purely on the fight.
In decade
You'll
is
notice he doesn't
more
even
stuff
try to
come
actually
out.
go for the smite fight.
Oh.
Canyon commits to this as Cuz just goes straight in onto Duro. This fight could have been so much worse, but watch from Perfect here. He's not really able to land the combo very well and then whiffs the stun on the wall. If he caught Ruler and Chovy there, I think it's a wipe, and he
Over number
barely
cards,
missed
the
to the
cards where
right.
the number on the
So a
bottom
little bit
left
of
is higher
a
than
misstep from Perfect.
XXX value of
Saves that from
cards
being
in
a
this
total
set.
disaster for Genji. Otherwise, KT would have gotten so much more.
Okay, we'll
See some
look at
shaking
the
on
cards
player counts
that
there as well.
that
As we
one
look
right
at
here.
KT with a 1,000 gold lead, and there is a time in a series like this where it goes from unexpected victories into anxiety about what could be. And for KT, I feel that might be
Over-number
hitting
cards
right
are
now. It's
cards
gone
where
from
the number in the
well,
bottom left
we're
is
playing
higher
Genji,
than
maybe
the...
we'll pick up a couple of wins.
Okay,
Now
I
into
see.
we're 10 minutes, 20 minutes away from a World's Finals. We're 10 minutes, 20 minutes away from the furthest we have ever gone as an organization, by a long way. Before this, it was quarterfinals, and from a battle to claim ourselves the 2025 World Champs, and they are looking for Chovy once again, the key target for Genji. As they chase in, Chovy's gonna flash the handshake and gets himself out. The bird no longer has that summoner.
And good attention being paid here. It's Dokdom and Peter making their presence known on the rest of the map. Genji, I don't think get too much. They will be able to get the wave crash. We'll see if they're also going to play for maybe a little bit of a delay there as they stay in the tri-brush. BDD is covering though.
Ruler and Duro looking for them. Peter and Dokdom should just be able to walk in here.
I've just loved how Peter has actually played this game. He's really been active on the map, putting on a lot of pressure. He is not just sitting in the back and playing scared. He's forcing his way in at that early grub fight. He's trading flashes with Canyon. He's wrapping around and looking for
I don't
plays,
have any
getting the flash out of
over-numbered
Chovy as well.
cards.
This is what you want to see someone do when they have lane prio. If you cannot advance it in your 2v2, you need to use that tempo to get out on the map and make things happen. And I think Peter has done a great job with that so far in this game 4.
Looking at the item spikes, Dokdam has his blade. BDD ahead on the stacking.
Any cards where there's an A next to the
free ahead
number.
of Chovy by the time that Chovy
You put
finishes
me on
his,
game right
obviously
now.
having to invest his money in boots, unfortunately for him. No such costs for BDD.
It's champ diff. That's all it is right there. Boots
Which
of
it
swiftness
doesn't
for the
even make
bird.
sense because it's a bird.
Yeah, you have to put them on the talons, man.
No, you don't.
No, you
You don't
otherwise,
need the
otherwise their
boots.
claws get dirty.
Back
what
me
are you
up
talking
here.
about?
I like how it like
Birds don't need boots.
it shows who's
what
the
if he has
art
cold
is
talons?
by.
He is an ice bird.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean they don't
leads-
get
I got
that lends
292
more
out
to
of
my point.
298.
He is the
He's gotta be
embodiment of ice. He
He's
does
got to
not
be
get cold. There's
constantly
no way.
cold.
No.
It sounds terrible.
No way.
Can you get close to being
We need like a
overnumbered?
Christmas skin for Anivia with little booties and a hat, you
Agree
know?
to disagree. It's fine.
Maybe a nice Christmas sweater.
The important point of it all was that Chovy had to finish his Swifties before he can get his Rod of
Yeah,
Ages,
no, the
which is
game
now
is going
stacking up.
very slow.
It's about 2 stacks behind BDD, who has a fiendish codex to buff up his tier of the goddess. 1,000 gold, still the lead for KT. Herald up in 20 seconds time. You can see their bot lanes on the top side. Keen is matching them though, as Ruler and Duro actually commanding the middle of the map right now.
And this is where the tenacity for Gen G really is
Did
going to
you-
get
did
tested.
you get
Because
it through a
KT, I wanna
booster
again
pack,
reiterate
Death
the
Ray?
upside selection going into game number 5. They're the team that there was no expectations on today, and they're a team that coming in was full of confidence as well. Peter was like, you know, I'm feeling
Rift
good. Did an
bound.
interview with Kenzie, said, I think it'll be 3-0, 3-1 maybe. And those are the type of vibes, the confidence that is hard to match as we go into another team fight for Herald.
Genji
Where'd
have
you
all
get the
5
booster
players here
pack
immediately.
from?
TP to the mid lane for Perfect. He's a long way away. The Herald already down to 5,500 HP as Genji look for it. BDD on the flank. Duro flash, Winter's Bite into the Glacial Fissure. They dodge a Petrifying Gaze, but Duro's still caught by it. Flash hostile takeover.
Okay, we got the rift.
The Cuz is able to get the Herald as Keen tries to get onto that
Keen
back line.
dead.
There's so much work here from KT. They've already found 2
Y'all,
in the
Gen G
fight,
is
and the
eliminated from
tides
Worlds.
are very much in their favor. They'll chase down Canyon.
Gen G is eliminated from Worlds.
Raw to life in game 4.
Duro thought he found an angle onto BDD, but it's so hard to engage past the miasma. Genji can't really follow up
Next fight.
whatsoever. And then everyone else from KT swoops in behind the Genji members.
I waited in line earlier today at my local
was
card
untouched
shop.
for that
There were
entire
200 plus
fight.
people.
So much space
Had
was
bought a
created.
booster box
The engage
at
brawl
Tofu Trading in Vietnam
that puts
Town.
Gen G in a serious
Whoa.
deficit. The Chemtech Drake.
I wonder if I'll be able to find some in Atlanta. I don't think
and,
League of Legends is as popular in
again a
Atlanta.
good
I might be able to
Chemtech
find
angle
something
with
there.
Mundo
But I feel like in
Winfred
LA
as we
it's
take
going to be
another look.
harder.
I think this is where you see the
Let me see if I can
desperation. Duro
find.
tries to go in,
I'm
doesn't
going to try
kill.
and buy some when I'm in
BDD's flash,
Atlanta.
and the response from Peter flashes over the wall, hits the ultimate, and then immediately gets pulled back in Canyon. He's impaling, but for what?
I mean, Peter knows exactly how an engaged Braun wants to play. That's how they beat CFO in game 1 of the quarterfinals. The chase continues from KT, and you can see for Gen G, they just never wanted to get into that choke point.
No, not at all. And I mean, it's impatience from Gen G. They're a team to me that is synonymous with being able to play towards your win conditions, play towards the strengths of the composition.
Yeah, that's what I'm
We
doing.
had talked about how you need to play around your range. You need to play around the fact that you can wall people out and outrange the Cassio, outrange this Callista, utilize the created terrain from the Anivia and the Yorick to create problems for the KT members. But instead, you're trying to flash for the engage, you're trying to make the big play, and your team has to try to walk through hostile takeover miasma to try to follow up. There's just no way that can ever work. And Gen G get antsy and are massively punished for it.
And now a 3,000 gold lead for KT, 17 minutes into Drake's to them. Dokdam 1.2k ahead himself as Canyon here to try and defend the mid lane tower. The Bone Saw from Cuz goes wide. The turret's still very healthy. There's a Herald in Dokdam's pockets. I expect to see that waited for a little bit as Cuz walks up towards
Oh, we
the
hunted
top
Riftbound?
side.
I want to
Chovy backs
open
away,
booster packs.
realizing that he doesn't have support
There's
right
a couple of places in Atlanta that I can. Oh, Battle and Brew. I know exactly where that's at.
With a 1.3k
That's kind of near where I used to live.
Oh, BDD. Miasma down, there's the wall. BDD needs some backup, and he finds it immediately as Cuz chases Canyon out. And in the end,
I can go
Chovy
grab some
actually
booster
the one
packs.
forced away up towards this top side.
And you see the immediate response. This time, though, Gen G might get something out of it because Perfect also rotated over in anticipation of a possible fight. And now Keen is going to get some time alone. Triforce done. This turret not long for this world.
Yeah, it is really dangerous anytime you're leaving Yorick alone, especially if he's playing Demolish. The tower's just
Call
melts
ahead.
completely. You
They
always
might be
have
able to
that
hold
as
their
a
save
backup
you
plan
time
here.
if they're
Allow
saved
Keen to
out
get
or
pressure.
sold out.
Try to just stall out these fights. You're
Okay, bet.
really not very powerful in the 5v5 in most
I will
situations.
call them in the morning.
So maybe that's what they need to do. Try to force their opponents to overgroup, try to
Ooh,
create
there's
advantages through
a
that side
place
lane, but
in
they
my
just haven't really been able to find it. And
in
it
a
feels
very
like
small
KT
town that I know of.
are completely in their comfort zone
I
right
might
now.
try the
Dogtown
small
is gonna
town.
have his second item here pretty shortly. Has a 1,000 gold lead. Cuz has just been power farming throughout this game, 160 CS, and he has got level 12 already.
If you're a KT fan, I'm not sure how happy you are about that win probability, because for a lot of people, they're going to get excited when they see
It's
that.
time to get excited. That meme is dead. They made semifinals. They're on the precipice of beating Gen G.
Yeah.
If you're not excited, I don't even know if you're breathing
People
at
will
this point.
scout this without even knowing what Riftbound is. Just if they know there's hype around it, yeah. That's how they be, man. Anything for a dollar.
It is KT that are bringing
Anything
that to
for a
us.
dollar.
2,000 gold ahead. Has shrunk with that tower falling on the bottom side. Too keen. Perfect's going to try and get the push in the top side. A minute 40 before the next dragon. Chemsoul for KT would be absolutely devastating for Gen G.
Oh wait, they're doing a release event tomorrow.
We do have Ruler with the Flicker Blades now done.
You can buy a champion deck and add a couple
also,
of boosters to play friendly games against other players. Cool.
The fact that Perfect is even up in experience, right, against Keen is such a big deal. Ornn is one of those carries that, or characters rather, that loves being on at least par with his opponent, but ahead is even better. You're going to be able to give out the ornaments at a moment's notice, as this might end up being the fight that decides the series.
The list are so good at securing objectives like this, but KT started up, then back away, realized Gen G are on this side of the map. They weren't sure, they didn't have the vision in the Gen G jungle, and because of that, they then back away. BDD will have a little bit of time to push out mid. Keen working his way down from the top side. Arakan begins to reset. Herald down. Can be an escape route, or can be Peter. Where you
I
going with this?
wanna
He's
play
taking
versus
it into
somebody
terrain. Cuz call
via
out
webcam.
as Canyon looks for the flank, the wall
Thing
down.
was
Cuz trying to get on the
suggesting
right
that the other
side, but
day,
is able to walk away.
or
Rift
today,
out charging
yesterday.
in to Gen G, but isn't going to be able to do too much. Keen still looking for that flank from the top side as Gen G continue to leash the Atakan.
Yeah, Gen G trying to force KT's hand. They got some critical cooldowns
One of the days,
there.
they all blend together at the moment.
They're getting sown by the Anivia.
There's a hostile
With the way that my sleep schedule is.
Chovy forced away towards the tri-bush. 6,000 HP on the Atakan right now. Impale lands. Hostile takeover coming out as well. It's eaten by the Unbreakable. BDD flashing forward with the miasma. Redemption's coming
Cass
out.
hasn't
As
ulted
Knockdown
yet.
dances
Cass
around the
hasn't
fight.
ulted
Keen
yet.
forced flash away. Perfect able to escape with a sliver of HP, as is Peter. Ruler now on the front line. He stares into the eyes of BDD, and he's turned
Y'all,
to
Gen G is
stone.
eliminated
His
from
tombstone
Worlds,
litters
bro.
the rift as KT
Gen
wins the
G
fight at
is
Arakan.
eliminated from
winning
Worlds,
the
bro.
fight, getting the Otacon, and they are going for the Dragon here as well. It's going to be KT on soul point, on match point.
The clocks go back an hour for y'all tomorrow. Really?
Of one of the most unlikely
Oh my gosh, an
finalists
extra
in
hour of
World's
sleep.
history.
And it is KT that punish a Gen G that thinks we can make it work. Some of the cooldowns are down. But
Thank you.
this is such an awkward position to fight.
Thank you,
Yes,
Jesus.
they find Perfect, but he still gets off his combo. It doesn't actually end up mattering. And with Chovy unable to do the damage, with Keen having to back off, Ruler tries to find his window, but instead just gets ulted.
No, KT really
BDD
is
takes
popping
out
off this
so much of
Worlds.
the damage.
It has me a little worried.
Stalwart for KT
Like,
in
this is all fun and
series.
games and
Moving in,
cute and
flashing
good
forward,
right
creating
now.
So much
But
chaos in the fight, and then finding the ulti onto
I'm gonna need them to turn it down when T1 is their opponent.
You can see the top side as well, the Mundo as
If
well
they-
as the Ornn getting a lot
if they would
of
be
damage
so
out. I don't know if
kind.
you misspoke when you called Ornn to carry. He's getting in there, man.
Chovy and Ruler topping the damage charts for Gen G, and every fight it feels like they're trying to do everything they can, but they're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, this is semifinals.
KT have heard this song before, and for the moment they constantly are outplaying in team fights. Gen G have not had the macro dominance that you expect from the LCK #1 seeds, and KT constantly are pushing them back.
And you can see ornaments coming through. We already had the one on Ornn before that fight. Now we have the upgraded Rage Blade as well. And that is more stats backing KT here as we
Okay,
move
so
closer and closer.
I'm looking at the
It's starting
Ari
to really feel
cards
like a one-fight game.
and the
You
Lee
just
Sin
don't think you
cards.
can
That
give
Lee
over
Sin card
Soul.
is fire.
Triple chem
The
tech.
artwork on the Lee
Chem tech
Sin
Soul for
card,
Mundo of all champions.
freaking fire.
It's just how are you going to be able to burst down Cuz? And I mean, he's
Gorgeous.
almost level 14. He's kept his farm up so damn well throughout
And
the
then the
game.
Misfortune card. I need these booster packs, bro.
There's also the Renata. Even Ornn becomes so much harder to kill, and this is going to be a test for Gen G, and it's starting increasingly to feel like they're just not able to have the answers. Normally it's about the Keen test, but Perfect's currently
the
passing
Victor
with flying
card?
colors.
Whoa.
Cosmic Drive done for BDD. We'll see what item finishes Gen G can get to. And the pedals was really the one advantage they had. I think they were sitting at like 23 to like, what was it, like 4 to 6? Yeah, coming up on
a
the
booster
fight, but that
box.
small
Okay,
advantage
I will
that
try
they
to
were
get a
clinging
booster
onto.
box.
Gone after that Otacon. Item breakpoints, I think, might be too far away. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I heard Kaisa is really good. Kaisa looks so pretty, dude.
The thing for KT is
there a way,
small moment with a
like,
neutral objective and Gen
oh my
G are
gosh, the
misplaced on the
Jinx
map.
loose cannon
Cassio,
artwork?
Kalista,
Oh my
and
God.
Mundo, they just wiped. It's just gone. It's
If
immediately
I
deleted.
have a
so Gen G now have
Jinx
to be so cautious
box,
about not overstepping
is
somewhere
it
else.
like
Keen has been
standard cards in there, or is it possible that one of the like cool
he
cards
has a
is in
maiden to help
there?
him do that, but now Perfect's moving to the mid lane as KT are look to try and take this tier 1. Cuz on the right side of the wall that time escapes the clutches of Canyon and Chovy.
And Chovy has gone for just a very slow build, right? You know, you are going for so much scaling. Once you get to Leandries, finally there's going to be some real
get a
damage
rare from the
coming
booster
in behind
box?
it. But a tremendous amount of,
Okay.
of pressure on Chovy and Ruler
Booster
to really
box.
get the damage done.
I will get a
You
booster
have to
box.
say, there's no one else other than Ruler you would rather have in this high pressure situation
Okay,
on a Lucian.
bang.
To me, this
That's a
guy
good idea. Let
really
me make a note
does
of that.
make Lucian look like a hyper carry in the late game at times. He can walk that nice edge so incredibly well, but one step wrong, you're playing no cleanse, you're playing no QSS, you get hit by a hostile takeover, you get hit by a stun here from BDD, and you're
Y'all, it's 1 to
There's
8.
just so much, right? There is Peter, who, by the way, has been flashing in on every single handshake, as we have seen, flashing into hostile takeovers. Then there is Cuz, who, if he walks you down, can just blow you up. There's all the CC from Perfect. You already highlighted the miasma. And Dokdom is also sitting on the lead, and it really does feel like KT just one more fight away, 40 seconds on the clock.
What would a
Ruler
tournament
does
look like,
not
Lyra?
finish his third item, will not be getting that Executioners here for this fight.
Dokdom yet to get that third item as well. Just has the recurve bow. Must be sitting on a sizable chunk of
Each
change.
pack,
Control
like
has
the
come out in
booster
mid lane. Gen
packs?
G get control of the Dragon
JT?
River to start us off. Cuz can walk wherever he pleases. As the Bella's
Okay.
Breath from Perfect blocks a bit of CC.
You're really
Time
putting me
possession
on
down.
right now, man.
KT corralled
You're
back
teaching me
into
the ways
mid
of the
lane. Chovy
dragon.
takes a chunk. Perfect's the one to face check here as Cuz goes in as well. KT need to work as 5, and they do so. They take down the Maiden. Perfect slams his face into the wall, and Gen G back away. Now KT have control. Cuz still has the flash here. With the culling coming down, Cuz able to survive it. The redemption used, and the maximum dosage pops on him as well. Gen G now, without their AD carries ultimate, have to fight around the Chem Soul. KT started up, Dokdom looking to put the spears
This
into
is
the
Soul,
Dragon
y'all.
Face, call out the Impale only lands on the Perfect, and he doesn't really care that he's in the middle of Gen G. He flashes out, escapes the storm
Wow,
of Chovy.
he doesn't
and
die.
KT can just back away. They can look for more of a fight if they want.
Yeah, the question is, can Gen G find something? Because I don't know if they want to play patient from here. They feel the pressure right now.
Where's the TP coming from Perfect? It's a little bit defensive. KT trying to push towards that mid lane, make sure they're not going to lose their tier 2. They just sacrificed the tier 1, but a Chem Soul, the priceless moment of the game here for KT.
And it
Y'all
felt
wanna-
like KT
y'all want a
or
tutorial
Gen G was
stream?
trying to play for the fight with the position that Canyon took there. He
I can do a tutorial
Perfect
stream.
with the idea of trying to play for that. But instead, they got neither, right? They weren't able to really do anything to Perfect, still sitting on Perfect KDA. And now it's KT that takes control of this Baron pit, and they might very well try to force Gen G into a fight.
They're looking for the fight. Hostile takeover going down as Canyon has to flash away. Has a Mega Blast Cone there for him to try and escape, but there's no Fate's Call, there's
React
no hostile
harder.
takeover, there's
I'm
no maximum dosage,
tired.
and there's no Call of the Forge God.
I'm
Gen G
tired.
wants to take the fight. Azale thinks it's already
I don't
over.
have much energy
and
in
as it
me.
is for KT, Genji stepping forward. KT still on that Baron, 5,000 on it as Canyon looks for a flank position. The Baron, the target for KT. They'll smite it. They'll secure it.
Dude, we just got Soul, we just got Baron, and we just got a 3-man knockup, 3-man Cassiopeia stun.
Genji home in body bags. Chovy trying to escape, and he will manage to get to the safety of his tower.
And BDD says, I am going to the World Finals! As he flashes in.
Got to the World Finals,
Finds the perfect knock-up. The Baron is there, the Soul is there. I gotta say, there's no way that they don't
Yo,
just
honestly, guys, it might be a KT Worlds. I don't know, man. It might be a KT Worlds.
The one last ride on the roller coaster, as perhaps it's a ticket to the finals.
And Canyon, when he backed off there, he went to Wolves, and you just can't give any time.
I knew
to
I
a
should
team
have
with
done
this
3-1
composition.
KT.
I mean, look at him. He's over by Wolves. He was trying to heal back up, but it just gets burst down so fast, and the Secure is incredibly strong with the Rend plus the Mundo damage, and then BDD freezes them.
Finally, waking up a Genji hater pays off this
Ruler
year.
dies instantly. Doctum, no hesitation. They all flash forward.
Oh no,
they
he's
knock down
stressed.
Ruler, and Genji are
Oh
stunned.
my
They can't
gosh.
believe it.
And this is
The guy on the left looks like he's about to have a heart attack. I did put in for interviews, but I did not get any.
Semifinals, a 3-1 loss
Where's my
to T1. They were coming in as the heavy favorites. MSI was theirs, and it feels like a retread of that story as KT, the gold lead keeps growing, the nerves unwinding, and the roller coaster is about to go higher than it's ever gone.
One last gasp for Genji, one last breath to read KT their last rites, but at the moment,
Yeah,
it is
I didn't
KT
get anything.
who are composing Genji's eulogy. They tried to defend in the bot lane. KT will push up as 4. Meanwhile, in mid, Perfect and Keen bashing heads against each other. The hostile takeover eaten by the Unbreakable. KT back away. Glacial Storm doing a lot of work here from the Anivia.
Chovy just trying to delay as much as he possibly can. They do have such strong wave clear with this Anivia, but Perfect has been pushing mid lane. And the question is, can they clear this wave out as well?
Dark Possession coming down. We'll catch on to Peter, who falls below half HP. Perfect. The
Wait,
same
how does the
redemption
metal
at face call.
detector
Used to pull Peter
define a
out of
scalper,
harm's way.
Lyra?
But because of that, Genji know one of the engaged
Right,
tools for KT
same.
is down.
I mean, Genji are doing a great
Crazy
job
work.
holding at the inhibitors here. It's so tough to siege into an Anivia, even with the Baron buff. But the problem really becomes...
The only reason why I feel bad for Chovy is because of the expectations that the world bestows upon him. That's kind of hard to live up to. Like that definitely puts more pressure on you, you know?
For the CC, Perfect's going to try and walk his way out of this one, but even with a Bellows Breath, even with a double knockup, Perfect cannot survive.
Really,
His KDA goes
Lyra?
from Perfect to Imp as he goes 2-1-6.
That's
really line up with the timing that
crazy.
Genji were looking for, though. Because by the time that this Elder
Wow,
spawns,
people are
Perfect
so
will be up,
toxic.
teleport in hand, unbothered. Keen might get a bounty for his effort. I don't know if it is going to lead to anything meaningful.
That's
as
crazy.
You can just feel the wheels of fate turning here in favor of KT.
And if Keen over pushes, you can see BDD and Cuz are moving up. I think Keen is going to die, and
Chase
this
is on.
timing might matter.
BDD going in, Dark Possession being used. BDD needs to order that down because has the flank position on towards this Yorick. Keen has no flash.
The fact that people go to that link
They'll delay it because in 55
to
seconds,
do something like
the
that,
Elder will spawn. Kaz can chase him
they're
down
trying
with the
to
bone
like
sword.
stall his death.
Keen has no one here to help him. BDD in the end will claim the kill with Twin Fangs and with hope of an Elder to win the game.
It's just brilliant here from KT. The presence of mind in a game
Brilliant.
like this, delaying the respawn. Keen will be
Brilliant.
up about 10 seconds too late for this Elder. He will have his teleport, though.
And it's BDD taking down his old teammate in the side lane. They tried to make it in 2023. They were unable to get past JDG. It was another KT performance that, even though it was admirable, they put up a good fight, it just wasn't enough.
Cuz is 16. That is massive for the Mundo. Did get there before this final fight.
Dogdam just finished his Guardian Angel as well. He's on his way out of the base, so it's going to take him a little bit of time to arrive here. Cuz steps forward. As the Mundo, he's going where he plays this right now. BDD, BDD, BDD! He's looking for the flank, and here comes BDD! Miasma onto Juro. Genji forced up towards the top side of the fight. The face call onto Peter. Handshake
Oh my gosh,
right,
Peter.
calling out. Hostile takeover used as well. And KT haven't found the engage that they wanted out of this as Genji
No,
begins to
because
turn it
they
around.
whiffed
A good wall, but
absolutely
Perfect breaks it.
everything.
Slams his noggin in the gate against it. And
Wait, is that
cracks
a
it in
thing?
twain. Genji still looking for the fight here as BDD once again is on the flank.
Yeah, BDD looking for the flank, but perfect.
Is
Already
that a
got
thing?
low,
You can
and
break
Cuz
a
has
Nivea
no
wall?
ult now.
Wait.
Chovy just controlling that space beautifully.
Is that a
Genji
thing?
have a chance here. They're trying to buy time for the Orin to TP back.
It's the last stand here from Genji, desperately trying not to give it over, but there we
Only
go. Orn's
Orn.
back. His cooldown still available.
Whoa.
Chovy on the flank.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Cuz cleansed away with them. Mikhail's Canyon in the pit.
What a
Cuz has to
counter.
flash. As they look for the engage, Canyon going in, Cuz in the middle of the pit as well. The redemption coming out from Genji.
Really,
Cuz trying to get
Acro.
out of that obsession. The morning mist landing on towards the backline. The Elder down
Sky,
to 7,000.
welcome in. I
Good
hope
start
your
coming
games
out.
went
The corner
well.
report got Juro blocks the Glacial Fish
We
out
are
as well.
watching the
Elder secured
end
as KT.
of
The
Zenji
Cannon top down.
in
It's
Worlds
flashing
in
forward.
real time.
No longer. KT, clean up the fight.
Oh, look at Peter. He's so happy. Oh, look at Duro.
I can't believe it! The roller coaster is not done yet! Peter was right! We're going up! Up! Up!
In the most unbelievable World Semis. No one thought they could do it.
KT, all the years, all the tears.
That's not
all
funny,
the fears
but looking at
forgotten.
Peter get out of his chair and scream, and then looking over and Duro not even in the face cam.
As we see no defense available for Genji.
Let's
KT
go!
are going to finals!
KT, KT, KT!
And Peter had never left Korea! He took his first plane out!
They're going to
And now he has a
finals.
chance
They're going to
write history.
finals.
What an incredible run for KT so far. 10-1, their record here at Worlds. A team, again, that wasn't
Face-
even expected to be here.
All right,
that
young
beat
ho.
Genji, but then swiftly was destroyed in the next series. People didn't think it could happen again, but they have made Genji's nightmare a reality.
Woo! KT!
The crowd says it best. Let's hand it over to the analysts to break down what was an incredible series.
One of the greatest upsets in League
They're
of
so
Legends
happy.
World's history.
I love
And it
seeing
is
players happy.
Sadly poetic for Chovy that the day the semifinals start and the trophy is finally revealed on stage, he has to walk past it into his demise.
Wait, did they do a-
as Ruler cannot get a chance again to win a world championship because
He's hanging his head so
KT,
low.
stop it.
That actually makes me so
Oh my gosh,
sad.
all right, so,
Did they even do a bow?
So my voice might be shot.
They didn't do an exit bow.
I cannot understate how amazing it is for this specific
They didn't even
KT
show them
team
walking
to
out.
finally make a finals. Of all people, score on the bench as their coach. I was there in 2018 when he lost to IG. Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Like this roster of all rosters.
A little celebration. He ate that. He ate that. He ate that. He ate that.
They'd done it before. We doubted them. They had not dropped a game coming into this series. We doubted them. I don't hear any sounds of doubt in Shanghai now.
This is absolutely
How cute.
He was so good.
He was so good.
How
and Peter got them.
cute.
They were benched at different points in the year, and they absolutely popped off.
Not only that, Kobe, Duckdom, I remember back on
You
Dom
know,
1, he was
they
replaced
said that they
by
were gonna
Death,
avenge
right?
Peanut,
Because they did not
and they
think
did.
that Duckdom would be able to get them another
And they
World's
did.
title.
PDD was also replaced. I mean,
That
it's
was
a story
perfect.
of redemption and of just the will. The
Peter
sheer
looks like such a
will
little
to
cutie
make it
patootie.
happen.
There we go. What a great smile out of Peter.
Yeah, he looks like a cutie patootie.
I know. That's crazy. I've seen someone do that before. His name is Jackie Love. Oh my god, this is absolutely crazy.
I mean, and again, an incredibly historic moment for KT. Crushing for Gen G, you highlighted before, but Ruler, the JDG Golden Road run denied. Gen G, there's not a Golden Run this year with first hand, but again, denied, falling short. The most crushing circumstances to fall out of the tournament. But the team that they elevate couldn't, I think, be more deserving. A team that is literally characterized.
DRX vibes, DRX
yes,
vibes.
but this team
Are we gonna
even
get
more
an
doubted. A team that is
interview?
doubted deliberately
But
by
this
the
game,
fandom.
by this game, by the way, guys, the Mundo, push, 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 push. Shout out Aloy.
Also, by the way, another first time on stage for Cuz.
Yeah.
Cuz, 2 different champions, first time. First time the Kiana, first time the Mundo, and they win.
I mean, it just has to throw briefcases, right?
Yeah.
And pop the ultimate.
I also think it showcases how KT won, right? Because it was with these compositions, with their faith in themselves, and also an understanding of how to execute them from top to bottom. We talked about how, okay, we're
I definitely foresaw the Gen G
going
choke.
into Keen, but he has been
They
a
choke
huge
every year.
difference maker on this KT run.
What the heck? I mean, the Ambessa game was insane from Keen, but like, how was he? And I don't want to say a non-factor because of him, right? But a non-factor, they nullified all those things on Gen G. All of them. Some, maybe they nullified themselves a little bit, but I can't believe it. I don't know. Is this real?
I just think when you look at the history and pedigree of Gen G, and you told me, oh, someone's been weathering the storm, they've really held it together, I would have assumed it would be them, but no, it was KT. It was the Ornn who was so far behind he shouldn't have been able to do anything against
It's
a
an
Braum.
Ornn, yeah. It's an
But they had a Braum, he should have been able to block every single ult. It's just, it is unfathomable. There is nothing at the
some
start of the
coach
day.
reactions.
I
As we
predicted,
see.
oh man.
Yeah.
That is pure
Score
joy.
right there. Oh my
I can't believe it either. He's like, oh,
Oh, there we go.
Oh, he said, let's go. He said,
It
Kaja,
actually is
Kaja.
crazy. You know, putting a stop to Gen G's perfect season, putting a stop to Gen G's Worlds run now, all these upsets that they've been able to accomplish.
Well, also, it was after last year, right? After the Gen G drafting, that Score couldn't find a job until he came back onto his OG organization. KT Rolster now gets his revenge against Gen G. It's just insane.
It's crazy. We'll be setting up for an interview on stage, but it's still a while away, so.
We should talk about BDD, the Cassio finding Ruler with so many Cassio ults. I mean, the early one in the first fight in the top side of the river, where he flashes in to put the miasma down, and then saves
I
the
need
ult and
a
waits
T1
for
Mel
all three.
world
He's
skin.
the upper player of the series, BDD, so you can talk about him some more.
Well deserved, well deserved. He also hit Ruler at the Otacon with the Cassiopeia ultimate. So
He
many
did.
clutch plays from this guy.
But remember also back to game 1 on the Yone, the man who turned the tide back in their favor in a close game, even after they found early kills, even after he was shut down. This guy was a total hero. He single-handedly held this game, and while everyone
And the
stepped
fact
over
that
the
it
course
would
of the
be
series,
Faker's
this
skin.
is naturally the man that we have to look at. The guy with so much on the line, the guy with so much history, thought he might be doomed to repeat the same failures, but it is a different story today.
Yeah, it's a different story because so many of the previous stories, you know, you would look at gold graphs in KT games and it would be all other lanes are behind except for BDD. But today, KT were ahead across the board in some of these games.
Yeah, as we look through some BDD highlights,
I really hope he
I think
chooses
you can
Mel.
also see how, again, the compositional stuff, right? Like how in a lot of those base defenses, even though I actually think Keen played that one that we saw.
Oh, is he a
really
Gen G
well on the
fan
side.
monster?
I think it really showed how they felt like they needed to create space for BDD, right? In so many of these fights.
Dolphcom
And,
was
like,
a star player
this
for
is
sure
not
this
the
series
KT
as well.
that I've been watching all season. Again, I saw them get farmed in the Legends group by everyone but Nongshim.
And if people are not aware, this is the most do or die KT fan. She has been with them for a very long time, for over 10 years. That's dedication, and I'm glad that not just for Emily and Laura, but for all the KT fans around the world, it is playing out, and they have a chance at winning the World Championship.
I can't
KT
believe
Rolster,
it.
let's head over to the Verizon post-game interview on stage with BDD and Iris.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人欣然。恭喜 KT 拿下了本场BO5的胜利，进军到2025英雄联盟全球总决赛。 总决赛的舞台，我们请到的是中男选手
It's
BDD
giving.
来到赛后采访席。
It's giving.
안녕하세요, BDD 선수. 먼저 인사 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello, BDD. Could you say hi to the audience?
BDD입니다.
Hi, I'm KT's mid laner, BDD.
可以说，今天这场比赛对他来说非常重要。在这么多年的努力之后，终于在世人面前证明了他自己。作为一个强力的中单选手，进入到了他的职业生涯当中第一个全球总决赛的最高舞台。这一路真的非常的不容易。想问一下，此时此刻感慨万千的他有怎样的一个想法，以及这一切来说对他又意味着什么呢？네, 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 정말
First off, congratulations on the victory. After so many years and so many hard works, you have made your way to the world's final stage. How do you feel? What does it mean to you?
네, 지금도 되게 꿈 같고 너무 꿈 같아서 되게 어지러운 것 같고 모르겠어요. 너무 그냥 현실이 아닌 것 같아서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
说实话，
I mean,
一
even
切
right
都像
now, it
做梦
feels
一样，
I'm
我现
still
在还有点晕
dreaming.
乎乎的。但是
I'm even
这
dizzy
一切又
because
是
it's
现
so
实，我
unreal
感觉
to me.
太
I don't
好了
know. I'm
好像
just
不
really
像
happy,
现
but
实
it
一样在
doesn't
发
feel
生
like
着
a
但是赢下来
reality
太
to
开
me
心了
yet.
那他们在季后赛的时候是以3-2战胜了 Genji。那今天他们在世界赛的4强舞台上面是双杀对手。很多人可能在赛前都会觉得说，在本次的全球总决赛舞台当中 ，Genji 可能是非常强力的队伍之一。他们在賽前的心态又是怎样的？包括说，他觉得今天队伍做的最好的一点又是什么呢？LCK 프로때에 이어서 지금 롤드컵
After your last victory up against Genji in the LCK playoffs, this is your second victory over Genji.
어떤 점이 가장 잘한다고
Is
생각하시는지?
KT
What did it
Genji's
work so
kryptonite?
well today? And how did you kind of keep your mentality strong going into the match?
일단 오늘 경기 준비하면서 마음가짐은
Nah.
저희가 실력적으로 당연히 부족하다고 생각을 하면서 좀 되게 할 수 있는 최대한을 다 하자 이런 마음가짐을 했던 것 같고 젠지를 이길 수 있었던 이유는 저희가 팀적으로 더 잘 움직였었던 것 같아요.
其实今天在准备这场比赛的
During the
过程当中，
preparation,
我们
we
能够
always
意识到
kept
的是，
in
可
mind
能
that our
在局面实力上
performance
面我们会
is
有一些
not
的不足，
perfect.
但
You
是
know,
我
we
们一
still
定会
have a
全
long
力
way
以
to
赴。
go. So
而
we
今
just
天
wanted
我觉得
to
队伍做
make
得
sure
更
that
好的
we
一点
are
就是
giving
我们
our
整
best.
体的更
And
加
I
的
think
是
we were
一致，
able
我
to
们的
beat
团队
Genji
配合
today
打得要
because
更
our
好。那
movement
第三
as
个
a
问题，
team was
虽然不知
better.
道他刚刚在舞台上面戴着耳机有没有听到，但是今天整场 BO5一直以来都有非常多的观众一直在为他们欢呼，在为他们应援，所以也很想问一下，在今天哪一个瞬间，他觉得今天这场比赛的胜利已经是稳操胜券了呢？ 오늘 인이어 있어서 혹시 들리시는지 모르겠지만
I
하지만
wonder
오늘
if
경기
you were able to
내내에서
hear the
모든
crowd
사람들이
going
환호했던
loud for
소리가
KT
정말 장난
roster.
아닙니다. 오늘 어떤 순간에 우리가 이겼다.
When was the
우리가
moment
진짜
that you
결승에
had the
가야겠다.
confidence
이런
that
느낌이
we
들었거든요.
got this, we are heading to the finals?
사실 1세트에서 저희가 되게 쉽지 않게 이겼는데 그때부터 승리를 할 수 있겠다고 느꼈던 것 같아요.
其实第一局我们赢得很
Going all the way back
不
to
顺
the
利嘛，
first
但是
game,
在第一局
actually,
拿
it
下
was
了
a
之后，
very
我就
difficult
感觉今
situation
天是
for
有
us,
戏。
but
那
we
下一个问
managed to
题
get
想
the
要
win.
特别的
So
问到他
it
和他的
gave
打
us
野
a
选手
lot of
克成的之间
confidence.
的一个故事。从2017年两位在龙
Well,
珠
thank you,
到
Audrey.
现在，两人再次成为队友，并且也要携手去马上要挑战整个英雄联盟最高的舞台。想问一下，在这里有没有什么想跟他的打野选手说的话呢？ 다음 질문은 특별하게 커즈 선수랑
Next
이야기를
question is about
들어보겠습니다.
Cuz.
Tomorrow's T1 versus
In 2017 Longzhu,
Top
now
Esports.
2025 KT roster, you have been playing together, but finally you two made it to the highest stage of League of Legends esports with the World's Finals. Anything you would like to say to him?
뭐 고맙고 아직 한 경기 남았으니까 잘해보자.
他想跟科子选
Thank
手
you
说
so much. We
谢
have
谢，我
one
们
more
现在
match to
只
play.
剩一场
Let's
比
do
赛
our
了，
best.
好好干。最后一个问题，其实，在1周之后，他马上就要坐在成都的总决赛舞台上面去争夺最高奖杯——我们的召唤师奖杯了。其实奖杯就摆在他的身后，如果有机会能够和那个时候马上进入到第1局比赛的自己说一句话的话，他又会说什么呢？ 일주일 뒤에 청도에서 2025년
In
롤드컵
1 week in
결승전
Chengdu,
소식을
we will
잘
have
예정입니다.
2025 World Championship
옆에
Finals.
서머너컵
You can see the
써
Summoners Cup
있는데요.
behind you, right?
혹시라도 만약에 기회가 된다면 일주일 뒤에 첫
If
번째 매치 들어가기 전에
you can
그
say
비단 선수에게
anything
한마디를
to
해줄 수 있다면
the BDD a week after, right before his game number 1 in the finals, what would you like to say to him?
하던 대로 해라고 할 것 같습니다.
按照
BDD
一直以来
do
做的那
as you
样
normally
就会
do.
好的。我们再次感谢 BDD 选手来到我们的赛后采访的环节，把掌声送给 BDD KT。 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 我们最后当然 KT Roster 他们有一个自己的 slogan， 我们最后有请 BDD 选手一起来说一句 KT 선수가 당연히 그 슬로건 하나 있겠죠. 저희가 KT 로스터가 올라갑니다 하면서 마무리하겠습니다. 혹시 괜찮으실까요?
네.
네. 하나,
Before
둘,
we
셋.
go,
KT 롤스터 올라갑니다.
KT roller coaster keeps going up. And that was BDD on the side of KT roster. Thank you so much,
我们明
everyone.
天同一时间不见不散，拜拜。
KT, 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 KT.
Oh, that was amazing. Just do as you normally do, BDD, because if normal is what I saw today, this man's the best mid laner in the world.
I just want to say that wasn't normal. Just for the record, again, recall. I was waiting. He was waiting. Everyone in this arena was waiting to hear their
Let's
alarm
not
and wake
start.
up because it felt like a dream. But they were better today.
What was your prediction?
Come on. Guys, I would love to tell you that my 3-0 was anything other than a meme, but it wasn't a meme because every measurable metric heading into this series was that they would lose handedly. And that did not happen. And now we have to respect that this is a different KT.
This is different. This is, I said DRX vibes, right? A little, right? But it's just that story of it's so unexpected. We have to go so above and beyond. But we trust each other so much. And we can see that it's working out because we've beaten Gen G. Well, if you've beaten Gen G, you can goddamn beat anyone.
I think the big thing that I really loved hearing him say in that interview, when did you feel like you could take this series, right?
Yeah.
In game 1, after those successive base stands, right? And KT has gotten the reputation, I think somewhat earned, for being a very, very emotional team. But I feel like that is such a great harbinger for what this team could potentially become in a Worlds final.
And that's why I think it is important, the message that he had for himself, just do what you normally do. You know, you have this.
Imagine we get
Nobody
a
freak out.
Seraphine and Mel T1 skin.
There's no reason to doubt.
I feel
at this
like
point
Carrier would
because
get
they
it
are
would
the
get it for the
pinnacle
girlies.
of our sport.
They are.
The finals.
Before we stop this topic, there's only one thing I still want to have mentioned because I think it would be remiss if we don't do it, and it's Dokdam, and it's his performance, and it's just versus Ruler, right? Like, I think that always has to be brought into the equation, and the long road he's had, it's insane.
Well, and again, someone who was replaced because his team didn't think, okay, you maybe can't take us to a World Finals. Now he's in the World Finals. I thought he had a phenomenal performance today. I loved, in particular, his team fighting. I thought it was absolutely amazing as we see BDD exit the stage.
All right.
But yeah, like, what a redemption arc for him, right? Especially on signature picks, like the Ashe that we called out. It was a pleasure to watch. Oh.
Okay.
What makes it really special, too, upsets in general and underdog stories in general, is all of the work that Gen G put into
How
establishing
cute.
themselves
What's
as
up,
the
Diamond? How you
favorites.
doing, love?
So much domination in the LCK. MSI champions. And so that's what makes it so meaningful for BDD, for Dokdam, for
Are
all
you
of
serious,
KT
Bunny?
to get this
Some
big
people
upset.
do not have
I mean, and the other thing is,
any
we talk
sense
so much about consistency when
whatsoever.
you want to play at the top level. But for Dokdam to be this clutch on the day is huge, because I don't think he was on anyone's radar for top AD in the world. But now he's at least top 2. He's in the damn finals. And from here, if he takes it, we'll never not be talking about this player.
It's crazy because it reminds me so much of 2022 because it's up against people who are always at their best, who have the most insane consistency of all time, yet they lack it in the most important moments. And that's when people who are underrated and who are not expected to win can step up. And I'm not trying to dance on anyone's grave, but these are my favorite stories in all of sports.
Well, and I think the other thing is, DRX came in when the meta was perfect for them, right? They stumbled into Zeka, and their run was incredible, but this is fearless.
Yeah.
You have a top laner who can play 3 champions who just managed to take down Keen.
It's mad.
It's unimaginable.
We're gonna have a lot to talk about when it comes to the grand finals. We will also be talking about their opponents because tomorrow we're going again. TES versus T1 is our matchup on the docket. So we get either KT versus T1 or KT versus TES.
Telecom War for finals, or I think the final no one ever would have expected. KT versus
Are your pick'ems alive? They're dead.
The people who
mine
would
are dead.
meme, the meme pickers
Mine are dead
would
AF.
pick TES versus KT. The actual memes.
We joked about this
Mine are dead
today.
AF.
Entirely as a joke, but the thing is, the form that they're in has changed this entirely. If Gen G had collapsed, if it had been terrible from them, the joke might have been alive, but they're a different beast now, and I want to see who comes to face them, because I believe it's going to be an incredible best of 5, and I want to see someone that's going to push this new KT, this reborn KT, to the limit.
This is why Worlds is so enjoyable.
It's the best. It's every single year. It's crazy. Thank you for a wonderful desk.
Thank you.
It was fun being on this roller coaster with all of you. Let's do it again tomorrow, shall we? Same time, same place. T1 versus TS. Goodbye.
All right, y'all. I must say, this was a great series. I'm so glad I got to watch it with y'all. It was very fun. We have come to the end, and I've got a flight to catch in a couple of hours. So I'm going to go finish packing and maybe get an hour and 30 minutes worth of sleep. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for T1 versus Top Esports. You know, normally when I'm traveling, I would be like, you know, I just want to enjoy the moment. I'm not going to stream. Nah. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. Okay, I'm not missing no T1 game, okay? So lock in, be ready, make sure you win your black and red. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all so much. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching with me.